funny.
This is exactly what happens when you put teenage boys and girls together. You know what you get? Hijinks. And I don't like hijinks. I like my jinks low.
So I've been trashing Zoey 101 for quite some time now. When I was growing up, I had a respect for the show. I was like, okay, this is funny, it's witty, clever, but I always found myself changing the channel, and I don't quite remember why. It would also confuse me because of how much people liked it. Now, looking back to the first season, it's apparently very clear. But why don't we dive into every episode of the first season and try to figure out what it is that makes it so off-putting.
It means I'm like the substitute in case Logan quits or gets sick.
Why are you looking at me like that?
Okay, for the pilot of Zoey 101, we have Welcome to PCA. Fairly simple title. It starts off with the blonde family driving down the Pacific Coast Highway.
You can't hold it for just 5 more minutes?
I've got 20 ounces of water and a 10-ounce bladder. Stop the car!
We don't really get a feel for the kids' personalities, which is going to be a recurring issue, as you'll see. The dad's worried about dropping him off, and we meet Chase as he hits a flagpole on a bike. He says he'll show them around, but at first the dad doesn't trust him, and then he just gives away his daughter to this random teenage boy, which is pretty accurate for parents of the 2000s.
Wanted me to walk you there.
No, that'd be great.
We essentially get like a tour of PCA, and it seems really awesome. I feel like the whole aesthetic of the show is what sells it. This whole private boarding school idea. And even though Dustin looks a little young to be a part of it, it's still exciting if you're a kid and want to live on your own. It's very cheesy and comical. There's a urinal in their bathroom.
That's the matter. This is a girls' dorm, and that is clearly not for girls.
Which is a natural way to kind of talk about how PCA was all boys at first, and it's only been this year that they announced all girls. We essentially get a moment with each character learning about Dana being this tough to deal with.
That one. But that's my stuff. That'll be moving.
Nicole is this boy crazy girl.
Except use those urinal thingies, which apparently they don't sit on.
Zoey is the most blank person I've ever seen. She is perfect to project onto because she is exactly what every episode needs her to be.
Oh no, that's my bud Jim. What's up, Jim?
What's up, Jim? I like Jim.
Yeah, Jim's good people.
She sees that the guys are playing basketball and wants to join, but they meet Logan, who says they can't join because they're girls. Exactly what you would expect to when you walk into a dormitory like this.
Good.
Friday?
Why not?
You're on.
See you here.
Wanna make out?
No!
Zoey ends up challenging him to a game, girls versus boys, but none of the girls are into it, and they're kind of annoyed that she signed him up for that, which I would be too, Zoey. Like, I don't have to play sports. They're pretty set that they won't win, but they try it anyway, which is bold enough for me.
And the game's not till Friday. So we're gonna practice hard and we're gonna win.
The game is really funny. We get like a little glimpse of each of the girls, and Logan plays dirty and actually pushes Zoey over, which sucks because apparently Zoey ends up getting back in the game and being really good at it. How? Meanwhile, her brother Dustin is watching but too embarrassed to cheer for the girls, but gets over it by the end, which is really sweet. After the girls lose, you think it's like a negative ending, but then the coach is like, yeah, we should definitely have girls on the team because of how good they are.
Coach, are you seriously gonna put a girl on our team?
Hey, you catch on quick for a guy.
Which is a good ending. I don't know why all the adults in this show are blonde so far, though. You can't argue that that's building the world. The boys show up to their celebration party, and it becomes a lot more about unity between boys and girls, which is a really good premise. It sucks where the show goes from here. They end up decorating the urinal, and it kind of looks like a shrine in a really religious way, but I do think it's very cute. The overall message, like, never quit and girls could be just as good as boys, is a really strong premise for a pilot. Like, this pilot is really strong. Does it compare to the other teen shows? Honestly, I think this is a lot better. If you only showed me this pilot, I'd be like, wow, this is a really promising show. It definitely became more of a Flanderization of itself and or too quirky to actually follow a plot, let alone its original premise of girls attending a boys' dormitory, but I feel like when we actually lean into that premise is when the show is at its best.
What's this?
It's cool that they have this whole thing about Zoey wanting to be on the team, but the fact that this never comes up again in the season is kind of weird. I feel like the show would have been a lot stronger if it was more about her trying to be involved in sports and dealing with the sexist issues of the place, but at least we still kind of keep that through line. Okay, so for episode 2 of Zoey 101, we have new roommates. We're taking a break from Zoey even wanting to do sports at all in the first episode, and kind of moving on. So Zoey writes to her parents about her roommates. We get a little nice voiceover of her describing what her life is like, which is kind of cheesy. And her roommates keep fighting. Dana and Nicole are so obnoxious and annoying.
Will you tell your friend that waking me up every morning is inconsiderate? No. I'm inconsiderate? You're the bad roommate. Look at your messy bed.
Chase tries to get Zoey, but you can never really tell if she likes him back. Like, we're coming from the perspective that she does, because we know that later in the series, Zoey ends up inevitably liking him. But as we're looking for hints to see, like, if she does care about him back, it is so wishy-washy. Like, I don't know what's going on in Zoey's head.
Foosball. You know, if you like foosball. The girls like foosball because if you don't, we could, like, knit.
I like foosball.
Yeah, foosball's cool.
But, like, sometimes she's like, oh, I want to spend time with him, and other times she's like, no, it's only when it's convenient, and it's like both scenarios don't really work out for her. And I don't understand why it is like this because of it being a drama first. Like, it feels like comedically that would be fine if she kept dodging it, but it just seems like she's very indifferent, which makes me like her less. We find out that Dustin spent his whole money on gummy worms, which is kind of like me in college with candy. And he's like, I gotta live off $15. And apparently they both make $15, which, that's your allowance? I didn't even know people did that.
That's Quinn. She lives in my dorm.
I saw her having lunch by herself, so I sat down next to her, you know, being friendly and all. And she started feeling my food.
And I didn't realize that Quinn wasn't necessarily in the pilot super much until we see her more in this episode, which is very inviting. Like, I feel like Quinn is a very quirky character that definitely earns it, and she's very interesting to watch. Zoey tries to be nice to her, which is almost a glimpse into her personality at all, but it doesn't really seem to go super well. When Zoey confronts her bad roommates, they're basically, like, trying to come up with a reason why she's a bad roommate, too.
I didn't say I was perfect. Well, good. Because you're not. Yeah, you bug us too sometimes. Oh, really? Like how?
Well, you know.
And they say she keeps losing her key, which turns out to be true, so it's like, I don't know if that's even a comedy beat. Zoey inevitably has to move in with Quinn because she's not getting along with her roommates anymore, which is fair. They're kind of toxic, Zoey. Oh my gosh, look, Zoey sleeps with a spotlight on her. Have you ever went to sleep and then you had a single light completely on you while you slept? Like, it's so funny to look back and see all these aesthetic choices. Quinn literally hooks Zoey up with a bunch of random wires while she's asleep to monitor her dreams.
What are you doing? Monitoring your dreams. I think you might be having a nightmare. I am now!
Which is way further than any normal character would go, which is why it's like, why is this not a comedy? If anything, it's psychopathic if it's not. And Dustin's whole through line is that he wants to teach Spanish but doesn't know any of it. How is this like a second episode premise?
You're gonna make money by tutoring people in Spanish? Cool idea, huh? Yeah, except you don't speak Spanish.
We see a little bit of Mark DeFigolo in the Spanish teaching section, but we don't really know him as his character yet, so I don't count this as him. Even though, yeah, it definitely is him.
¿Por qué, Mark? ¿Por qué?
I want my $4 back.
Chase's roommates convince him that the more that Zoey and her roommates fight, like her and Quinn, the more she'll want to be with him, which is very manipulative.
Because the second she makes up with them, it's bye-bye, Chase.
But Chase actually takes this to heart, tells her that, hey, you know, let the situation simmer. And Zoey's like, well, I want to solve it. And he's like literally talking her out of it, which is crazy because it's like, obviously, if she goes back to her original roommates, it might be even better for both of them. Like, why does she need to leave Quinn? And I don't know which is better, like fighting roommates or an experimental lady. I don't know.
Zoey, I don't want to live with you anymore. Huh?
Quinn asks Zoey to move out, which is crazy because apparently she's too uptight because she won't accept her experiments, which is so funny. I'm so glad that that ends up happening because Zoey wanted to like leave anyway, but it's just good that Quinn beat her to it. Inevitably, they kind of all make up because they miss Zoey. And so she moves back into the dorm and they promise that they'll be a little bit better. Which, I don't know, it doesn't really feel completely resolved, like they're still never getting along. And when Chase and Zoey finally get to like go on their one-on-one date, it turns out not to be a date because the roommates come too, and they're already arguing. So Chase gets all the negative flack for Zoey's issues, which is not going to be the first time, even though we're in episode 2.
Yeah, so I invited them to the movies. That's cool, right?
Oh, yeah, sure. Very cool.
Well, then let's go.
Overall, it's scary to see Chase act like this already. But, you know, I guess he has a crush on her, so that causes people to act nuts. And seeing one character as opposed to all 5 when we were in the pilot, like Quinn, getting introduced to Quinn is really fun. And it definitely gives us a vibe of this show being exciting, which it's like, if this was a comedy, it would be a lot more interesting to watch, but to know that they're going to purposely kind of dial back the personalities to focus on PCA, it's not exciting. But I do get excited at seeing more aspects of PCA. Like the fact that they can go see a movie is interesting to me. The fact that they can leave and be in other people's rooms for a while. The fact that you could hide a dog in somebody's room is even wackier. But anyway, we get more into that in the next episode, episode 3, Defending Dustin. Okay, so we got an episode about Dustin, even though he's been so minute so far. He kind of reminds me of the plot lines that Jackson has in Hannah Montana, where he's not 100% involved in what Zoey's doing, it's just kind of going on in the background. So he's getting bullied for being too smart, which is something I did not expect. I thought he would be one of those, like, slacker kids, but he's not. He's actually a really promising kid. I definitely didn't get that impression when he was trying to be a Spanish teacher. Like, where was that?
¿Por qué, Rosalita? ¿Por qué?
There's like a bully in his class that like kind of messes with him because he's so smart and forces him to do his homework, which is really disrespectful. And Dustin actually is too scared of him because he's huge. And they look like they would be in completely different schools because of how huge he is. Like, they don't look like they would even be peers. Zoey and Chase meet a janitor that is a struggling actor, and he has a funny line about it.
You know, Herb's an actor.
Nice.
Struggling actor, and nah, I didn't get the part.
And you think this isn't relevant, but this does actually come up later. Zoey starts getting ridiculed by Chase because she starts standing up for Dustin in ways that are really embarrassing, like in front of his friends, in front of the bully. Like, Zoey is very mom energy toward Dustin, and Chase kind of has a point. Like, it's a little embarrassing to be a teenage girl and be insistent on taking care of your little brother. While it is sweet, and I definitely think it's a character strength of her to be so defensive, it definitely does not help Dustin, and it bothers me that she's like unwilling to see that, especially with how much Chase is pointing it out to her.
Everyone gets hurt sometimes. You never been hurt?
No, not by a big dumb bully.
Well, then maybe it's time.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Give me your lunch money, Earl. Ow!
They have a weird moment where Chase actually noogies Zoey, and it's like, they're kind of playful, but I don't think either of them enjoy it, and it's uncomfortable to watch. But I get what they're going for here, like they want to show that they're friends, and yeah, they're definitely friends. I don't need to know more. And Dustin does his bully's homework by staying up all night, which is so funny, because he's like such a little kid, like, can you see this little kid drinking coffee and doing somebody else's homework? Like, you feel horrible about it.
And he's huge. His head weighs more than I do. Did he threaten to hurt you? It was implied.
Meanwhile, Chase is hiding his dog with the girls. I didn't even realize that there was a dog in PCA. Turns out that it's not allowed, and that's why they're trying to get it hidden. His name's Elvis, and it's cute, but it's like, I feel bad for this dog because there's no way he's not being neglected. Like, you can't take him for a walk. You can't do anything if he's not supposed to be there. Like, I don't get why they're taking care of him. Like, this is a horrible situation for this dog. Zoey makes things literally so much worse for Justin by approaching the bully, which Chase warns her not to.
Bother him again, and you're gonna deal with me.
Ooh, watch out, dude. The kid's got a bodyguard.
Come on, we better get out of here before we get served.
And everybody starts getting mad at Dustin. I don't know how this dog thing keeps coming back to the plot or why we have to keep revisiting it, but apparently off screen it gets taken to the pound because one of the RAs saw it, I guess. RA, residential assistant, dorm advisor, I forget what they call them.
DA's coming.
Zoey wants to fight Dustin's bully without necessarily getting involved, so she calls in the janitor from earlier, Herb, who is a struggling actor, to actually play the Dean of Discipline, and says that he's the guy in charge of punishing people.
Who are you?
I happen to be the Dean of Discipline.
Dean of...
Stop speaking!
Okay.
And threaten him, essentially, so he stops bullying Dustin. Which is kind of fair, because obviously you can't be bullying people, but you definitely need to be reporting it to someone. Like, you shouldn't try to figure this out on your own, let alone hire an adult man to threaten him. But then again, I think this adult man should have known, like, hey, I gotta help them with this bullying situation, not just act as the dean of discipline.
Expel you faster than pigtails on a giraffe. Do you understand me?
Yes, sir.
But whatever, that's just gonna happen, I guess. It's not the first time we get, like, a weird experience at Zoey 101. Dang, I wish I could hire Herb. He seems like a good actor. The bully is, like, definitely threatened. So when he goes to apologize to Dustin, Dustin actually turns the tables and already tries to stand up to him. Like, he stands up for himself, and it's really nice to see, especially since he's so small.
Look, man.
And I'm not doing your stupid laundry, because it smells bad, like you. From now on, just leave me alone. Got it?
Yeah.
And he's like, I'm not going to do your homework for you anymore. So he already had the character growth and didn't necessarily need Zoey. But she didn't learn that lesson. And later we have Dana come back with Elvis. And turns out she saved him from the pound. Which is like, we couldn't see any of that. Like, none of that sounded interesting enough to put in the episode. And it feels like that's something they would have Jade do. Like, where you get a moment of like, oh, the mean character did something nice. She must have cared. And it's like, okay, we get it. They're the same. I just don't get why the action is off screen. We meet Coco, the dorm advisor, which is a super funny character later down the line. But right now, she's not too much of a personality. She's just kind of rigid and has very minimal lines. And it ends with like a really funny moment of the janitor monologuing. Which is like, you guys can't not call yourself a comedy if you're gonna keep doing these hilarious stuff.
Conscience does make cowards of us all.
Zoey 101 is just so off-putting when it comes to the tone of the show, and I just do not know what to make of it, especially on episode 3. I find myself having more questions than answers, and while the characters are really entertaining, the backstory of PCA is really alluring, I just cannot help comparing it to Victorious. Like, I swear, Chase looks like Robbie without a dummy. Then we get to episode 4. Oh my gosh, it's a show about theater, which is interesting. I feel like there's a lot of extracurriculars going on at PCA. So it's called The Play, and there's the drama teacher is the guy from The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. They're doing a show, and Mark DeFigolo wants to be Annie, which is like, this character is just being thrown around at this point.
I wanted to be Annie.
That Chase wrote the show. They better pay him for that, though. Like, he wrote the entire show that the class is doing. They say that everybody's going to have auditions later that day, but it's like, if you're an actor, how do you prepare for a play written by your fellow peer? Like, I don't know what they're about to prepare. Why all these people are so active in theater? Like, this is just such a specific group of people. And if, like, you like sports, I don't know if you also like being in the play. They have a funny reference where Zoey asks who played all the female roles before the girls came in, and it turns out to be Chase, which is a super funny moment.
I'd rather not talk about it.
Of course Chase is a theater kid, though. Like, this makes so much sense. Not only did he write it, but he was playing all the female characters. Like, if anything, I'm, like, wondering why this never comes up again. Like, why does Chase's whole personality have to be about Zoey? And the show is apparently about a lifeguard and a space alien, which I can't believe you wrote about that, Chase. Like, it's so weird and cringy, and it's like, I don't know what's going on in that guy's emotional baggage that he needs to express himself through a lifeguard, and Logan says it's uncool and makes fun of them for doing theater in the first place, which is like fair, even though I was a theater kid. Meanwhile, Dustin's sick and tries to find Zoey, but Quinn finds him, and I assume she's going to help him, but then she ends up experimenting on him. Are there any rules here? Like, can you just go to a girl's dorm if you're a boy? I don't know. I don't understand the rules of PCA. And the fact that Quinn can experiment on him, like, some of this stuff looks borderline illegal, but, like, I guess it's just creative here, making it a lot more like Hollywood Arts. So then they do auditions, and for some reason, it's in front of the other peers. Like, I don't know why you would not have private auditions. And everybody is, like, horribly bad. Like, not even just kind of bad, like, horribly. Because that's the only way to make Zoey look so good.
You don't know what planet this is?
No, I lost control of my starship, and it plunged into the ocean.
Like, she literally does the most basic line reading, and that's all we get. And suddenly she gets the part. Chase is excited because he's gonna kiss her in the final scene, and even the teacher knows, and I don't know why he's being sus about it.
We're not doing Annie.
But things take a turn when Logan comes out of his way to audition, and he's like, okay, I want to be a part of it. You're right. It's not uncool. So he does a super good job, which is so random. And the teacher is like, wow, you definitely have to cast him for your show, especially if he's this good.
So the drama club rocks? I rock. It should be a good match, right?
And Chase is like, okay, I guess they're gonna have to kiss then. But obviously he's like more than upset. I don't know why Logan's like scenes are like a little bit slowed down. Like maybe the actor wasn't comfortable with pacing, but like you could tell that the editing is slowed him down to deliver the line shorter. Zoe's about to like quit the play because she's upset that it's Logan, which is fair. Like, why would you do that? But then when she sees like a glimpse of his performance, she's like, on stage he's a different person. It's like, yeah, Zoe, that's acting. But she doesn't know how that works because she just reads the lines in the most basic way. Not only in the play, but in this entire show. So Chase tries to like excuse it by writing a different ending that says kill instead of kiss, which is scary, but the teacher doesn't buy it.
I'm always mixing up my S's and L's. Like, one time, I tried to write sassafras. I wrote lalafrau.
And that's fair, because it's like, obviously you wouldn't make that big of a grammar mistake. Chase attempts to get Logan sick by using Dustin's sickness, which is interesting. At least the B-plot makes a little sense here. Not just Quinn experimenting on this kid for no reason. But instead of Logan getting sick, Chase gets sick. And he's so upset about being sick, he jumps out the window when he's with the nurse, and the nurse, like, follows him. I don't understand this. And why does the bed have its own comforters? Like...
Zoe! Don't do it!
We see the play, and for some reason, it's all on one scene. Like, it's literally just the alien and the lifeguard talking. We don't see any other evolution of this show. I would love to see whatever Chase wrote for this alien and lifeguard thing, but I guess the kiss is the only thing that matters.
As I was saying, you're amazing. You're perfect.
So are you.
When they do it on stage, Logan acts like a diva already. Zoe remembers who he really is and is no longer interested in kissing him, so she ends up not doing it. Oh my god, Zoe, you can't just not do the script.
Why do you even want to kiss me?
'Cause I think you're really special.
Oh, well, I guess you think that Hula Girl's really special too, because I know you tried to kiss her.
So she, like, basically changes the entire script right then and there. Chase doesn't care for some reason. I don't know why he doesn't care about his show being good. And we're left super unresolved. Like, there's not a lot to do about this. Another representation of what the heck is this show about? Like, we're doing theater now? We did basketball?
Go, Zoe! You shoot him! Oh, yeah! Oh!
And why are the characters so much like the characters in Victorious? It's uncanny. The show almost does not hold up to this day because of all the extra shows that came after it and the reuse of plot lines and characters, and it's just, I don't know how to defend this.
You're fired!
I feel like Donald Trump.
Next is episode 5, and this is where it gets really weird. It's called Webcam. So we start with the girls playing Truth or Dare, like some variation of it, like Mess or Stress or something. And we see Chase and Logan delivering sushi. When did either of them start working there? Apparently Logan is training Chase, but I don't remember Logan ever working somewhere. And how does Chase have the time to do a play, like write a full show, and work at the sushi place? This becomes a staple for later in the series. One of the kids Chase delivers to has a goat. And don't they do that on iCarly? Don't they reference a goat a lot? So Logan tries to apologize to the girls, saying he wants to accept them and everything, and he gifts them with like this really big teddy bear, and everybody's like, oh, Logan, that's actually really nice, although it is out of character. We find out that Nicole makes a chart of guys' lips and acts like that's a secret, but she's so obsessed with guys, I don't know why that's a secret. And Zoe is dared to prank call a teacher saying he ordered 9,000 bottles of mustard, which, oh my gosh, guys.
Yes, sir. You ordered 9,000 jars of mustard.
What? Who could eat that much mustard?
And meanwhile, Quinn likes to eat baby food, which definitely should be a secret, and she keeps eating it constantly throughout the episode, which, if it never comes back again, what's the point?
Put down the baby food and focus.
So then a bunch of boys walk by Nicole and kind of make fun of her, saying like, oh, aren't our lips cute? And how do they know that she had that list? Immediately they think that Dana told, because obviously she is the sour character.
You're it.
10 minutes early.
No, Baxas.
This is our first appearance of Sushi Rocks, which is cool because it definitely is a staple of the Zoey 101 series. Logan apparently keeps calling in sick, so Chase has to deliver everything. Which I think that would be a lot of money, Chase. I think Logan's doing you a favor here. So Zoey calls in a meeting, and we learn that there is a webcam in the teddy bears. So another peeping episode. They did this in Sweet Life of Zack and Cody, which is kind of crazy. Quinn is able to find that there is a webcam. That's like borderline like illegal.
That bear is broadcasting both audio and visual transmissions via broadband wavelengths to a remote digital receiver. I knew it!
And the fact that this is on a Teen Nick show is crazier. So Zoey confronts Chase, who doesn't actually know what's going on with this webcam. You know, he's been delivering sushi quite some time now. She assumes it's Logan, and they actually go into his computer, which I don't know how he has zero security.
He's been dumping all his deliveries on me so he can sit here and spy on you guys.
What a freak.
Oh, hey, there's Quinn. Did she just eat a leaf?
Quinn eats a leaf on a fake plant. This character is so weird. They end up finding out that it's true, there's a webcam pointed at the girls, and for some reason, it's able to do like a triple camera setup and zooms in on everything perfectly. I don't know how that works. So Zoe's like, okay, I have a plan, and we don't get to hear it as the audience.
See? Nicole, right, I'll get another one.
Which is a common trope that's used multiple times over this series. We're kind of thrown into it. Michael and Logan are looking through the webcam and they notice that Chase is giving away sushi for free. But the sushi's boss can't read the cue cards, which is kind of funny. Like, the staging of it is so cheesy. And when his boss catches Chase, he basically threatens to send him to jail. So Logan and Michael are like, whoa, this is terrible.
That's why we have to get rid of him. Get rid of him?
This is insane.
He didn't see you hit him.
Right. We'll blame it all on Logan. Yes, Logan.
Me?
Until Chase blames it on Logan, who grabs the dean from the shower and has to explain that he was not responsible for this. And I don't know how Logan gets into the dean's shower. This is like ridiculous. Logan then admits to everyone that he had a webcam and that's how he caught them. And he admits that he was fake sick and gets fired. And there's a Donald Trump reference, which is really weird.
You're fired!
I feel like Donald Trump.
I can't believe we didn't see that at the time. Yeah, overall this episode is definitely creepy. It takes the peeping storyline a little further than the Sweet Life did, which I actually kind of like. I definitely think this would be a recurring issue if there was a boys and girls dormitory. So I like that they're touching upon a topic that might be a little bit more dense than Nickelodeon is used to. Something that we would never see today. And this is a really unique storyline. I like this. So next we have episode 6, which is JetX. The name of that scooter that they have in this show. I guess this is when it's introduced. So the girls hurry to get ready, and we see Blick soda for the first time, which it kind of looks like Listerine or laundry detergent. I don't know if it's appetizing at all. When they're gonna be late for class, they ask Chase to stall the teacher.
Beat me up. One more time? If we're fighting, he'll have to stop and break it up.
And it does work. Obviously, the teacher gets involved and tries to stop him. And Chase says it's because Michael said he had bushy hair, and the teacher actually makes a point to point that out, to agree with that, which I don't think was necessary.
Now, Chase, your hair is unusually bushy. And Michael, the bushiness of his hair is none of your business. Now just...
I hope this stuff becomes relevant later. So they get to class and they're talking about advertising. This school is really diverse in its academics. Like, we have theater, sports, like everything's going on here. He has a guest star come in, which is this really famous guy, I guess. And he talks about the JetX, and he's really rude.
Dude, you know what this is?
Some sort of scooter?
Wrong.
Sorry.
This, my adolescent friends, is the Jet X.
So it's apparently this new motorcycle, and everybody in class is going to team up in groups of 3 to create a commercial for it. And the winner will get their own JetX and their commercial played on television, which is even better than a school assignment. So then we got the boys in a group and the girls in a group, and they make it competitive somehow for no reason. Probably because of Logan and using all of his dad's assets to get a microphone, professional film crew, and of course he has all those things, of course.
Movie producer?
And he's also my dad. Hey, that generator is not gonna move itself.
Is this the first time we're actually exposed to Logan's richness, because it feels like that. The girls are annoyed and complain because it's like not really fair that they have more resources than the girls. Nicole keeps trying to get her dad involved, saying that he is boss of a juice place and if they need juice, which doesn't help at all.
Well, you know what? I'll just ask my dad to donate stuff for our commercial.
Your dad's a producer too? No, he owns a juice company.
And they complain to the teacher, who says they don't really need that stuff to make a good commercial, which is true. So the girls actually try to make their own with Nicole and Zoey, but they all get into arguments saying this is not good, it's not working, and Quinn accidentally records all the girls talking about what it means to them, and this is actually going to come up later. They eventually break up, all go into their own commercials, and even the bike floats away, which does not make sense.
Mine? Oh, amazing. Like, insanely good. So good, it's not sane.
Well, mine rocks.
After it not working out for any of them, they actually reconnect and admit to each other that they can't do it without one another, which is really sweet. They decide to have an all-nighter and edit the footage they shot. They end up using the footage of them fighting because Zoe's able to edit really well. Oh my gosh, can you imagine when we had TikTok, if Zoe used TikTok to do this? I feel like everybody knows how to edit nowadays. Back then, it was like, oh, okay, you have to kind of pick it up, learn it. But now it's like, wow, you could just do it. Logan's commercial ends up being very 2000s. Like, the aesthetic is cheesy. It's like flashy with a model in it. Doesn't make sense to me. Everybody in class loves it.
Hot ride. You need a JetX.
Is it me, or is Logan actually way too into his own commercial? Like, look at him. Look at that smug look on his face. This is so weird. And before it's too late, Zoe brings in their video.
It's about being in control.
JetX! Is it a motorcycle? Is it a scooter?
No, it's a
JetX!
And of course, her video is more genuine. They talk about the fact that the JetX is more than just a bike, and it's exactly what the teacher said. They did a better job than the boys despite their advantages, which is a pretty big metaphor for this entire show. That's essentially the whole plot.
Well, butter my rump and call me toast.
Huh?
What?
Butter my rump and call me toast, which I cannot wrap my head around. JetX is a pretty good episode, putting the genders against each other once again as Zoey 101 does best. But they build on their own lore as if this is a fantasy series, like the JetX adding the Blix. I know it's just to avoid copyright infringement, but I feel like they get a little too ahead of themselves. There's parts of it that are really interesting, and some of the jokes in this are really funny, but we do miss a lot of Chase and Zoey and a little bit more of the personal aspects of this show. Their fight about the commercial lasts like less than a scene, and I don't know if that makes it that big of a deal to them. The fact that Zoey was able to edit such an intense commercial in that amount of time is beyond me, even with TikTok. And I don't know what's up with this actor. He is eccentric, and his lines are just so funny to me.
You, the kid with the hippie shirt. You want a JetX?
Yeah.
Too bad. They're not available in stores till next year.
The next episode we have is 7, Spring Fling. So the group is watching a documentary on grass, which is definitely really boring. I guess they're trying to portray that. Zoey is like, I want to do a spring fling, but apparently nobody else wants to because it's never gone well.
Cause every year they get some band and no one wants to hear. And we all sit outside, eat lukewarm weenies, and wish we were somewhere else.
Until she mentions that maybe she can get Drake Bell, which is crazy because obviously he was really famous at the time, and I would want him now.
And we just die to get Drake Bell.
Tell him I think he's cute.
Shh.
Apparently, he has a school discount rate when she calls his manager, which I didn't realize celebrities did at the time, or now. It ends up being like $5,000, so Zoey thinks they can make it happen if they actually do a fundraiser. Meanwhile, Dustin is getting paid to not sleep for Quinn as a part of an experiment. I don't know if he's so smart, why is he being treated like a child? The fact that his plot lines are about his bracelets shocking him and him not being able to sleep, like, he's a smart kid. Why is he going down this route?
It shocks me. It shocks you? Only if I start to fall asleep. See, watch. Yeah!
I love how when Dustin was dealing with a bully, Zoey felt the need to get involved, but now that he is literally getting a bracelet that shocks his body every time he's about to fall asleep, she just doesn't feel the need to step in. I'm not sure if it's because she learned her lesson from last time or she just doesn't care anymore. Either way, it's like, come on, Zoey, make a point. They go directly to Dean Rivers, asking about the fundraiser, and he's not into it at first, which is kind of weird. He's supposed to care about education, and I feel like this is kind of a good idea. Like, why would you disagree?
Great band for our spring fling.
Would there be any clowns at this fundraiser?
We hadn't planned on clowns.
He just says not to joke about clowns, which is unnecessary, but does come up later. The girls meet an alumni who is a chairman of the board, and he says it's his job to bug Dean Rivers.
Stop by once a month and harass the dean. Oh, that reminds me. He hates clowns.
And dresses as a clown. So they end up doing the car wash, but they only make like $1,000. So the chairman comes back, talks to them about it, and since he's an alumni and actually kind of cares about what they're trying to do...
For a really good car wash, I'd be willing to pay, I don't know, around $4,000.
He says he'll give them $4,000 to wash his car. Woof, that's a good idea. He then gives her the keys and leaves. Like, I don't know how he's gonna get home or if is he walking. Like, the Uber was not a thing back then. And if you need your car washed, it's gonna take 20 minutes like tops. I don't know why this is necessary.
There, done. Perfect. Gorgeous. Wait, I left a rag inside on the floor. Got it.
So he says he's gonna come back the next day. Weird. And immediately they accidentally crash it without driving it, which is kind of impressive. I mean, I would be terrified. This is like an expensive mistake. Like, the girls are freaking out. Of course you would be. Like, how would you not freak out at a situation like that? Like, it's such an expensive car, and he already said how much he loved it. So I'm already scared for them. They end up getting a car mechanic and say that it's going to cost essentially all the money they made, like $3,000 or $4,000. So they're like, okay, well, we don't really have a choice. We have to do it. Despite the fact they kind of told Drake Bell they would pay him already. It's done barely on time, and they still kind of lost because they lost the money. They begged Drake Bell's manager to take $1,500.
And my watch. And this necklace. And this hat.
It's my hat.
Beat it.
But it doesn't work. They're not budging. Until Drake actually comes out and is impressed with the t-shirts that are designed for the Spring Fling. It has his name and it's better than the original.
Okay, tell you what. You let us have your t-shirt design and I'll play the concert for free.
Sorry.
Which, can he personally make a deal like that? I feel like that's why you're supposed to have a manager. He sings, and it's a really good song, and ends up being the best Spring Fling ever, which is great. We have a nice happy ending for Zoey. The car gets fixed, everything goes pretty well. And then Dustin is so tired of this sleep deprivation experiment that he throws his watch into someone's drink, which couldn't that kill them? Overall, this is a really fun episode. I can't believe Drake Bell is the celebrity guest star, especially since he was not special at that time on this channel. Like, he was clearly Drake and Josh. But you definitely feel anxiety for the characters and want Zoey to actually fulfill this Spring Fling, seeing how everybody doesn't like it so much. And we get to kind of like focus in on the girls' issues and learn a lot more about PCA, especially with the extended interaction with Dean Rivers, more than it's been before. So next is episode 8, Prank Day. Zoey wakes up with Nicole in her bed. She's like, what the heck is going on? And Quinn is like, let's go outside. And turns out their entire dorm is TP'd.
Yeah! Yeah! Hunt them down and surgically remove their kidneys. I mean, whoever did it's gonna pay.
The girls are furious at the guys, but they explain that it's prank week. Logan says they're stupid for not knowing, but like, how could they have known? Like, you know they didn't go to school here yet. It reminds me of like kind of freshman stuff, like initiation. When you're new to a new school and people try to bully you, I do think it's wrong. I don't know why they stand by it so well.
Hey, we had to do it our first year. Yeah, and the pranks were pretty harsh.
Morning, Logan.
They say they're supposed to take it and not dish it back, pretty much. And there's like a montage of them getting pranks pulled on them, and it just sucks, because it's like, why would you just accept that?
It's a PCA tradition. Yeah, and it used to be a tradition that girls weren't even allowed here, but we changed that. Yeah, I guess.
The dean makes a statue. It says like no trash or teenage items, which is like, what?
No trash or teenage items.
Zoey tries to shut down the pranks, though the girls don't actually want to, which feels kind of out of character. And they get tricked into being water ballooned, and Zoey actually gets it the worst, which makes her change her mind. She's like, okay, I do want to get back at them for this.
This means war.
Quinn makes a high frequency sound that causes people to lose consciousness, which is insane. That cannot be legal, Quinn. I don't know where she gets the material she does to make this stuff. They get dressed up, and this is another time Zoey has a plan, cuts before it even happens. We can't even see it. I guess this whole show must be a prank. It's starting to feel that way as I'm watching it. So they're basically having a plan in action. Coco runs into them, and they have to lie to her.
Camouflage is the new black.
Yeah. I see. All right. I'm gonna go watch Leno.
Next thing you know, we don't see what happens until the next morning. That statue that Dean Rivers made, it's graffitied with fake hair and essentially like looking like a girl. So that's what Zoey planned. But they don't expect the backlash. Dean Rivers comes in super angry, and even his boss is there. Apparently the guy who owns the school.
You care to tell me why the statue of my father is wearing that?
The girls admit they did it pretty quickly, which surprises me. I thought it was going to be about, like, hiding this secret. And the man says that he's going to turn the whole dorm back to boys only, which, aw, that stinks. He says, I don't like hijinks, which is one of the best jokes.
Can't do that.
Oh, yes, I can. My father founded this school. I can put ducks in the toilets if I want to.
So they're upset, no girls want to leave, so Zoey goes back and she takes credit for the prank entirely on her own. She's expelled, and the rest can stay if Zoey apologizes to the whole school. Then she has to leave. Oh my gosh, I wouldn't apologize at that point if that were to happen. Zoey gets a call from the lounge, and the girls all thank Zoey for taking the hit for them. The boys show up because they also feel kind of bad, and Michael tells Chase,
Zoey's leaving tomorrow, and if you don't tell her how you feel now, that's it. Last chance.
because this is the last time he could see her, which is a staple of the show as well. I'm watching this show at my work, and every time Quinn turns on this device, it makes such a scary, screeching noise that I actually have to turn the episode off. Isn't that insane?
Quinn.
So Zoey ends up apologizing to everybody as told, but then they see the statue start to pee. Suddenly we see that the boys pranked the statue too, therefore they would have to expel everyone. Pretty good idea.
Just stop my daddy from peeing, and no one gets expelled.
Turns out it was Logan's idea. And Quinn uses her device one last time, causing everybody to pass out. And that was actually cut from a lot of places, that scene, but it's still available on the season 1 DVD. So it's weird that it's called Prank Week when it doesn't really have a lot to do with pranks. Like, sure, pranks are the reason everything kind of started, but I feel like it's so much more about Zoey getting kicked out. Like I wish it was titled like Zoey leaves PCA or something. But I like the girls versus boys because clearly the principal didn't want girls there to begin with, and it's clear that he treats them so differently. Like having the boys do the exact same thing and level of disrespect actually kind of puts him in a position where he doesn't have a choice. Like, if that was going to be the punishment for them, it has to be the punishment for the boys too. Then we got number 9, Quinn's date. This is one of my favorites of the season. So everybody's eating when Quinn uses an experiment to make Chase pass out. Oh my god, she's back at it again.
How cool is that?
Quinn tells the girls that she likes Mark, but she's scared of boys, until they convince her to talk to him. She goes over, it takes like a second, and then she comes back, and it's like, what's happening?
Then I asked him if I could have one of his nose hairs. Why?
Meanwhile, Dustin finds a frog and is terrified. Apparently, he is afraid of animals. Oh my god, poor Dustin. He says he's not actually afraid of animals, but Chase and Michael try to prove him wrong by being like, okay, then you could feed our dog Elvis. Yeah, turns out they keep the dog. At least the dog's relevant again. So meanwhile, Quinn is studying a boy and girl as they're just casually talking, which is also illegal.
Are you two planning to kiss anytime soon? If so, may I videotape it?
And she's just taping people around for observation. She's like tackling it from a scientific way, which is perfect for her character. She says his name's like a poem, and I disagree.
Sure. A very short poem that doesn't rhyme with anything.
Zoey and Nicole help Quinn practice, like, interacting with guys, because that'll be so much better than observing them. So they have Chase step in, but she's super aggressive and only speaks in facts, just, like, scaring off Chase.
Tell me about your first rash.
Zoey,
When? I'm curious.
Which is no surprise, of course you would be scared of that. Quinn asks Zoey to ask him out for her. So Zoey actually ends up doing this, and he says no like 3 times.
Well, why don't you think about it for a little bit?
Okay. No.
Zoey does not take no, like, at all. This is not cool. So Zoey lies to Quinn, telling her that he said yes. She admits to the girls that she didn't want Quinn to be upset. So Zoey's like, okay, we just have to give her a plan, something better to do on Saturday night for her to back out of the date.
It's a show where the world's best figure skaters dress up like famous scientists and skate around.
But she does not. There is nothing that gets her to cancel this date. Meanwhile, Dustin is still scared of the dog and has to take care of him while wearing a full bodysuit and charging into the room, which is kind of funny. Zoey asks Chase to go on a date and he's super excited, but then learns it's not a real date. She just thinks that if her and Quinn run into Chase and Mark, they could pass off the whole thing as like a double date and it wouldn't seem like a date.
You and I are gonna go on a double date with her and Mark.
So, it is a real date.
No, listen.
Listening?
Which is crazy. Zoey, he said no like 3 times. And poor Chase, he clearly has a crush on her, and hearing this phone call, like, I would be so excited. But then he's like, oh, it's just a double date and it's fake. This guy has it rough. This also makes me think, like, there's no way Zoey would have a crush on him. She's clearly setting a boundary. She's told him multiple times she's just friends. Like, I think he needs to get over it. Zoey even says he might not talk to you during the date.
Boys sometimes get weirded out by the word date, you know. No, not really.
So Chase tries to hang out with Mark, but they really don't know each other, and it's so awkward.
Yeah, what, 2 guys can't have a picnic together? Come on.
And Chase even brings a picnic basket. When he sets it up, it's a really awkward picnic, but Zoey and Quinn shoehorn their way into there, and she says, like, you poor so cute, which is kind of a stretch.
Do you want to go catch a movie on campus?
Movie, yay!
But we haven't eaten yet. Right. Here. You can eat it on the way.
I don't know how she can't see this is not a date. They kind of rush the whole thing, so Mark and Quinn don't realize it's fake, and then they go to see a movie, which is perfect. This is actually a pretty good plan, Zoey. I feel like she's actually getting away with it this time. Until they're in line for the movie, and a girl comes up accusing Mark of cheating. Turns out he was in a relationship the whole time. Well, Mark, why didn't you say anything? You said no to Zoey 3 times. I mean, I guess you didn't have to have a reason to say no, but still, like, this is so out of the blue. It's kind of funny, though.
Oh, burr!
So the girlfriend breaks up with Mark right then and there, which is super appropriate. And Quinn and Mark actually do end up together in the post-credits scene, which is so crazy. Like, why would you start a relationship off of that basis? Not only was it a lie, but it was like, Mark said no multiple times. I don't understand what's going on with these guys. Overall, I just think it's such a funny episode, and Quinn is such a unique character that everything that happens is very wacky in its own right, making it more confusing on why it's a drama.
Oh, I'm not scared of a little dog. Come on.
Next we have episode 10, Backpack. So Nicole squirts goo onto a backpack. That's $50. Jesus, why are people paying for backpacks back then?
Whoa, look at the time. We're late.
It's like at the school store, and the man is like, you have to pay for this. But she doesn't have enough, so she literally gets it from Zoey and doesn't even thank her. Not cool.
I have 20. Not anymore.
In the meantime, Quinn is actually planting a banana and apple tree. A banapple tree. And I thought this was always a cool concept growing up. I'm like, oh, what if you could do that?
Don't worry, my mutant little fruits. I'll protect you.
So before they throw the backpack away, Zoey picks it out of the garbage, and she's like, well, maybe there's something like we can do with this. Zoey brings it to her and bedazzles it. I don't know what she does. She puts some artsy stuff on it. And suddenly the backpack is like really cool, and Nicole actually wants it. I don't know how she doesn't recognize it though. It looks exactly like the backpack.
And I will have successfully crossbred the banana and the apple to create the best fruit in the universe! Cool backpack.
Suddenly people start wanting a backpack exactly like that and want Zoey to turn it into a business. Mindy from Drake and Josh is here! So Mindy plays a girl named Stacy, and she works for the school newspaper, and she just takes pics of the backpack for the paper.
This is so cool. Really great job.
The next day, she's actually selling backpacks exactly like it. Wait, I don't know how she even like managed to make that happen overnight. If anything, it's kind of impressive. I feel like she gets the credit for this.
I'm sorry, we're closed. Come back another day.
You're not closed.
Yeah, you're just a table. You can't close a table.
Quinn's banana tree starts working, and it's crazy because it's like, there's no way. And animals start to eat them, so she makes a scarecrow that looks like her so she can zap them. And it's so violent. Quinn is evil.
I should stop asking you so many questions.
Next thing you know, Stacy is becoming like a lot more successful with this, even striking a deal to sell it at the bookstore. And the newspaper says that there's a meeting going on at 8, which how would a newspaper have that information?
Yeah, it says Stacy's having some big meeting there this Friday.
Interesting. Ooh, you're thinking things?
Yeah, she's definitely thinking things.
Michael goes in disguise, and I don't know what the plan is here, but I guess Zoey 101 just likes to throw us into their plans and tell us about it later. Nicole comes running out, and Zoey has her own backpack company. And now, apparently, the backpacks can massage your back, too. So it kind of upstages Stacy's deal, and suddenly the guy wants Zoey's backpacks instead. Which is kind of weird. It's like, Stacy stole the idea, but Zoey also didn't want to do anything with it anyway. Like, it would have never came to fruition. I think it's a little shady that Stacy managed to have the exact same idea the next day. Like, that is definitely plagiarism.
Backpack attack?
Hey, that's really clever.
Well, it rhymes.
But Zoey, like, either you should have started it yourself, or, I don't know. But it's nice to see the guys and the girls on the same side about this situation. It doesn't happen a lot. It's been a lot about genders bumping up against each other, so this is kind of cool. She uses the money that she makes from the bookstore to get the lounge a jukebox, which is really cool. And the banana tree, that plot line kind of goes haywire, because apparently the fruits they make is dangerous and actually melts things. So I don't know how she knew it tasted good in the first place. This kind of bothers me because we literally just had an episode about a spring fling, and now it's a school dance. Not only is it because these two words are pretty similar, but we already had an episode prepping about an event. Whatever though, I guess it's just not, that's just my thing. So Zoey and Chase are messaging in class, kind of like IMing used to be in the 2000s, where it's like texting and somehow getting away with it. I don't know if I would have gotten away with it at their age though. And they're in multimedia class, which I don't know how there's so many things going on.
I don't think you want me to do that.
Read the message.
You think Mr. Bender knows his zipper's down?
This really perky duo of teens, which kind of look older than them. I'm not sure if they're in their grade or if there are grade. I don't know. But then they tell them that they're going to have a dance.
And I'm sure some of you have thought about who you would like to ask.
Now, asking someone to a dance can be a little awkward.
So this year, you don't have to.
Nobody's excited, same way they weren't excited for the spring fling, which is not creative or new. But there is a twist. They're going to do a personality test to match everybody with their date.
So just go online to pcatest.com, fill out your personality test.
And poof!
You've got a date to the dance.
Yeah!
Everybody has an opinion, like Nicole's excited, Dana's not excited. The most important thing we follow is that Chase wants to ask Zoey. Logan points out that if he actually figures out all the answers she would give, maybe they would get matched up. And Chase actually thinks this is brilliant.
Some guys are brilliant, some guys are great looking. I just happen to be both. Later, man. Later.
I like that this episode's focused on technology and the problems it causes. That's my bread and butter. Nicole only answers saying boys, and it's just so ridiculous. Like, this is not a personality trait. Who gave her this role?
Number one pet peeve. Not meeting cute guys.
So Chase does a bunch of things to find out the answers from Zoey, like he gives her gummy worms, plays country music, and is like, do you like this? And he is trying to get the answers from her naturally.
Chase?
Oh, what, you don't like country music? Well, what kind of music would you like to hear?
Then they get the results, and Michael's actually paired with a guy. And it's the butt of the joke, which is, I don't know, that's kind of homophobic for the time. Oh my gosh, and this guy's in it again. He's from Ned's Declassified and Hannah Montana. Who is he?
I am Oli, the foreign exchange student.
And of course he's making a joke out of being a foreigner. I don't know why we used to do this in the 2000s, but there was just so many times we thought that ambiguous accents or things that are out of our cultural norms were associated with, like, the ridiculous character, the character we laugh at. I don't really like it.
This is the problem. Oh, Mikael, your fingernails are so filthy.
So then when they all get the results, it's actually really funny because Logan and Dana get paired up, Nicole pairs up with this guy that's exactly like her, and Chase does get Zoey. But then they find out that Zoey's assigned to somebody else, somebody named like Glenn Davis. I don't even know who that is. This episode feels like the one true time we are on the guy's side. Like, it's told from the perspective of the males. Like, I feel like we've had a lot from Zoey's perspective and what's going on with the girls, but this is really interesting to see how they portray it. And I don't feel like a lot of episodes in the first season do this.
Well, let's just settle this right now. Come on, Zoey.
They try to complain about it to the people, but Glenn just tells Zoey to choose. The guys fight, and she says, I want to think about it, which is not cool, Zoey. They need to know. This is also why I don't think she likes Chase, because it's like, you have a clear opportunity to actually get to know him better and are not taking... Like clearly she doesn't seem to care. Zoey ends up choosing Glenn, and of course that gets Chase sad, and Zoey says, don't be sad.
Don't be sad.
Did you know that when I was little, I thought that babies came from outer space?
What? Zoey, you can't just say that to somebody, don't be sad. That definitely makes me think you don't like him. Like, of course he's not gonna tell you he likes you when they're giving so many signals to say no. Next thing you know, it's the dance. Zoey and Glenn are together, and Chase is miserable about it, and I don't know why he doesn't get reassigned. Nicole actually gets frustrated with her date, he's too much like her, and Michael ends up having a good time. Only to find out later that he was paired up with somebody that he is attracted to, so good for him, I guess. Chase overhears that Glenn took her answers just like he did, so he confronts him, which is very hypocritical.
Come on, dude, she's hot. So? That's low, man. That's really low.
Oh, don't go acting all righteous with me, Matthews.
But then he says he knows that Chase did it too, which I don't know how in the world he would have known that. And Chase argues like stealing is worse than tricking. Not super helpful or a good defense at all, Chase. Zoey overhears them and then kind of gives them a speech on why what they did was wrong, which is fair, it was wrong. I just don't get why Zoey, of all people, is the object of affection. She's the least personality-driven person in the show so far. By the end, we get the closest moment to Zoey and Chase actually being together, and I remember watching this when I was a youngster. They're like sitting by the lake, and Zoey asks why he did that, and kind of says that it was sweet, which I don't think it was, and you just said it was crazy behavior a second ago, so I don't really know what she's trying to say.
Why would you go through all that trouble just to go with me to a stupid dance?
Because I wanted to protect you.
Protect me?
Well, yeah. I mean, you're my friend, and you're a girl.
And this is like the moment that he has to say he likes her, but he just can't do it. But we have a feeling that she knows at this point. I just don't get how protecting someone is an excuse for acting like this at all. Like, he should be protecting him from himself. If you like real teenage angst, check out Heartbreak Hospital. It's my musical. Next, we have episode 12, Disco Golf. So the coach is aggressive. This guy's, like, insane.
All sweaty and out of breath. Hey, you know why you don't see me all sweaty and out of breath?
Because you've been sitting in a chair reading a comic book?
All right, Matthews.
It definitely reminds me of a lot of gym coaches in the 2000s. Like, they just kind of were, like, drill sergeants. All the cast are running in gym, and they hate it, and I always hated that growing up. I remember being in high school, having to run the mile, and oh gosh, there was nothing worse than that. Everybody is sore, and they don't want to go to gym again. Relatable. And they learn that apparently you don't have to do gym if you do an after-school sport. Oh, if I knew that growing up, I would have definitely done it. Okay, so Zoey and Dana were on this basketball team. We just never heard about it or saw another episode about it. I would have loved to see that. They decide to get something that's super easy. Nicole's like, no, I'm stink at all sports. There's no way. And just doubting the whole thing. Which kind of me, until they decide to do disc golf, which apparently is one of the easier sports. They start a team, and the coach actually gets really angry. I don't know why he feels so passionately about this group starting a team. He basically shows them that the only way they could be recognized as a team is if they play another school and win.
To make disc golf a certified sport.
Giving them like 10 days on the timer, which is kind of an interesting plot point. It's just really unrealistic, and I don't know why the coach would be so anti this group of kids getting together. Like, I get that he wants them to come to his gym class, but like, you can't really care about their physical health if you're not happy for them in their extracurricular activity. I don't know, it's just weird.
One sanctioned game against another team from an accredited school.
I don't understand.
Neither did I.
In the side plot, Michael can't stop eating potato chips, so Quinn uses one of her experiments to help him, and it ends up giving him really weird side effects.
Yeah, she sprayed my chips with this red stuff, and all of a sudden I've been able to go quickly. Michael, you may be walking fine now, but I think those chips are causing a new side effect.
Michael can't even talk at one point, and that's essentially the plot of the whole thing. It's like, it used to be Dustin, and then it became Dustin and Quinn, and now it's Quinn and Michael. I don't understand these pair-ups. All I know is the B-plots just have not been coinciding with the A-plots, except for that one episode. So they actually set up a game with, like, a nearby school. They show up and it turns out to be criminals. Yeah, like, they have parole officers, they're in... This feels like a Drake and Josh twist, but it does work for this show too. They turn out to be really good at this, so it turns out the team is really terrified.
Nice going, Chase.
Luckily, Nicole manages to get a little bit better, but they have to make one person sit out. And of course, it ends up being Nicole.
Ridgeway team, listen up. If you intentionally hurt, injure, punch, or kill anyone on the PCA team, you will be punished.
Why doesn't that make me feel any better?
The officer says if you kill anyone on the PCA team, and that makes me terrified to hear too. So they have a full game, and then the final swing comes down to Zoey. But instead, she pretends that her arm hurts and allows Nicole to step in because she knows how hard it worked for her, which is really sweet, but also, Zoey, there's a time and a place to resolve your issues, and you're kind of bringing everybody down if you do this.
Nicole, come here.
Zoey? What? Okay, obviously the injury's to your head.
The convicts end up running away, which I guessed, for the record, I guess this would happen, and PCA takes home the gold. Wait, the other team was named Ridgeway? Isn't that like the iCarly school? In the end, the convicts actually take the coach's car, so he gets his comeuppance at the end.
The check was good! Oh, it got lost in the mail! Wait!
Because we don't really like this guy. I don't know why they had to win this. It doesn't have to do with the plot, the regular story. I'm curious where Zoey and Chase are at after that dance episode. Like, this is such a weird turn of events. And like, if we're not gonna stick with the basketball team, and we're not gonna stick with this disc golf team anyway, why do they need to succeed in what they're doing? Like, it doesn't matter. The show is just ridiculous. It's like starting to get pointless, and it's making me mad. Speaking of which, the season finale, you know, season finales when shows finish their first introductory season and want to have a really enticing plot to keep the viewers watching and get ready for another season, perhaps. Yeah, Zoey 101 ruined all that for me. Season 1, episode 13 is called Little Beach Party. Everything that was exciting about the TV show so far is not present in this, and it's somehow like the weakest episode. There's not even plot in this. The first 7 minutes is everybody getting ready for exams. Zoey is complaining in her diary because it's been so hard and everybody expects her to help them. And I don't know why Zoey has this whole martyr mentality. She's very much like,
Be nice, but I have my own exams too, you know, and it's not like anyone offers to help me study, and I just don't see it.
All right, shh, just calm down.
I live for other people, and it's starting to bother me. Chase tries to affirm her that after the exams are over, they'll have a party and everything will be great and you don't have to worry about anything. This is the one conclusive thing about this season finale, is that we see that they're actually stopping their midterms or whatever it is that you are leaving the school to come back.
David, you left your underwear on the floor again.
I gotta call you back.
So Zoey's hyped, and the exam week ends, and it's time for everybody to go to the beach. Quinn tells everybody about this new coconut-smelling thing.
It does smell like coconut. I know, isn't it cool?
Man, I feel like taking a nap.
What? We can't sleep. We gotta.
Everybody passes out. Oh my god, they pass out again. It's season 1 and they already have a repeated through line with Quinn. And they end up waking up like hours later, and apparently they're pretty much missing the entire bus to get to the beach.
What? The last bus from Mystic Beach leaves at noon.
How are we gonna get there in 14 minutes? We have to, come on.
They find an alternative route and go the opposite direction, ending up at an empty beach.
Mystic Beach is exactly 57 miles north of PCA.
No, it's not. Mystic Beach is south of PCA.
And the entire episode is them essentially lost and stranded. Like, their phones don't work, they have to figure out a way to make fire, but there's not anything really at stake because we know they're gonna be okay. And it does take them a little too long to be like, oh, we're gonna make the most of this and have fun instead.
And Danny, you've got batteries in that boombox? Uh-huh. All right then, let's crank up some music and quit being a bunch of lame losers.
Yeah!
And I feel like that doesn't also solve the problems they had, like you still are stranded on an island. It reminds me of those other Dan Schneider bottle episodes, like where Drake and Josh were left at the side of the road, or the Victorious cast was locked in that RV. Like, I feel like these shows like to have a bottle episode of the main characters getting stuck somewhere, having a good time, having a bad time, and just going crazy in the middle. I just... As a season finale, though, like, this is even crazier that they tried to have this in. Dustin loses his bathing suit and is stuck in the ocean, which you think is going to be the premise of the rest of the episode, but it's just an annoying segment that keeps coming and going, and nobody really helps him enough.
A big wave knocked off my bathing suit!
Well, where is it?
If I knew, would I be naked from the waist down?
And Quinn is able to make the firework. Okay, it's nice to see that she's helpful now. I feel like this episode would have been a lot more interesting if everybody had something to offer to their survival and they butt heads on trying to do it, and or like went the Jimmy Neutron approach where like maybe one person is super into it but everybody revolts against that person. But no, it's just Zoey studying for the exams and then they're lost at a beach. Can't really do anything about it. Nothing progresses to be worse. And the teacher ends up showing up and rescuing them.
I brought those pants you asked for. Where's your little brother?
He's still naked in the ocean.
Interesting.
Super anticlimactic. Nothing's happening. Like, I'm not worried about what's going on next season. I don't even care if they wake up. Oh yeah, they faint again. Another episode ends with everybody fainting. But this time it's like scary because it's the teacher's pickup truck. Like, why do you have a bunch of teenagers asleep in your trunk? He also falls asleep by taking a sniff of whatever that coconut thing was.
Oh, this looks comfy. All right, I'm right over here. If you,
And this episode just feels like a bullet list of things that are happening. As I'm telling you guys this episode, it just feels like it's like, this happens, then this happens, then this happens. And none of it brings out some interesting sides of the characters. None of it progresses the plot. We got a conclusion of Zoey and Chase's love journey at the end of episode 11, so like these last two are just like, what are you doing to me? If I were Nickelodeon, I would not have renewed the show for another season. Like, it just feels like this really weird experimental comedy drama TV show that doesn't necessarily have a through line, nor does it know when it wants to be funny or wants to be serious. The plot lines get real and the characters have actual stakes to deal with, but because they're such terrible people, it makes it really hard to even want to see them succeed. I remember when I was little, I gave the show a lot of slack. I thought it was funny. I definitely would watch it if it was on, but I remember never laughing, and I don't really know why I was watching it. And looking back, I don't see any reason to keep watching it. Like, it's not funny enough, it's not dramatic enough, and it doesn't even hold a place in history. And I could forgive all of that if the main character was not so bland. Like, Zoey 101, her character is just either whining about somebody else's problems, trying to do favors for other people. It just feels like she doesn't have like a solid sense of ground. I mean, her biggest actions were when she wanted to revolt against the guys or make peace with people. And if you guys like astrology, that's very Libra energy. Zoey's definitely a Libra. It is beyond me that this show goes on for 3 more seasons. And I'm terrified that if this video does well, I'm going to have to do more of these. And I mean, I don't mind doing it. I just, gosh. Yeah, I remember, like, the only thing people really talked about with this show is, like, Zoey and Chase's connection, which is crazy because it only comes up, like, once every 2 or 3 episodes. And being a show of only, like, 60 episodes, like, not even half of these episodes are about that. So if you're growing up in the 2000s watching Nickelodeon, there's a 60% chance you're going to get a really boring episode of television. At least Victorious took this concept and made it funnier and more enjoyable to watch and understands what it actually is. But this feels like a step down from Drake and Josh. Like, I don't know what Dan Schneider was doing, or his team, because going from all that to Drake and Josh was great, but going from Drake and Josh to PCA, no thank you. They're so lucky they saved themselves with iCarly, or else this entire network would have went down. But what do you guys think? I know I have a lot of really intense opinions, but it's because this show evokes a lot of confusion in me. And I don't really know what to make of it. And I really want to find a reason to watch it, but every time I think about its little minute details, storylines, like, I'm very turned off by the idea. And this entire video felt like a homework assignment. Granted, one I feel grateful to do, and I hope you guys enjoyed this little failure of a show. If there were anything positive I had to say about this show, it's that when it was at its best, it was definitely really unique and interesting. But that's as good as I'm gonna get with this. Now that we've experienced it all, it's clear to me, Zoey 101 is a hodgepodge of indecision. Sometimes it leans into being a comedy where scenes are driven by non-realistic circumstances, funny concepts like banapple trees or prisoners in a disc golf team, or the characters make insane decisions like faking an entire date, or there's a guy fawning over a girl so much that he's like manipulative about it. Other times it's drama, following two teens at this dormitory as they develop feelings for one another, and how the genders kind of work together to make PCA their home. They somehow try to mix both at the same time, making neither effective, canceling out any step it could take toward realism with the jokes, or vice versa, where the whole plot is a joke, but consistently interrupted by deep character motives, which is kind of random. I personally blame the exclusion of a laugh track. I think at the time, they didn't know how to understand what an audience would find funny, which is confusing because Ned's Declassified wasn't that bad, neither was Big Time Rush. If you want to figure out more about the tone, I just recently did a Victorious and Zoey 101 comparison, you guys could check that out. This show is a big disappointment to me. I was hoping there'd be redeemable qualities, but there's a lot less than I thought. Hey guys, it's Johnny 2000, and we're finally back for Zoey 101 Season 2. Have you guys gotten a chance to see the Drake and Josh retrospectives yet? As I finish up Hannah Montana and Drake and Josh, I'm excited to get into more shows like this. Zoey 101 Season 2 definitely surprised me. One, in a negative way, because the episode order was wacky. We'll talk about it a little bit after, but basically nothing made sense this year. I thought Spring Breakup was the season finale, turns out it's episodes 10 and 11. The only thing I could rely on is the first episode. So much has changed, and I can't wait to break it all down for you. What's up everybody, it's Johnny 2000, here to talk about 2000's media, movies, TV, content, and so much more. Season 2, Episode 1 of Zoey 101, we're finally back to the PCA campus. Previously all boys and finally on their second semester after being passed out in the trunk of their teacher's car in the last season. Yeah, I did not think very highly of Zoey 101, and that is no surprise to anybody who saw my retrospective. And Season 2 provides a lot more interesting dynamics. I feel like the characters are a lot more figured out, the plot lines are a lot more ensemble based than it was in the first season, and Chase and Zoey are really leaned on for their stories. And even though Chase is pretty desperate, there's a reason. Like, Zoey is so confusing in terms of her on-again, off-again flirtation with him, where sometimes she seems like she's into him, sometimes she seems like she doesn't know how to act. Chase comes running by on his bike again. Same old Chase from the first semester. Logan's coming in with all of his stuff, his expensive stuff. I keep forgetting Logan's super rich.
For our room? Oh yeah, we are hooked up for video games, music, movies.
Dang, the TV is nice that he has. So everybody is back on campus and looking slightly older. Not by too much. They're excited about their new place they're moving into, so it's gonna be different from the first season dorm-wise. An unnamed character tells Chase that Zoey is looking for him, and obviously he ditches his friends and runs off to the distance to figure out where it is.
Zoe's looking for you behind the Science Center.
Zoey? So anyway, the job was pretty lame at first, but after a couple... Well, good talking to you, man.
I wonder what Chase's astrology sign would be. I can't believe after everything that happened in the first season that these guys are gonna be roommates again. Like, clearly Logan is a jerk. There's no part of this that says they have to. Like, it is completely their choice. Chase does a classic bike flip down the stairs like a water slide of pavement. Oh look, Zoe's hair is slightly darker now and cut shorter. She looks a little bit more like how I remember her being, but still I don't understand the personality difference when it comes to this new hair. I feel like she's still gonna be kind of people-pleasy and sassy for random reasons. Zoe Nicole talked to Chase about babbling a lot more. It seems like Chase is babbling a lot more this season already. Like, gosh. They reveal that apparently Dana is studying in Paris and she's never going to be seen again. Well, I mean, they don't say that, but you know what I mean. Chase is coming home a little more strong and kind of confident even this season. Like, before he was very sheepish, and now he seems like he's going for Zoe.
Hey, Zoe. You look great.
You too. Did your hair get bushier?
I've heard that.
Dustin's also back, which is funny. They still can joke about how small he is, and I like that he doesn't really outgrow that joke at all this season.
Little help! Boy under box!
Zoe and Nicole get their new room, and Quinn video chats the girls from it. I don't know how they couldn't all be roommates. Like, why couldn't they just let Quinn be the character that moves in with them? Like, make up a reason they have to live together. I don't know why we need another main character to replace Dana. But you know what? It's gonna be relevant in a minute. And look at the video chatting. I love how back then, this would be, like, impossible to do. Like, when I saw this show, I was like, wow, that's so cool. That could never happen in real life. And now everybody FaceTimes, and it's not weird at all. I'm not sure if Zoe 101 excited the world with tech mates, or the idea of tech mates made everybody in the world want to go to their phones. But some Zoe 101 influence is there. Quinn is a lot more mature looking, but her weirdness is a lot more specific, and she's like showing the girls their nostrils. I don't know. We see Coco for a minute, and she shows a cooler, more daydreamier side of her, which is fun because obviously the last time we saw her, she was a little more interesting of a character, not just a stereotypical RA. RA is a residential assistant, as we called it in college. Zoe and Nicole are excited because they get to supposedly live alone, but Coco breaks it to them that somebody's gonna be taking up this spot. So the girls decide to approach the dorm advisor, which is this really frigid old woman in pink, kind of reminds me of the pink ladies from Greece, and she avoids looking at them, which is kind of a power move. I kind of like this woman. And this is one of the most Dan Schneider written shows because it's one of those crazy adults not giving the teen characters energy back at them. Like, it's clearly from the teenager's perspective because they're so open-minded and caring, and all adults are stingy and rude, which makes it a lot more realistic, probably why I related to it so much as a kid. I wonder what the lives of the writers were of this show to have so many stories for this specific series. Like, did you guys grow up in dormitories, or did you grow up in boys-only places? I don't know who the inspiration is. So the lady ends up telling Zoe and Nicole that she'll make an exception for them, but she breaks her special antique. First of all, why do you have an antique, expensive collection in your office if it's that fragile? She clearly gets a quick dislike for the girls because of this and tells them that they are not going to be able to choose their own roommate. Oh my god, that's such a crazy big decision. I've always been scared about who I would have to live with if I was forced to, and this is kind of nerve-wracking. The new dorms are jarring and very different from the first season. I felt like they were more compact and more closet-sized, and now they're becoming a lot more open and more set-like, kind of taking away the realism and the cinematic framework of the first season, but not in a negative way. It's just kind of different and becoming a little bit more of the show you and I knew. But looking back, it seems like there's so many changes between each season, I can't even recall which show you and I knew. Like, doesn't Austin Butler come in the 4th season? And doesn't Chase and Zoey get together in the 3rd? All I remember is there was too many changes. I can't believe how evolved the vibe is for this episode. The first season feels like more of a rom-com, and this one feels more like a CW series. Even if a little dark, it's still funny and light, following these teenagers. And I always think these shows are weird because, like, having such a comedic touch on a show that was filmed single cam like this is interesting. So Zoe and Nicole meet their new roommate Lola, which of course is Victoria Justice. So in this plot, she's kind of like the goth girl, moving into Dana's spot and making the girls really uncomfortable because of how different she is. Wow, people really painted different to be weird or not positive in this day and age. She insinuates that she killed her last teacher.
And why'd you leave? Well, legally I'm not supposed to talk about it. Let's just say that teacher fell down the stairs.
And she eats eggs, which is weird because like they kind of CGI the eggs as she's drinking them. Like she couldn't actually drink eggs. Dustin's hanging out with the boys playing video games in their room, and Logan's basically turned this into a party place, which guys, you signed up for this. You knew he was going to be your roommate again. It's funny seeing Dustin around kids his own age. Zoey and Nicole hear from Quinn, who also agrees that the new girl is weird, which is crazy coming from Quinn. I like how we just assume she's normal now, like she's not categorized as weird. I feel like Lola is painting herself to be a Satanist because I can't imagine why else you just have candles in a circle around you in the room. I'm not sure if you could get away with this on TV today. Like, it's one thing to be emo, emotional, quiet, like reclusive, but this character is full on, like, lights are out, I'm talking to the devil. And I love how the first season and this season started with a roommate-issued episode. Like, if you could recall, the new roommates episode had to deal with Dana and Nicole fighting so much, and now we're having another one at the introduction of this season where Zoey and Nicole are struggling against Lola. It really is a commitment to revitalize the show, and you can tell that they want it to be a little bit different than the first season. This is probably a huge jump for them. This whole place looks like a college with how free these kids are. Like, if you see Dustin playing video games and having these parties, this wouldn't just be a dormitory. This looks like a college campus. Michael and Chase end up having to sleep outside and camp on the streets like homeless people because they don't want to sleep in the same room as Logan. I like that we get roommate issues on both accounts in this episode as opposed to the first one. Camping definitely shows their chemistry as best friends. Like, they're very sweet to each other, taking care of each other, and it makes them more likable as people, despite all their flaws. Zoey and Nicole run into Chase and Michael as they're sleeping on the streets because they want to get out of their apartment too, so they relate to each other in this season a lot more than last. I can't believe out of everybody on this PCA campus, these 4 kids could be here at night in tents and nobody would notice. Like, there's nobody walking by. Where's your extras? I just need to believe that this is a real school and not some college dorm. Zoey and Nicole catch Lola on the phone talking about her whole emo thing being an act and that she's an actress, which definitely feels like a very similar character than Tori Vega in Victorious. If anything, this character is more committed to her talents and ambitions than even Tori is. Somebody who goes to a Hollywood Arts high school trying to pursue a career. Like, how is this character so much better than that character, especially since Victorious is such a better show than this? Hot take. Like, Lola is really interesting as a character, and I really commend Victoria Justice for her work on this character. So Chase and Michael take this whole if you can't beat 'em, join 'em mentality and let the party go until it's completely haywire and the electricity goes out, which finally makes them happy. They say goodnight.
Good night, Michael. Sleep tight, Chase. You guys are the worst.
Even though there's like 40 people in their apartment, probably. Sorry if I call it an apartment or dorm. I'm gonna keep switching by accident. My bad, guys. Suddenly, Lola, Nicole, and Zoey are just automatically friends. I guess the moment when they realized Lola lied to them brought them together as people? Weird way to connect. Zoey and Nicole end up pretending to murder each other, and Lola's like, what the heck? Until she realizes it's just Zoey Nicole's chance at getting back at her. Karma, but it's also weird to start your friendships off on pretending you are murderers. Overall, very interesting intro to the new season of Zoey 101. A lot has changed. The music even plays the full version of the theme song, and I don't feel like this is earned or necessary for a first episode of a new season. We didn't go through that much with the characters, like you don't have to play the second verse of this song. But this kind of also feels like a new pilot, like a new reintroduction to PCA. The new addition and subtractions of things are definitely for the better, and I'm seeing this show from a better light. So with that, let's move on to episode 2. Some would say everything from the 2000s was locked away in a time capsule, only to be dug up 20 years later! Yeah, Zoey 101 Time Capsule is not only a pretty unique episode, as it doesn't have other ones like it in the teen atmosphere, but it also carries a very distinct message at the place and time we were when it was filmed and how we've changed since then. One of the most notable episodes of the entire series. So the group is looking through an old yearbook in their video production class, and the book is from the 80s.
Looks like PCA used to be a school for geeks and losers.
But when the teacher says it's his personal yearbook, yep, the cynicism continues, and it starts with Lola. I like already how they learned this season to lean into more ensemble stuff. Like last season it was more about 1 or 2 characters, but they seem really good at balancing almost all of them to have a little plot in each episode.
Is this you with the big round freakish glasses?
You know what? Those glasses were very fashionable back in the day.
And the interaction with the teacher and them mocking him feels actually really realistic to the 2000s. Like, you would definitely argue with your teacher. The teacher proves a point and says, like, if they look back 20 years, they would definitely be surprised with what they were doing, and I completely agree.
What if we made a time capsule?
This is already like a really cool concept, the time capsule. Just knowing all of the shows following it, like Ned's Declassified, Victorious, Big Time Rush, like nobody really does a time capsule like episode again. Correct me if I'm wrong in the comments, but I don't really remember it super well. And it's like one of the most unique plots. So this ends up being a class project for some reason where everybody has to choose something from this current moment in time that represents who they are, put it in the time capsule, and look at it later. It's definitely a very wholesome plot until we get into what actually happens in it.
What are you doing anyway?
Trying to decide which picture of myself to put in the time capsule. Nice.
Oh my god, he is some special kind of narcissist. The fact that he's even calling himself hot to these boys, like what the heck? But you know what? Because he's a teenager, I feel like it's totally more acceptable to have these character flaws as opposed to It's Always Sunny, who has characters that are in their middle ages not learning these lessons quite yet. At least the cynicism in this is justified by their immaturity. Gosh, the world of Instagram would have ruined Logan. I don't know what he would do if he had social media at this time. So Chase and Michael are writing a song, which kind of sounds cool, but really makes him look a lot more like Robbie Shapiro again. Like, imagine Chase singing Broken Glass. Logan once again rubs it into Chase's face that he has a crush on Zoey, which was kind of a trend that started in the first season where he started knowing about it, and he's really not a good friend. Like, he is no positive influence over Chase's life.
So I guess it goes like, I love you, Zoey, from my head down to my toey.
I remember thinking this was really funny as a kid, and I must have been like 8 years old because that is not even a joke. So Zoey ends up making a video to put in the time capsule, which gives me a lot of self-tape audition vibes, especially with the janitor asking to be in it. Like, oh my gosh.
What are you, making a tape?
Uh-huh.
You want me to be in it?
No, not really.
It is funny, though, to see another weird adult character. It seems like PCA is filled with them a lot more, as opposed to iCarly, which has some central characters having the weird jokes, like Psychowitz or Luber, but in this show, it seems to be random people a lot. Zoey doing this also reminds me of filming before TikTok was a thing. Like, I used to get kicked out of everywhere for putting a camera down and recording myself. I don't know why you just get away with it now.
If you're watching this, it's probably 20 years from now. I hope you guys still have DVD players in the future, because if not, then I'm talking to no one.
I wish they did, Zoey. I wish they did. I mean, they kind of do. They still make DVDs, but they're nothing what they used to be. Lola and Nicole keep the dynamic of Dana and Nicole from the earlier season, but Lola is a lot more dismissive and kind of a diva instead of just being downright mean like Dana was, which automatically makes her more interesting and a more positive character. Although I cannot get over how close it is to Tori Vega. Lola is such a Tori Vega character, but with goals and ambitions. I don't know how we can't acknowledge that this is just such a more in-depth character and was just thrown away for a ditzy, whiny teenager in the new show. I'm not gonna get into Zoey 102 yet, but that should have happened. The whole B-plot is Quinn keeps snoring super loud, which, okay.
You gotta quit snoring!
Hey, will you guys quit banging on the wall? I'm trying to sleep.
Quinn has a webcam somehow set up in the girls' room, and I know this happened in the first episode, but I just can't get over it. Then we get a little moment with Chase and Zoey talking about what they were trying to put in the time capsule. They definitely have this new flirty vibe.
So, do I get to hear the song before you guys put it in the time capsule?
I don't know. What's it worth to you?
About 15 grapes?
Deal.
And Chase is a lot more direct than he was last season, and I can really tell now.
I'm not telling you what I said.
Oh, I think you are.
Sorry, gotta go to class.
Oh, come on, tell me what you said about me.
Like, he is so openly bothered by how vague Zoey is being, and I feel like it reminds me of when he was fishing for her answers for the dance episode. Like, he's just fishing for information about what she feels about him here. And it's a little too obvious. I don't know how Zoey doesn't pick up on this. When Zoey says he'll find out in 20 years, he is so bothered by it. Like, social media has given us insight on everybody's innermost thoughts, and you could kind of post like, oh, I might be thinking about somebody today. Back then, they didn't have the information information about each other readily available like they do on social media, so people had more of a reason to get to know each other, figure each other out, learn about what other people are thinking. But now social media just turns it into a free forum for everybody to just put their thoughts, and it's harder to get to know people when there's not a lot of new interesting information to them. Which is interesting because obviously they're living in a dorm, they get to know each other organically, they don't have cell phones as prominently to get to know each other, so they can't rely on texting or social media posts. This is a really interesting reflection, especially with the episode's topic being about a time capsule and how much has changed since then. I mean, it was 10 years later that they actually did a follow-up to this, and then 20 years it's actually been since this got released. So yeah, I empathize with Chase. At this age, I definitely cared about what people thought of me.
I'm sorry, man, I just can't focus. I mean, all I can think about is what Zoe might have said about me on her DVD.
I like how this episode is more from Chase's perspective. Like, you empathize with him a lot and really kind of want to know what's going on with Zoe too, because even though she's the main character, we're more in tune with how Chase is feeling. She's almost like the reclusive, cool character in her own show. Chase complains to Michael and kind of sounds like he's already her boyfriend. Like, these guys barely talk in a flirtatious way, and Chase puts on the expectations that they need to be more communicative toward each other, which is kind of presumptuous because you don't really owe somebody that as a friend. Like, you don't owe them your innermost, deepest secrets. It'd be one thing if they were dating or they said they liked each other and they had a reason to poke at this, but it's kind of Chase wanting to be with Zoe, already assuming they're in a relationship as a part of the chase, and it's kind of a reflection on real life. Like, it's interesting because guys are willing to give attention to a relationship that they don't have quite yet in order to successfully get the girl, as opposed to girls who might wait to commit, like get to know somebody first, like be friends, and then when they're in the relationship have these expectations, worry about communication, go about it in the correct way, I guess. I mean, there's no perfect way to be in a relationship or how people's dynamics work, whether you're more open as a friend or relationship, and it's a little too deep to get into this, but it's interesting.
I just need to know her feelings. Just ask her.
The show spends so much time trying to get Zoe instead of them actually being together, which makes this show so much more about the chase, and we obviously follow him so much more. It feels like a slap in the face that they developed their relationship over such a long period of time, and then it just kind of gets thrown away. But I'm not surprised. Zoe is so bad at acting, I would not know how she was feeling about me at all. Like, Chase, you're having it easy with communication here. It's annoying because Zoe's supposed to be the central character, she's supposed to be a positive force, and it shows that the writers think that the main moral of the show has to follow a character that is so friendly you don't really know how deep they can get, and is so giving to other people that they don't give to themselves, and that's kind of what they painted for us in the 2000s that a good person was. They weren't weird like the other characters, they were the central giving character. And I could see how this affected me growing up, because obviously a part of me was like, oh, why am I not enough like Zoe? And it's because Zoe stinks! Zoe is not a normal person with normal quirks, and there's no meaning to the issues she has with other people or her martyr complex. It's just hard to relate. So later Logan mentions to Chase how worried he should be because Zoe's gonna lock up her feelings with that time capsule and he might never know how she feels.
Tomorrow, that DVD gets buried deep in the ground for the next 20 years.
Which there's no other way, Chase. There's no other way to figure out how she feels but to go into your schoolyard, dig up a time capsule at 2 in the morning with your best friend. Like, you can't just, I don't know, ask. But I like that this does drive his character to do something crazy. Like, this is fun. Lola fake cries to get out of the assignment, which is cruel and manipulative, especially with such a caring teacher.
I just can't. It's all I have left of her.
It's okay. It's okay.
I'm so sorry.
No, look, you obviously gave the assignment a lot of thought, and that's the important thing.
Really?
Of course.
I do like that acting is essentially her superpower and a character trait. I wish Victorious had that. So since iPhones didn't exist, he couldn't text someone or Zoe or figure this out on his own. So of course it's storming and he's way too curious. We have a quick sequence of him looking into the future and it is not realistic. This looks like a dystopian nightmare. And wait, that's not even Chase playing himself. Oh my God, who is that actor?
Old style DVD detected. Choose display format.
Hologram.
There are so many things I can say about Chase.
It's funny how unrealistic this is, especially 20 years later, because we don't have holograms right now. We don't have a hologram of Zoe from 2004 or whatever talking to us. It's creepy. I love how even in the fantasy, she doesn't give a direct answer. He can't even fantasize about her being a direct person.
Zoe, come back! Chase!
When they dig up the time capsule, it kind of feels like they're burying a dead body. It's kind of like a horror movie. It's good that this takes place at PCA because if these guys had to sneak out of their parents' home and justify that, this would have been a harder episode to pull off.
What else do I have to do at 3 o'clock in the morning?
And so Quinn is still snoring. Even after holding herself upside down, she decides to stick a rare fish in her nose. It kind of reminds me of Drake and Josh when Drake had to put lizard pee on his hands to cure his dermatomaculitis that Megan gave him. I don't know. It's a Dan Schneider thing, I guess, to have a disease that can only be cured by a weird animal.
This is the most disturbing moment of my life.
Chase tries to watch the video about Zoey, but he feels super guilty about it. And when she says he's funny and nice and sounds like she's about to admit she likes him, she sounds like she has the cadence of a depressed librarian giving a lecture to a class.
And now I want to tell you about one of the most special people I've ever met. His name is Chase Matthews, and he's one of the funniest, coolest,
Chase, please just find somebody else. Later, Chase asks Michael for advice because at the time we couldn't take accountability for our own actions. We had to ask our friends and pretend like our decisions were based on what they said.
Is this wrong? Is what wrong? For me to watch Zoe's DVD without her permission. Is it wrong? Does it feel wrong? Kinda. Then, you don't need to ask me what you already know.
Meanwhile, turns out the fish thing worked and Quinn doesn't snore anymore.
I didn't snore? No, the guppies worked! The guppies worked! Yay! Did she say guppies?
I heard guppies.
South African guppies. She put them up her nose. Yeah.
Coco comes in to talk about Leno, and we truly see her funny side at this. Like, we just got introduced to a more friendlier side of her in the first season, and now she's kind of funny. So much more interesting than the stern RA that only gave, like, vague directions from the last season. At the end, Zoey checks in on Chase, flirtatiously ties his shoes together, and it seems like she really likes him.
You know how you asked me what I said about you on my DVD? And I said you'll find out in 20 years? Well, I decided that was a little mean.
You did?
Mm-hmm.
So?
So I'm gonna tell you.
You're gonna tell me?
Yep. In 10 years.
But, like, I don't know, her acting like flirty, ooh, I'm scared, is really bad.
Ooh, I'm scared.
She drives away on her JetX, and Chase runs away with tied shoes, and that is a huge metaphor for their relationship. Zoey will always be zooming miles ahead with her repressed emotions and not having to worry about her feelings, while Chase tries to fight to learn more about this girl. And then they did a follow-up video 10 years later referencing the fact that she said she would give it to him in 10 years. And this video is kind of crazy. It's Chase asking a girl to marry him with a ring and a clam. Don't know if I need to address that. But he calls this poor girl Zoey by accident, and oh my gosh, he's already a bad person.
So, Alyssa.
Unlike Zoey 102, these guys actually still kind of look like their earlier counterparts, which is kind of cool. And the whole skit is like Michael calls Chase to tell him the news that he got Zoey's tape, and after all these years, he has to tell him what she said.
Zoey's video! Oh my god, you got Zoey's video!
I like that we have a little flashback from the episode. It definitely needs to be watched. It's kind of cool that I got to see it right before this. Like, it makes it feel like it's official.
Zoey said 10 years! That's 10 years today!
Quit eating my fries.
They make these characters seem so sad, like their lives had not moved on at all in the last couple years, which is kind of a reflection on how 2000s kids can kind of be. Like, we're always nostalgic about the teenage years, and it's kind of making me sad to think that maybe this is kind of us.
Want to know what Zoey said about you? Yes. No, wait. Okay, I'm ready.
Why do you have that?
He even carries a full 8x10 photo of Zoey, which is creepy. Like, it's one thing to even have a wallet picture, but you have, like, a actor's headshot.
All I know for sure is Chase is really special to me. And who knows? Maybe he's even my soulmate!
You said I was your soulmate.
No, I said everyone has a soulmate.
Well, you were
I gotta text Zoey.
This sends Chase's reputation completely overboard, and I have to pretend I didn't see this if I even want to vouch for him for the rest of the series, because this is so cruel, and he is not a good character in this moment. Especially being by the official creator, Dan Schneider, like, this is gonna have to be canon. It ends with Michael asking the girl to take a bath in her house. Of course that happens. And I just wonder why this was filmed, how it was filmed. Did Nickelodeon pay for it? Did they even make revenue off of this? Like, it's on Dan Schneider's official YouTube, so I can't imagine how he would have gotten paid from this, or why this happens, or who gets the credit for this.
Okay, there's a 50-50 chance I'm gonna puke. just gonna move over here then.
You can't watch this episode and think that things are just like they were back then. Not only is the social media different, the way boys and girls act around each other is different. This entire episode is a metaphor for a piece of time that no longer exists. It's just all around such a trip to watch. But how do you guys feel? How much has changed for you since this came out? Like, maybe you're somebody who didn't really see the differences between then and now, or didn't get super into social media, so a lot of this stuff is preserved. But for me, I can't tell a world where even the fashion choices live up to its date and time.
I bet in 20 years, a bunch of PCA students are looking at your guys' yearbook, laughing at what you guys are wearing right now.
But time is a funny thing, and it's always talked about here on my channel as I focus on 2000s nostalgia. Like, why do we watch this stuff? And as I kind of dig deeper, I kind of want to get into more of the mental gymnastics we go through when we're enjoying these shows, watching these shows, and how we act now because of them. Thank you, Zoey 101, for being the only show to do a concept where we get to directly compare 20 years to the past, present, and the future. I love it. Overall, this is keeping me watching Zoey 101, and I am just happy it's not torture anymore. Let's see if it keeps getting better from here on out. So Zoey's trying to get coffee, and Lola rudely just takes it from her, which is kind of disrespectful. We see that Nicole's doing horoscope stuff, which I love because I'm a big astrology guy.
Check out your horoscope. It says you will win a major competition. Is that freaky or what? I'm not a Virgo. Shh, don't tell people.
And she takes a Capricorn's horoscope and tries to cheat it, which is so funny. I've never seen that attempted on a show. But it does make me wonder what their actual signs are. We see this girl named Mel have a crush on Chase, but it just seems like a premature Stacy.
Chase, don't call me Melissa. Melissa sounds so serious. Call me Mel.
Because she has a lisp, ecstatic, and apparently a Sagittarius. I just don't know why people that are odd or different have to be the butt of the joke sometimes. Like, it's not that weird to have a lisp.
Students who wish to run must be nominated no later than...
I nominate Zoey.
Yeah, exactly. Huh? What makes you think
I second Zoey's nomination?
So the class ends up nominating Zoey to run for class president, which, why? Zoey doesn't do anything for society. I don't know why she would be the one considered for this position. She's just complaining about how much she does for other people and doesn't even actually do anything for other people. Like, I don't know why you want that. She retaliates by nominating Chase, and everybody goes for that too. So next thing you know, they're going against each other for class president. Zoey and Chase make a pact that no matter what happens in this election, that they will maintain their friendship.
Deal. Spit shake.
Gross.
What, girls don't spit shake?
Not really.
Which I can already tell this is going to be the main plot point. But then a teacher comes in and shakes his hand anyway, which is gross. Meanwhile, the girls help Zoey run, and I assume the boys are going to help Chase. Lola already wants to fight dirty by using a picture of Chase in a wedding dress, which is so funny. Like,
okay, where did you get a picture of Chase wearing a wedding dress?
I didn't. I took his head and photoshopped it onto some girl's body.
They did not have the technology to have that kind of Photoshop back then. And apparently, Mark is also running, and Quinn is trying to get him to win. His last name is revealed, and Quinn says it's of the figs, which is kind of funny.
Vote for me. I'll make things better. Vote for me. I'll make things better. Vote for me. I'll make things better.
Logan emphasizes that girls don't like it if you lose, so he tells Chase if he doesn't win, she won't like him. Okay, so there's a lot of stakes for him. Meanwhile, Quinn is getting data from the election, and Zoey and Chase are tied, but she's pretty depressed that Mark isn't up there at all. The girls see that Chase is giving out free smoothies, and they get super angry until they learn that Logan's the one doing it for him. But I guess Zoey doesn't care anyway. She gets mad at Chase for something he has no control over.
That's how you plan to win the election, by giving out free smoothies?
I just heard about this. He just heard.
Well, I don't think it's very fair.
Neither do I, which is why I'm gonna go put a stop to this right now.
Logan even ignores their request, and the campus ends up liking Chase more. So Zoey does let it affect their friendship, and she's angry at Chase. The boys start to reflect that girls lie and they say things are okay when they're not, which is just funny because it's like, I feel like guys just don't know how to read emotions, so they just kind of get annoyed at how girls take logic and emotion with everything while they just take logic with everything. I think guys are just resentful that they have to go out of their way to remember people have emotions, while females it just comes naturally. So Chase and Zoey actually go hard on their campaigns and run around campus, and it looks like the end of the world with how many people are running here. Every time Logan uses his money to escalate the situation, and it just gets worse and worse.
Okay, what are Chase Bucks?
Chase Bucks can be redeemed for merchandise at any store or cafeteria on campus.
And how's that different from handing out cash?
Simple. Handing out cash is illegal.
He even introduces this thing called Chase Bucks, which is almost like directly giving people money, but since he says they're Chase Bucks, Zoey ends up confronting Chase in the boys' locker room, which is actually really funny. I love that they did this in this scene.
I'm out. I'm done.
What do you mean, done?
I'm just gonna drop out of this stupid race.
Oh, okay, so now you're just gonna quit and let me win?
I didn't say that.
You think the only way I can win is if you drop out.
How is this happening?
I don't know why Zoey's getting more mad though. Like, they act like they're in a couple all the time for people who don't owe that to each other. Like, neither of you said you liked each other, you're just friends, like, just run for president, make it normal. Next thing you know, a video comes out trashing Chase.
Or that he picks on little girls. Is this the kind of guy you want for class president? No!
And I feel like all these election episodes are the same, like, people are running for president and then one of them defames the other through a weird campaign video. It's just so predictable at this point. But everybody hates Zoey because clearly Chase is a victim in this scenario and people care about the victims. They think it's Logan for a second, and I think that's kind of messed up if it is, because that would take a master manipulator to pull that off. Chase admits to Zoey that he actually made the commercial, and that is the most self-deprecating character thing I've ever heard.
It wasn't right. You should be president. That's why I made the commercial.
Dangerously toxic, Chase. Like, see a therapist. Zoey gets mad again because nothing he could do is right, apparently. He doesn't even want to run for president, and she just keeps putting him on blast. Next thing you know, everybody's embarrassed to be around Zoey, like even Nicole. It feels like she got canceled completely by PCA. And Zoey doesn't even seem sad about this. Maybe it's bad acting, but she just goes about it like normal.
Can we have sushi together in a closet?
I'm not eating raw fish in a closet.
Meanwhile, Chase makes a speech, and there's live news at PCA, which they're the ones in the broadcast class. I don't know why they're not the ones involved. And he basically announces that he's going to be dropping out of the race. For me, I'd be worried this makes him look even more better, but, you know, I think the episode needs to end somewhere. And this is how I know that Zoey is so hot and cold it doesn't make sense. Nicole literally says, "How cute is he?" And she doesn't even agree. She doesn't even look at him. I just don't know how to understand what she's feeling. They both apologize to each other, and Zoey drops out too, which is really sweet, and it ends on them getting revenge on Logan. Very lackluster episode, but I had fun with it.
I could not have won this election without the support of each and every one of you.
Next is episode 4, Haunted House, and can you guess it? It's the Halloween episode.
I don't understand.
I think they're foreign.
PCA, everybody's getting ready for Halloween, especially Logan, who is in charge of the haunted house this year, along with the assistance of Michael and Chase. He promises that this is going to be the scariest year yet.
This year, I'm in charge.
Can we help you guys set it up?
Yes, you can help us set up the haunted house.
Dude! Too late! Chase said we could, so ha!
Dustin, Zoey's little brother, claims that he has never had a haunted house that scared him, and Logan decides to promise him that this will make him cry. Michael thinks this is going a little too far, and so does Chase. Zoey and Chase warn Logan that he might be taking it too far and making it too scary. Logan doesn't listen to them, pointing out that since it's a haunted house and it's Halloween, it's supposed to be scary. But when Dustin and his friend Jack get into the haunted house, Jack disappears, and we don't know where he is. The gang, even Logan, gets really worried that maybe this actually is going too far. These administrators from a French boarding school think that Michael is somebody who was just hit by a bus, so they chase him all over PCA, which is so funny that these administrators are just so determined.
Hospital? Hospital? Wait. Oh, no. See, I'm fine. I'm not hurt.
And then Quinn is having Mark dress as a mummy this year, but she uses super glue to make sure the mask stays on, which kind of reminds me of the Victorious episode that comes on later.
Why would you choose a mummy costume when you knew Mark was going to be a mummy?
How could I have known?
I wrote about it on my blog. Now go change.
Nicole thinks that Mark as a mummy is Tim, this other guy that's dressed as a mummy that she has a crush on. So she follows him around thinking that he wants a kiss, and he just keeps running away, obviously because he's dating Quinn.
There you are. Thought you were hurt.
Dustin ends up getting stolen, and Logan, Chase, and Zoey are freaking out because the haunted house has gone way too far.
I'm gonna go get Dean Rivers.
I'm on board with that.
It's locked.
As everybody freaks out, Logan gets the most scared and actually barges through the doors to get out, screaming for help. In the end, we learn that this was actually Chase and Zoe's plan all along to get the haunted house to backfire and teach Logan a lesson. It seems a little mean-spirited in the sense that, like, the characters aren't necessarily coming from as genuine a place as Disney Channel, and it seems like some of the Nickelodeon shows are rooted in characters with bad intentions, or the intentions are just so flawed to a point where it might be coming across as toxic or unhealthy. But I think that's just what Nickelodeon wanted to do with their content at the time. They wanted to be like the It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia of kids' TV. They wanted to be a little more outrageous, and they didn't need the characters to come from a genuine place.
Zoey 101 has had some pretty bizarre moments, aside from all the actor changes, seasonal shifts they have. Like, this show just does not stop changing. It's like me with my clothes every day. I wanted to highlight two, like, bizarre episodes that I came across recently, and it was bizarre because I had no recollection of them. It's funny to see the topics in this video come up, because in our society, like, we deal with this stuff all the time now, and just to see it slowly integrated into our teen TV, it really shows how our perspectives were developed when we had these opinions. Zoey 101 has always been interesting, especially the way it delves into the almost college-esque life of teenagers, living vicariously through Zoey, Chase, and Nicole. I mean, one, I would be concerned, and two, they're just that impactful. So this first one came as a shock to me because it has our very favorite Jeanette McCurdy, but that's not all that happens. The plotline for this episode is insane. So they're in science class, and actually this episode's interesting because Jeanette McCurdy is in this. Sam from iCarly. And something even weirder is that she's not really that different from her character in iCarly. Like, I feel like this character is kind of like a prequel to how Sam would inevitably be in iCarly. So apparently she got detention 18 times. Okay, I don't know why this girl's so troubled, or why Jeanette McCurdy can only play troubled kids. So Jeanette McCurdy plays a girl named Trisha, and the teacher actually asks Dustin to work with Trisha because apparently she can't work with the other students. The teacher mentions that Dustin's the best student, and I forgot that that even is a thing. Like, I don't look at this kid, I'm like, that kid is the smartest student in the class. I don't know why that has to be a part of his personality. This character seems more irresponsible and threatening to Dustin, as opposed to Sam, who later becomes more like intimidating and aggressive. She hits on Dustin and is actually kind of huge compared to him. Like, look at this. She is, like, tell me this doesn't look like an 8th grader and a 5th grader. Like, look how long, like, she looks like she is his camp counselor, and she has a crush on him. Isn't that so gross? Oh my god, she put her social security on his arm. I'm not sure if you guys were like this when you were in 5th grade, but I didn't hang out with my other 6th grade friends and talk about this girl using marker on my arm. I don't see why this is a flex to them. I don't think Dustin immediately realizes it's a good thing, and then they actually hype him up about it. Dustin doesn't want to talk about it, but his best friends actually blab that he's about to go on a date, and Zoey is super awkward and protective of him, which I don't see how he's in any danger right now. They say that Trish is a troublemaker, and this feels like a parent-child plot where it's like the dad is like, oh, do not go out with that boy, but it's Zoey and Dustin. I never saw a lot of TV shows that pointed out age as a part of the plot, and they actually talk about it in this episode a lot. They say they don't want Dustin going out with an older woman, and it is kind of interesting to think about this, especially where the older person being a girl. I feel like in reality it's usually the guy. In this, it's like, oh, Dustin has an older girlfriend. It's kind of interesting. It makes it like unique. Like, I haven't seen like a lot of Dan Schneider shows actually delve into the topic of dating at different ages, but when you're in like middle and high school, like, it actually does matter. Like, it plays a part in the social rules, I guess. I personally don't see anything wrong with kids socializing with each other. Like, you could call each other boyfriends, girlfriends. We all know that, like, at this age, you're just getting used to being around people. Like, I don't see why it would be an issue of them dating. That's the thing, is like, we don't care about taxes, we don't care about jobs. We're 16. The only thing we have control of is who we date. So that's why it was like kind of a power move back then to date people. And that's probably why Dustin has such weird issues with Zoey having a problem with it. Like, just let him date somebody. It's not weird. So Zoey Zoey actually asks Chase to have a man-to-man talk with him, suggesting that he doesn't hang out with older women. And if I were this kid and a millennial talked to me about dating an older woman, I definitely would be more inclined to. Like, I do not need feedback from the upper age group that I am dating the wrong person. And even Chase doesn't seem to be believing this. Like, he clearly was asked by Zoey to do it. And this poor guy, like, he has such a crush on Zoey, he'll do anything she asks. The brother-sister dynamic between Zoey and Dustin in this episode definitely remind me of, like, Spencer and Carly from iCarly. Like, maybe because the writers just, that's how they expected siblings to be. In terms of, like, how close they are and how comfortable they are talking to each other, I feel like Zoey and Dustin are definitely like a Spencer and Carly dynamic. So in the B-plot, we don't have much going on, but Logan and Michael get sprayed by a skunk. And I guess that's just the premise of it, because it's them stinking the entire episode, trying different things to get the smell out. They even eat tomatoes?
You're supposed to bathe in tomato juice to get rid of the skunk smell, not drink it.
In this, Chase's conversation doesn't work with Dustin, so Zoey sends Chase to talk to Trisha, implying that, like, hey, you shouldn't be with such a younger guy, and she thinks that he's hitting on her, essentially. She's like, oh, so you think I should be with an older guy? And then kisses him, which is insane. Yeah, see, the age gap thing has different implications now, doesn't it? This show's actually really good at tackling gender. I feel like Drake and Josh and iCarly and Victorious, they're kind of blind to gender. It doesn't really play a role in the plots, but I do like that it influences these characters to do things. It's like very real world. So Trisha kisses Chase, which is a really weird crossover episode. So obviously Dustin decides it's time to duel Chase. He needs his girl back and he is going to fight for her right. And so he takes off his shirt for no reason, tries to fight him in public, and nothing really comes of it. He's just a small, scrawny little boy. So when Chase tells Zoey that this girl just kissed him, she basically is like, how could anybody like you? And so it's like he's crushing on her, and she's like, wait, no, there's no way she likes you. She's like, what would they like about you? It's just more sprinkles on the ice cream of their relationship that make it more romantic day by day. Poor Chase, the only way to get him out of this situation is like, Zoey, we're gonna have to pretend to date so that way this girl doesn't think I have a crush on her. And Zoe's like, oh god, that would be so gross. Imagine if I could date you. And he's like, yeah, I guess. That's essentially how the conversation goes for me, at least. The only way to get the smell off these boys is by Quinn spraying them with some weird kind of funk. It kind of reminds me of the lizard pee they make Drake do in the one episode when they think he has an issue. And it sprays this green substance. It looks exactly like the fog they use in the Curse of PCA special, where like fog is going at them. And so it basically, they spray all over their body to get rid of this stench. But meanwhile, Zoey and Chase have to act like they're dating in front of Jeanette McCurdy. Sam. When she sees the couple, she doesn't believe them. She's like, you're not a couple unless you kiss. So obviously Chase is on board for this, and Zoe's very much like, yeah, I don't know, that's not happening. Chase even begs in his head to let it happen. He's so uncomfortable with initiating it himself, and yet really wants it. This is like the most passive character I've ever seen in my life. Like, he is just like, everybody else, tell me what to do, please. So Zoey goes for it, and he's obviously really excited, until Dustin actually comes in, fulfills his promise to beat up Chase, and actually does it. What does that mean? Suddenly Trisha doesn't even want to be with Chase because apparently he was beaten up by a younger kid. And gender and age give one last hurrah in this episode. And she doesn't even want to see Zoey and Chase kiss because apparently she doesn't want to be with him anymore anyway. So poor Chase doesn't get a kiss, doesn't get a girl even crushing on him, and that's just kind of how the episode ends. This is a very anti-Chase show, I feel like. This is what it's like growing up as a boy in the 2000s. You definitely were the punching bag for most other people. Girls who liked you, younger grades despised you. It's just, I don't know, just my experience. The fog that initially went on Quinn's skin apparently just disintegrates things. It doesn't actually take away the smell. And she realizes that she actually sprayed that all over Michael and Logan. So literally, Michael and Logan are streaking about the campus in nothing. Who let these teenagers wear nothing on set and run around the campus of Pepperdine University in real life? Like, look, so they have to hide in trash bags and run back to their dorm, and that's literally how the episode ends. I guess it's a happy ending for everybody, because these characters usually go through it anyway, so what's the issue? And yeah, so that's season 2, episode 4 of Zoey 101. Next, we have an episode that questions free speech in a way that I find like really funny and just worth reflecting on again. For the next episode, we have number 6, broadcast views, otherwise known as the free speech episode. Like literally the episode title already outdates its episode. Like broadcast views, like just call them views. It's kind of about earlier social media before we had YouTube even, before iCarly. Like imagine I got 20 broadcast views on my YouTube video as opposed to just regular views. Like that already outdates it. You could tell that these episode premises of technology is mentally developing iCarly long before it came out, because the technology used in Zoey 101 specifically is a lot to talk about. Like they have the Chase and Michael show in this episode, which essentially feels like iCarly. It's almost like this episode was a testing ground to see if that was even a relevant storyline to have on the show. Obviously, looking back, it definitely was. And it's so awkward because it's like, it must have been that time where they just thought anything you did on the internet was interesting. Like, Michael and Chase act like just fools in front of the webcam, and nowadays, we actually have to have substance when we're watching videos of each other. It just feels like an unmatured iCarly. So Zoey and Logan are watching as they do their show live, and actually get in an argument while they're doing it. It becomes a thing about gender again, and starts to interrupt their live show. It's so funny, Zoey pretending to act on screen is so much more interesting than her actually acting on screen. I don't know how she's so bad at it. So they end up having their own segment, He Says, She Says, and it's essentially all about Logan and Zoey arguing different gender issues, which is a really interesting premise. I forget the argument they had that leads to the first argument. It's that a female can't be president. My gosh, this is such a weird argument to have. The entire school basically goes haywire after seeing Michael and Chase's episode that their show blows up. Obviously, they're super proud, and this actually has an effect on the entire PCA. Every girl and boy start to fight over who is better at what. The entire PCA goes crazy arguing over different gender rights, and the dean of the school is super not happy about it. Dean Rivers here is mad about the controversy with all the kids. Everybody just seems to be fighting. So Dean Rivers cancels their show, which Zoey claims is censorship, which is kind of true. It's interesting to think that since it's so well populated by younger kids that their entire politics are based off of this one man, Dean Rivers, like he essentially is God because he's the only adult and can cancel their show, which is interesting because you get to see the kids work together. And I always like episodes where they have to team up against the big guy. There's another scene where Zoey and Chase flirt on this random patch of grass, which I don't know why this is their central dating location. Apparently the show blows up so much that a TV producer asks Chase and Michael and Zoey and Logan to show up at their radio show, which is a cool opportunity. In the B-plot, which is slightly less interesting, Lola and Quinn are trying to get Nicole not to think about boys while she takes a test. The fact that Nicole's whole personality trait is that she's obsessed with boys is starting to not work out, especially considering the fact that she is a straight A student. Like, why is this now becoming a problem? She's always had boys in her class. So they teach her a technique to think of her grandfather every time she sees an attractive guy. Why would that not work? I guess it would. So during her test, she starts seeing the attractive guys as her grandfather, and it allows her to be able to pass her test, which is such a weird solution to this. Maybe Quinn and Lola should write a book on this technique because it clearly works. Later, Chase and Michael show up to the radio station, and they actually say that they only want to see Zoey and Logan, which, how could you not communicate that before these kids showed up? Like, these poor 17-year-old kids are like, actually, you're fired. They put them on national television to argue about a male versus female argument, and everybody at PCA is watching, and Zoey decides to lean into it and not actually argue back, so their show has no merit. Zoey ends up just agreeing with everything Logan says. Like, yeah, you're right, guys are better. And it's so funny because she has to keep up this persona that she's just like, I agree to everything Logan says. So there's no real argument or entertainment. So Zoey's agreeing with everything Logan says, purposely making the show terrible. Logan is such a jerk and is just so comfortable by putting women down, and it is so weird that they find it that entertaining. Logan actually pushes Zoey and says he wants to eat kittens, which is nuts because it's like, obviously, why would she agree to that? She ends up turning the show into a platform to trash Dean Rivers at PCA and kind of give credit back to Chase and Michael, which is really sweet, I guess. Because of this, the kids riot and start protesting the dean's office. He still stands by what he says until he is attacked with a piece of fruit and then automatically gives Michael and Chase their show back. The concept and idea of a webcast that's going completely haywire to a point where it becomes the Dean of Administration's problem is a really cool concept, and it definitely gives me more new girl attending an all-boys school, but they also have social political problems between each other that sometimes go so out of hand that it calls the Dean to step in. And you know what's really interesting? For most of this episode, Zoey and Nicole have no scenes together. Literally, they're only in one small bit. It's not until the very, very end of the episode that Zoey and Nicole are finally in the same scene physically, and they don't even communicate. That's how you know this stuff going on was really toxic. So those were the episodes of Zoey 101 that just kind of slid under my radar, but really shocked me today. Like, these things shouldn't be as controversial as they are, it's just we're not used to seeing these topics brought up on mainstream media, which makes it even more disorienting to think that it's a teen show?
So we have a surprising amount of Lola episodes in season 2, with this next one being Girls Will Be Boys, and this is definitely one of my favorite episodes. I didn't realize how cleverly this was done. It essentially is the plot of She's the Man, where the girl is trying to act like a guy to fit in, but it's perfect for this show because it's a gender-bent show where they talk a lot about gender. The whole premise is that Zoey wants to stay on the boys' roof because they have a better sun view, and Logan and Chase think it's kind of ridiculous.
Because when females hang around males, it just causes the males to behave differently. It's basic biology.
You got a C- in biology.
Yeah, but who was the best looking guy in the class, huh? Yeah? Me?
Even Chase says it is too, which is kind of random. But it's true, it's not their roof, so I feel like it doesn't make sense that they would take up all their space. I don't think the fact that their roof isn't as nice is a good enough reason to justify it. I mean, privacy does come both ways. The girls get pretty much fed up, though they kind of want to teach them a lesson, and this is where it becomes like a revenge episode.
Was it expensive?
Meanwhile, Dustin pretends to be sick to stay around the attractive nurse in the nurse's office, which feels weird.
Say Pox. Pox.
So the girls try to get Michael involved, having him purposely move out so they could have Lola move in as a guy and secretly infiltrate their guy-like persona and prove the point that they could talk to girls just the same way they could talk to each other, which they seem pretty resistant about, which is a really interesting topic.
It would be the ultimate acting challenge, and I am the ultimate actress. You really think you can convince Chase and Logan that you're a guy?
We get a montage where we turn Lola into a guy, and it's surprisingly really good. Like, if I never knew who Victoria Justice was, I would think this was genius.
It's good, but I still vote for the mustache.
And I like that it leans into her being an actor or actress because that is the perfect excuse. Michael ends up going to the nurse per Zoey's request because he's excited about the attractive nurse.
Well?
Well, I think I'm coming down with a fever.
But then it turns out he doesn't get that same nurse. He gets like a really aggressive one.
What's wrong with this one?
He's very sick.
Actually, I feel much better.
Lay down.
No, seriously.
Who actually kind of like messes with him so much. So poor Michael got the short end of the stick here. Zoey and her friends follow through Lola's eyes through a webcam, which is breaking just as much laws as it was when Logan was using the webcam to spy on the girls.
Oh my god. That top is so cute. Where'd you buy this? I love it.
Steve, quit acting all girly.
Lola fits in super well with the name Steve, and I don't know how these boys don't realize it's her.
Chicago.
Yeah, go Tigers. Woo!
Tigers play in Detroit.
Yeah, I know. I met the Tigers at
The zoo.
the zoo.
They end up bringing Steve to a swimming competition in which is going to be a big problem because Lola is wearing a guy's chest suit. So Zoey, Quinn, and Nicole are like freaking out, trying to do whatever it takes to dodge Steve getting in the water. Quinn uses this plan to actually put a snake in the water, and everybody gets out, not wanting Lola to even jump in anyway. But she gets pushed in by accident, revealing that it was really her all along, and the guys get really mad, and Zoey's like, well, you deserved it.
Well, we wanted to prove to you guys that guys can be guys even with the girl around.
And that if girls make you act different, it's just because you're being idiots. Yeah, it has nothing to do with biology.
I don't think it's fair to ask somebody to completely move in with you just to trick them. They're entering their personal space. But I guess it resolves with everybody going onto the guy's roof and trying to treat each other more like equals, which is fair. And that's the Girls Will Be Boys episode. I really liked it a lot, because not only was it funny, it had a good message, and it ended up resolving in a pretty interesting way. If you know me, I am a stickler for production codes versus air dates, and this whole season is just so confusing to me. I'm literally on the wiki page trying to figure out what chronological order this is supposed to be in. So this whole episode is about like this robot competition, and Zoey and Quinn are kind of the forefront of this episode.
Oh, I'm helping you. Whatever. You can't beat us no matter who helps you. Come on, guys. TTYL.
Where they challenge some of the robotics boys to have like a robot competition.
1 week from today, our robot will fight your robot.
In the PCA amphitheater after school.
3 o'clock.
We'll be there.
And I guess the whole point of the episode is that all robotics kids are snotty and popular. Like, I feel like they get the character traits as if they're like this really popular group, and that our main characters just need to stand up to them, which doesn't really make any sense to me.
Girls in science go together like sodium hypochlorite and ammonia. LOL.
When Quinn leaves the room, all the rest of the cast of characters start trashing her, and it's really rude. Like, I think Logan does like a weird impersonation.
I am Quinn. I must go get a sprocket from my home planet, Dorkon. I am Quinn from Dorkon.
So, you guys think I'm a dork?
And her feelings are obviously hurt and runs out super sad. Zoey tries to apologize to her about the situation, but Quinn is upset because Zoey was feeding into it and not stopping it.
Come on, that was just Logan being a jerk. It's what he does. I expect to be made fun of by Logan. But what I didn't expect was for everyone to laugh. Especially you.
Which, I agree, that is like not loyalty to me. So yeah, they hurt Quinn's feelings, making it a lot harder to get through this robot competition. So without Quinn, they really need help. So Zoey, Chase, and Nicole go to this really pretentious kid that is also into robotics, which I guess they're just gonna make these guys seem like villains completely.
We're born in the South, specifically a small town in Louisiana, whose name I know, but it's not significant, so I'll keep it to myself. You enjoy athletics, e.g. basketball, and you maintain a 3.85 grade point average. Impressive. To most.
And he says he knows everything and everyone, and even guesses Zoey's address. I didn't realize her character was from Louisiana until I saw this. They definitely don't make a mention of it before, and it's scary that this character of all people is the first person to tell me that information. He's kind of condescending, and I feel like this is where mansplaining comes in. Like, look at him, the way he delivers this. He tells them he's only going to help them if Zoey could help him score a date with Nicole.
I would like a date.
Oh, well, I'm flattered and all, but...
Not with you. With your delightful friend, the perky brunette in the fuchsia blouse.
It's funny because at first, she's like, you want to go on a date with me? And he's like, ew, no, I want Nicole. Which is a weird exchange of services to me. I hate when they have the plot where everybody depends on Zoey to solve the issue. Like, whether it's like a breakup or getting back together, it seems like they go to Zoey for advice when she really doesn't do anything ever. Like, she is not a helpful person. She just kind of complains about things people ask her for and has that like little martyr syndrome.
Don't forget about our arrangement. My date with your friend Nicole, tomorrow night.
I won't. You just... be ready.
I shall bathe like I've never bathed before.
Like, she never makes actions to actually carry this out. Like, this entire plot of this episode is that Quinn is mad at her for bullying her. Like, I don't understand. This kind of feels like a reflection of Alexa Nikolas situation, and I'm not sure if you guys are too familiar on that. But basically, Nicole left the show after the season and talked about how they treated her very poorly on set. And all the main cast kind of ganged up on her, and Jamie Lynn Spears was definitely at the forefront of that, so maybe that's why I have a little bit of a antagonist view of her at this point.
Uh-oh.
But yeah, this episode feels like it kind of reflects that in real life, because that's kind of how she treats Quinn in the show. This makes it kind of hard to watch. In the end, they finally get to the robot competition, and they're about to win, but something goes wrong and Quinn needs to come in and save the day.
Too much damage.
Too much damage.
This thing can't fight.
Mine can.
She's still not talking to the group because obviously they are so rude, but does good and decides to help them win the competition despite how they treated her, which already makes her a better person than Zoey. Like, she's the only one in the show to actually make an effort. Quinn tells them that she still doesn't want to have to do with them, and it's nice seeing Quinn assert her dominance in this episode. I feel like it's very cool that she is not just like taking them bullying her, like she actually stands up to them, walks away from them. Like, it's a really good message for Quinn in this episode. The cast obviously feels bad, so they try to make it up for her by building their own robot to deliver her flowers and an apology, which I guess that's enough reason to make up for it. This guy kind of reminds me of Neville Papperman. You know, like, this is like his prequel character. I'm not sure if you guys remember Neville Papperman. He's that guy that is so pretentious that he tries to like take over iCarly. When she doesn't kiss him, he literally like attacks their web show. We all had that one guy in our grade in high school, didn't we? The episode ends with Nicole on a date with that robot guy, and I can't tell if this is a happy ending. It kind of makes me uncomfortable. The end. Who wins in this episode? Not many. Okay, we have a special episode. Lola likes Chase. This is when Zoey 101 takes a really interesting turn because people are actually pressuring Chase to make a decision about Zoey. Chase's passive nature is officially not working for him anymore. It starts out with all the kids studying, and Lola has a really tough time. But Chase is actually pretty good at it.
Why do you hate biology? Because I don't get it, and I'm flunking, and Mr. Rudolph wants me to get a tutor.
So get a tutor.
No, I already spend 7 hours a day with teachers. It's bad enough.
Well, Chase got an A in biology last semester.
Lola actually asks Chase to tutor her, to which he agrees, probably because of Zoey. Chase is able to teach Lola as much as she's able to learn, and the two seem to have a connection. He even gives her flowers, which is kind of funny.
Yeah, I don't think I want to.
Why not?
There's a spider on it.
Yeah.
Lola then asks Zoey if it's okay if she goes out with him, and Zoey is confused. She's like, I guess so?
Me and Chase, we're friends. Why?
Just friends?
Yeah. Why do you ask?
Just wondering. Because I might ask Chase out.
And realizes that she definitely doesn't want her to do that, but she doesn't have a good enough reason to tell her not to. And Dustin gets to his breaking point with this Annie wig. He looks like a blonde Annie, and just follows along in Logan's footsteps, which is definitely red flag alert. He teaches him how to be a misogynist, basically, and flirt with girls, catcall them, like, it's definitely Logan territory. Meanwhile, Lola tells Chase interested in going out with him, and she already asked Zoey if it's okay. And Chase is kind of heartbroken at the fact that Zoey said it was okay, and ends up agreeing to it.
Zoey's okay with you asking me out?
Yeah, she said you guys were just friends, so it's all cool.
Yeah, all cool.
But I guess when you're young, you don't really know who you like, and you don't really commit to it. Sometimes you'll just say yes to anything, and Chase ends up saying yes. He tells Michael what's going on, and Michael pretty much just says to be grateful. Zoey can't tell why she's in such a bad mood, but it's very clear it's because of Lola.
Why would Lola want to ask Chase out?
Okay, I thought you said you didn't want to talk about it.
I don't.
She's super surprised to hear that Chase said yes to going on a date with her, and even approaches Chase later, which makes it even more confusing. I think Chase realizes in this moment that he still does have a crush on her, and maybe he's doing the wrong thing, because when he starts hanging out with Lola and actually getting closer to her, he seems to feel uncomfortable with it, and it looks unnatural, honestly.
Be locked in a cage with a wild tiger, or lick peanut butter off a hobo's foot?
What?
The two have a talk, and it seems like Chase kind of confides within Lola that he does like Zoey, and she's surprisingly cool with it. The two end up becoming really good friends, and I feel like the situation kind of brought them a little bit closer because they learned how to communicate. I'm not sure if you guys remember that in middle school when you weren't sure if you liked hanging out with somebody because you thought they were cool or because you genuinely had a crush on them, but that is 100% what's being covered in this episode. Meanwhile, Logan is still trying to toxic masculinize Dustin. He starts to realize that maybe he's not listening to the right person when it comes to dating.
Look, do I get a lot of girls?
You talk about getting a lot of girls.
Just let me handle this.
He learns his lesson when Logan asks out a girl and his sister in a really jerky way, and Logan is thrown into a fountain, getting his karma, but Dustin still wants to go out with her, so only he gets to go out with the little girl. We end the episode on a very peaceful note to show us that, yeah, we resetted the episode and we don't want to keep anything we just told you about. But it's cute because it's like a double date between Zoey and Chase and Dustin and his girlfriend. But we never see her again, so I guess it's not a real girlfriend. So I've gotten this wrong a couple times, and I'm probably gonna get it wrong a couple times again. I thought this was the season finale of season 2, but it turns out to just be episodes 10 and 11. Spring breakup. This was such a big deal when I was a kid. Not only did it perfectly coincide with when we actually had spring break, but it was supposed to be the moment that Chase actually told Zoey she liked him. And it's all kind of hidden in this subplot as the kids go on this reality TV show.
It's the perfect time for you to tell Zoey you love her. Man, when are you gonna stop with that?
So Zoey starts out on the computer, which she hasn't really been since the beginning of the season. Like in the first season, it was her communicating to her friends and family through the computer, and I don't know why it has to happen here. She's explaining that they're going to Logan's, essentially cutting out the idea that we have in Act 1 and lead into why they're going to Logan's. Like they're just talking about how they're just gonna go.
His dad's this major TV and movie producer, so the place is supposed to be like amazing.
Hopefully this makes up for the first season finale, which was just Little Beach Party, and I hated that. It didn't feel like it was anything interesting. This is going to be exciting. It's a cool concept off the bat, but it's kind of weird that there's no build up to it. And this is like the first time the characters are leaving PCA, which makes it a really notable episode. And for being Alexa Nikolas's last episode, it's also very nostalgic to watch, despite the fact I'm really upset the way they treated her. It's clear that Chase is trying to impress Zoey on this trip.
Ah, cologne! No, it's medicine. For pimples. Well, you must have some pretty sweet smelling pimples.
Like, Michael makes it important that he tells Zoey he likes her, but he's nervous because he doesn't want to wreck their friendship, which is, it's getting to be too much of an excuse at this point, Chase. You have to say something or you're just lying to her.
What if I tell Zoey I love her and she doesn't love me back? I mean, that'll make things so awkward between us. It could wreck our friendship forever.
But if she does love you back, then she'll become your girlfriend and you'll be happy, Chase, forever.
It's not worth the risk.
It is a good point. I feel like when we were that age, we definitely used friendship as a way to get out of relationships, whether we wanted to be in them or not. Some of us that used it as a form of, I don't want to be with this person, so I'm gonna say I just want to be friends. And then there were people that actually wanted to not lose friendship. They just prioritized friendship over relationships in their life. Like, a relationship isn't an upgrade, it's a downgrade for them. Meanwhile, I kind of see a relationship as something deeper than a friendship, but that's also just my perspective. But you could see why one wouldn't want to demote the other. Logan says he has a surprise for when they go to his dad's beach house, and I am terrified. Logan's surprises in the past have been very dangerous. So they're in Santa Barbara, and they meet Logan's dad, and the house is incredible. Like, Logan is truly a part of the 1%.
This is where you grew up?
No. I grew up in a really big house in Beverly Hills. We spent summers here.
Turns out they're actually testing a new reality show. Oh yeah, his dad's a film producer, okay. And it's about the gender wars, which is kind of perfect because everything that goes on within the Zoey 101 universe is based on gender.
Before you can make a TV show, you have to test it. And that's what you guys are going to do.
I'm getting very child labor vibes. Like, they're not getting paid, but they're going to be the test dummies for a whole new reality show.
You're going to be pitted against each other in a series of competitions that's going to test you on 3 levels: mental, physical, and creative.
Yeah, I don't know about the film industry. Logan's dad gives the kids these things called tech mates, which is essentially a cell phone.
Well, they're a cell phone, address book, MP3 player.
They do emails, text messaging, web access.
Since they didn't have it back then, it was kind of a big deal. A new sign of independence where a kid could be in charge of their own communication. And I do like when Zoey 101 leans into the technology. It makes the plots a lot more interesting. So each of the teams have a team captain. Surprise, surprise, Zoey and Chase. Feels a little bit like the elections episode, but we're gonna move on from that.
And I'll be the guy's team captain.
Well, I think that Chase should be our team captain.
Okay, then we'll put it to a vote. All those in favor of me?
Chase.
Michael argues with Chase that this is the exact perfect time to tell Zoey he likes her, but I don't agree, Michael. I feel like if we're about to start a game show, this is not the appropriate time. Like, especially if she rejects him, like, we don't have time for that. So Michael and Chase are arguing, and Chase is just like, no, I'm not gonna. Even sends him a text message saying, I'm not gonna tell her I love her.
If I tell Zoey I love her, it could wreck our friendship.
In the unnecessary B-plot, Quinn is making an energy drink, and I don't know why they let her bring all of her equipment to Logan's house.
It'll give you 17 times more energy than any other drink on the market. So, is it ready? Not yet. It's too powerful.
It's kind of funny to think that they end up dating, and this is how they spent their first time meeting Logan's dad. Let's move on from that. So she invents this energy drink and leaves all of her stuff behind for Dustin to find it and drink it. Oh, okay, so Dustin gets a plot. It's not necessary, but it's a plot.
Yeah, I love this! It's like climbing stairs, but it never stops!
The next morning, Chase realizes that he texted Zoey instead of Michael, saying that he loved her.
Who did I send it to?
Zoey.
Zoey? Zoey? Oh my god! Oh my god!
So Chase and Michael are freaking out, and I would be too. If I was in that position where I accidentally told somebody I liked them without intentionally setting it up, I would be like, oh my god. Like, as a viewer, I felt anxiety for Chase. Like, this is well justified to freak out like this. Ugh, if I could go back in time, though, I would just tell her in person when I had the chance. But you know what? That would have been 2 seasons ago, Chase. I just think if you like somebody, you should tell them, and even if it's a rejection, at least it's something, and you have a better relationship regardless. And if you're not friends anymore, it's just not meant to be. You can't push something like that. But this show did teach me a lot about relationships, and I will never be Chase.
Message unread. She hasn't seen it yet.
You sure?
Yes!
So Chase sets out to try to get the phone back before Zoey can look at the message. Then we get to the actual reality TV show part of this.
Our 3 judges.
I don't know how the dad got so many judges to show up at his house for this test trial. Like, it seems like it's supposed to be in a studio if you're doing it. Chase manages to get Zoey's phone, delete the text, but he can't give her phone back. How does she not notice this? The first challenge is a scavenger hunt, and I wish this had a little bit more plot. Like, it feels like the scavenger hunt and all of this extra activities are just a layer for what we really care about, and it's Zoey and Chase's relationship.
You're the fastest. You take these numbers to Chase so we can open the safe.
I'm not the fastest when he's all full of fries. We got him bouncing around.
Yeah, give me those.
Go, kid!
The text message, the combination, Zoey! Quinn, you're brilliant! Just do it!
The girls realize that Chase had Zoey's phone the whole time, and they think that he cheated. When they confront him in front of everybody, he cannot admit why he sent the text message, and I personally would have admitted it at this point. I cannot believe he wouldn't stand up for himself here.
Just tell me why you took it and I'll believe you didn't cheat. Tell me why. See? I told you. He cheated. I can't believe you do this.
Zoey confronts him and is like, if you're not cheating, why would you delete a text message? He tries to reason with her, but she just rejects him. And I would too, Chase. You're being really shady, especially considering in other seasons, you tried to figure out her test results just to get closer to her. Like, this guy's a red flag altogether. Just tell her.
I can't.
Ugh, whatever. And they essentially break up as friends, which is so funny because you think it's gonna be like they get together and break up, but no, they are not friends anymore. Of course you're not gonna be friends anymore, Chase. You earned it. The next challenge is to make these nerdy looking adults cool.
He's 26 years old and has never kissed a girl.
I feel like this has to be offensive a little bit. They pretty much make over all these guys, and the team with the most attractive person by the end of it wins, which is super materialistic if you ask me. They end up going through with it, and the girls win, making a tie between the two. The judges are like, oh my god, what do we do with a tie? But you had to have seen this coming.
We have a tie.
Zoey and Chase have this really uncomfortable distance between them, which only escalates when it's time for the final match between both of the team captains. Of course, it's Zoey and Chase.
Try to knock each other off the pedestal and into the water.
First one to be knocked into the water 2 times loses.
With the other cast of characters staying on the sidelines, and they're able to kind of squirt their water guns, but you know they're not doing much. There's a lot of emotional tension as to who is going to fall, but if we know Chase from the election episode, of course he's going to do it on purpose. Apparently the events of the last few days were recorded, and they used this as a full pilot, so all the kids are going to end up on TV, making this like a really happy ending, I guess.
All the events were filmed by hidden camera. Take a look around.
How close are we going to be on TV? You know the best part about being on TV is that...
Dustin ends up passing out from the energy drink, and that wasn't a plot at all. Like, at least incorporate the energy drink to happen to one of the other characters during the reality TV show part. I mean, it feels like the reality TV didn't even need to happen. So Chase and Zoey end up making up by the water fountain, but Chase still doesn't take the opportunity to tell her he likes her. So frustrating for everybody who cares about these people. And her hair, I just noticed, is a lot more curlier in this. The entire second season thus far has been darker hair, but not curly yet. And this is kind of initiating a new era because she starts wearing it curly all the time after this season. It feels a lot like the school dance episode where they kind of admitted that Chase liked her, and I don't know why it's a secret here, but he does it. He makes the decision to tell her, and he texts it to her. Oh, but even funnier enough, Zoey left her tech mate at the water fountain, meaning that it fell in after Chase's text sent, destroying the phone, and Zoey never finds out that he likes her. Wow. Crazy episode ending. I don't know how they managed to pull off a romance not starting this long. Like, we're 26 episodes in, or 25 or something, and they still didn't end up together. It's not even a will they, won't they, it's a will he, won't he, because she is not giving much to work with. Not only did she lie on multiple occasions, but she openly doesn't bring up the fact that he might like her. Like, it's so clear that he's giving that impression. So they're either liars and perfect for each other, or they are complete opposites and are never gonna get on the same page. Either way, I don't really want to promote this toxic of a connection, and I hate that this is kind of like the whole backbone of the show, because when they lean a little bit more episodic and get into these short stories and get into the more sitcom plots, it's a lot more fun and we get chemistry between the characters. But if anything, Chase and Zoey's relationship makes it not genuine.
Okay. The message is...
But I don't know, ending on this note for season 2 is kind of nice because it's like they proved once again they could hit the reset button and give us more of the same episodes, but for me it does feel like it's stalling the progression of the show at all. I will admit the second season has gotten so much better compared to the first, even though it feels like kind of like a revamp with Lola instead of Dana. It definitely pulled its weight and became a lot more enjoyable, with this season finale at least offering something to end on. No more Little Beach Party for me, no thank you.
Because I don't want Zoey to know I love Brussels sprouts.
You love Brussels sprouts?
Yeah, they're like my favorite vegetable. Is that a problem?
But yeah, like I said before, I got this confused with the second season finale, so I can't really be judging it like that anymore. But we really have 2 more episodes left. This episode is called People Auction. I love how we're like 12 episodes into the second season, and we're only now seeing Sushi Rock again. Chase still works here, Kazu's still the boss, and all the kids are having dinner there and are acting like really annoying teenagers. Like, they're disruptive. I don't know how this coach eats in silence when they're being really rampant. When it's time to deliver, Chase takes way too much food and ends up falling down one of the PCA stairs.
What was that?
Chase! Oh, no!
The group run to help him, and while everybody's gone, Kazu's restaurant sets on fire. The next day, we see Kazu super depressed, and even Dean Rivers is mad, but I don't know, it was kind of an accident on Chase's part. I don't think it's his fault for taking too many of the deliveries.
Oh, wait. There's $5. It's not burnt too bad.
Well, we don't usually accept tips, but thank you.
Apparently, even the money in the safe caught on fire, which is crazy. How did the fire get through the safe? But they keep bringing it back up to him. Guys, just give him a break.
Look, we all feel bad enough about the fire.
Feeling bad doesn't fill my gut with raw fish, now does it, Cupcake?
So all the kids are feeling horrible, and they keep blaming each other, especially like Zoey and Chase. I just realized this is a new gym coach, and we're not even seeing the guy Biff from Back to the Future like in the first one. But I guess that doesn't really matter that much.
You just earned yourself a slice of revenge pie.
He ends up vowing a revenge pie. I don't know why he keeps saying revenge pie. Like, is that a threat or a delicious treat? Kazu ends up leaving.
I'm going back to my homeland to see my mother and think about my future.
You're going back to Japan?
Alabama. I'm from Birmingham.
Everybody assumes he's going back to Japan, which is super racist because he says he's from Alabama. This poor depressed guy, he just says accidents happen. But he should know that it wasn't Chase's fault either. I don't know why he's letting him feel guilty about it. And tells everybody she knows how to get the $10,000. And it's by cloning babies.
No, that's an excellent idea.
You think so?
Yes, of course I do. Tell you what, why don't we discuss it some more outside?
For some reason, Michael seems like he's into this idea, but he actually just walks her out and locks the door, which is really disrespectful. You guys just made fun of her in a couple episodes ago, and now you're just gonna lock her out? Like, I don't understand the cynicism of these teenagers. They are just so negative and treat each other so bad sometimes. I wonder if that affected me growing up. Like, I felt like it was funny and quirky to be rude to your friends, kind of tease each other, but now I'm looking back and I'm like, this was kind of an ugly side of us. Like, I'm not proud of it. So in order to get the money back, they decide to do a people auction, you know, where the students can be bought by the teachers to do things for them. I think this is a weird concept, but it makes sense in my head. They kind of did something like this on Hannah Montana, where it's like they were raising money for awareness.
150.
300!
Okay, we have 300 bid for Chase and Michael. Do I hear 350?
Please. Oh, please.
Going once.
Anyone, help us.
Twice.
Please,
Come
on, help us.
Sold for $300.
It's so funny, the coach ends up putting money down for Michael and Chase just to get his quote-unquote revenge pie. And I'm so excited to see where this goes. When Zoey, Nicole, and Lola come up, there's a huge plot twist where Logan actually puts $4,000.
300, do I hear 4? Who'll bid 4?
$4,000.
Only teachers are allowed to bid, not students. No way.
Which is insane, but the teacher said since they didn't have a rule saying he couldn't do that, that they have to, which is nuts. So next day, girls show up to Logan's, and he's like literally so condescending to them.
No, you're gonna do whatever I say whether you like it or not. Unless you don't want my $4,000 to help Kazu rebuild Sushi Rocks.
He literally uses the money against them to get whatever he wants, and gives them cheerleader outfits. Apparently he just wants them to cheer him on in his everyday life. Meanwhile, the coach is making Logan and Michael make sushi for him. Which, how in the world would Logan and Michael know how to make sushi? They just give him a raw fish, and it's like, why? And he pronounces it sushi, which is so stupid, but it's such a Dan Schneider reference. Meanwhile, the girls are humiliated as they have to keep cheering on Logan through lunch, and he keeps holding the money over them. It's so... blackmail-y? But they're kind of good at being cheerleaders. They never mentioned having backstories as cheerleaders, but they seem to be pretty good at it. But they seem to be pretty good at the cheers. The coach continues to torture Michael and Chase by pitting them against his son.
Sparring partners! Kitty! Right here!
And this is literally the entire episode. It's just Michael and Chase getting beaten up. Zoey comes up with a plan to combat Logan. And the plan is to essentially lean into it, cheer on everything he does. So they get up super early in the morning, follow him through his day, and cheer everything, even getting rejected by a girl.
Well, thanks, but I really don't like you that way. Sorry.
Rejected! Rejected! Yeah, you just got rejected!
Which is kind of a genius idea. I feel like I personally would call the quits too if somebody used annoyance as a weapon to get me. Like, I hate being annoyed. Eventually, he's like, take the money and just leave me alone. And that's the moral of the story. And it works. The girls got their way. Next thing you know, we fix Sushi Rock and Kazu is being surprised back with his place as normal. Which, how in the world did you coordinate this entire fix without Kazu, and then also ask Kazu to come all the way back from Alabama for a quote-unquote surprise, not knowing that it's Sushi Rock?
What is going on?
You ask a lot of questions.
You don't answer many.
Like, couldn't they just tell him they fixed it over the phone and he could just see it and it doesn't have to be a surprise?
Welcome to the world of Pacific Coast Academy, aka Pepperdine University in California. Just kidding. But Zoey 101 Season 3 is definitely as good as it got. Not only is Chase not harping on Zoey to a incredibly toxic degree, but it feels like most of the characters are pretty smoothed out to a point where it's not getting better. Season 1 was too much, Season 2 was like okay, and now we're just getting to the best. But the bar is not too high. I feel like Zoey 101 at the best is probably an 8 out of 10. As opposed to other shows which started at an 8 out of 10 and can kind of go better depending on how good the season is. So this season is the longest season in the series, with 26 episodes instead of just 13 like the other ones. Chase has finally got a girlfriend, but we'll dive into all that in a minute. And things get weirder than they've ever been. I wanted to split this video into two because I really like doing deep dives on individual episodes, but I don't want to go overboard. So I wanted to do the first 13 and then the second 13 in a later video that I would like to release as soon as possible. So if you guys are liking all these retrospectives based on individual seasons, don't forget to subscribe to Johnny 2000 to get so much more. Without further ado, let's hop into it, friends. So Zoey 101 Season 3 is actually starting off with some drama. The first episode is called Surprise, and trust me, it is. I forgot what happened in this episode, but now that I remembered, I'm never going to forget. Dustin looks significantly older than last time, which is refreshing. We got every cast member back, except for, I wonder who, Alexa Nikolas. Yeah, they bullied her out of the show. And you know what? They don't even have a good explanation for it, but I digress. We'll get into it later. Now, just like season 1 and season 2, we just have this casual walk onto campus. Everybody's coming back from the summer and they have a story to tell. Chase walks in with this anonymous girl who's played by Daniela Monet, and we don't really know who she is yet. I mean, she's Chase's girlfriend, but we as the audience don't know that. We get like a very short interaction. We are coming off of spring breakup when we think that Chase professed his love to Zoey, but she never got to read it. And that's kind of where we left off on their relationship. Last time we saw Chase trying to find Zoey pretty quickly, and this one he's taking his time. He even has another fall, like he falls every time he sees Zoey. Not every time, but you know what I mean. His whole thing this season, I guess, is that Michael and Logan want to take the single bed, but can't decide who can get it.
We're not even 2 hours into the new school year and you guys are already about to kill each other?
No. I'm about to kill him, though.
Oh, I'm standing here.
You know what?
What's up?
Come on, man.
I got
Hey,
you. know what?
let's go.
I'll
Come on.
out.
Yeah.
Ow, come on. Ow.
I'll show you.
I'm way too hot. Stop it. Just tell him that I get the single bed. What? I'm giving you a timeout. Now go sit on that rock. I am not gonna go sit.
Rock!
Logan looks just as pretentious as always and needs to have things his way. Not a lot of character growth since last season as we jump to this one. Chase wears an England shirt, which kinda teases us to know he's going to be leaving soon. And he breaks up the fight between Logan and Michael. We think that he's gonna be a nice guy, but he ends up ditching them because he wants the single bed. Spoiler alert, he ends up going to the wrong dorm when he runs anyway.
The single bed is mine!
What are you doing in our room?
What do you mean? I'm in 148 Maxwell Hall.
This is Dillard Hall?
Oh! Oh! Ow!
I think the actor in here is the guy from the robot episode from season 2. I just have so many questions going into this, more than answers.
Wrong dorm. LOL.
Dustin's here and Zoey's like, okay, you need to help me move in. But he's like, can I just play with my friends? Another moment where Zoey is an uncomfortable mother figure to him that he just did not ask for. I don't know why as a sister you feel the need to take your younger brother away from his friends. Like, she has enough friends to help her move in. Dustin's fine, let him go play. Hashtag let Dustin play. If you guys are listening, put hashtag let Dustin play in the comments. So Chase is kind of a jerk for ditching his friends just to get the room first.
Me, not you! No more! I have run all over this freakish campus with 90 pounds of stuff, and I'm about to start coughing up blood. You said whoever gets to the single bed first gets it.
And we get a moment where Michael asks Chase, did you tell Zoey yet? Which is exactly what happened in the last episode with him loving her. So it's off to a pretty quick start. They definitely are trying to imply to the audience that Chase still has a crush on Zoey, but we know what's gonna happen. Zoey finally sees Lola again, and it's really sweet, but she has to have a sit-down talk with her about where Nicole went. She apparently has obsessive boy disorder. I love how they make up Blicks and scooters, and now they're making up mental disorders. That's kind of crazy to me. The Dan Schneider universe is really unsettling. They pretty much get over it really quickly. Like, I would be more worried about my friend than they seem to be.
Oh my god. Nicole, in an all-girls school, she's gonna lose her mind.
Hey, you guys gotta see the new lounge. There's a new Blix machine with 5 different flavors. New flavors?
Come on!
kind of does remind me of the iCarly episode where they went to an insane asylum. It just makes me think the writers in these episodes like to write off people as crazy, or like when you don't want to talk to somebody, they're just insane, which kind of happens a lot with Quinn in this episode. Quinn doesn't have a place to stay, and Zoey and Lola are not inviting. She basically has to force her way into it. And I feel bad because Quinn literally just doesn't have a room. She's arguing with Coco about the fact that she's just not been given a room, and nobody has sympathy for her, especially Coco. Coco in this season, she's definitely coming on strong. We could tell that she's more of a main this time around. She reminds me of one of those parental figures that are just so negligent to a point where everybody's at risk just for her being herself. The kind of mom that would push you out of the way if the fire alarm went off. Yeah, that's the kind of parent she is. Coco even outs Nicole by telling Quinn, oh yeah, she's gone to this insane asylum, which is really unprofessional. As the dorm advisor, you cannot tell the other students why one of the students is there. I just think that's really inappropriate and not cool of her, but I guess we're just moving on. But yeah, I don't know why they hate Quinn. Like, they've roomed together before, they've had problems before, but you guys just need to get over it. Like, just let her be there at this point. It's almost like they're repeating a storyline, but they try to keep it short and just like have her move in, which is like fine. I guess that's just how we're gonna go. Even Chase says uh-oh when they find out they're living with Quinn. Nobody is nice to this girl. When Zoey finds out that Chase wants to talk to her, Quinn and Lola are basically like, oh my god, it's so obvious he has a crush on you. And I feel like this is the first time that the girls outwardly acknowledged to Zoey that like, hey, he probably has a crush on you. I don't know why they didn't think it would come up literally a year ago, but I guess they're just telling her now. And she acts so surprised. I don't know how somebody is this surprised that somebody likes them. Like, it's not that weird. Like, the whole time capsule, everything that went on in the first season, it shouldn't be a surprise to Zoey that Chase has a crush on her. I don't know how much more obvious we can get with this. We get a little backstory onto where they were over the summer, and Zoey mentions that she was a lifeguard. And I'm telling you, I don't trust any lifeguard that's like Zoey. I'm surprised she even like saved somebody from the pool. They have a really quick anecdote about how she did save somebody's life, but she's not enthusiastic about it. If anything, she's talking about how of an inconvenience it was. Yeah, I don't want that. But yeah, the act break happens when we find out that Chase might be admitting his love to Zoey. Good break though. That's a good way to keep us curious. Zoey is borderline like mad about the fact that Chase might like her. I mean, I guess she's more on the side of like, can a guy and girl just be friends? And it's like, that's kind of a fair argument. I definitely think a guy and girl can be friends, but there has to be boundaries. Like, you can't go to a dance together. You can't have romantic moments on the lawn. Like, it's just not fair to assume that those two are not meant to be. Like, if you have chemistry, that's a different story. But I don't know how you guys would define like a friendship boundary. For me, it's different. Like, if we're talking about our emotions on a really deep level in a way that's kind of vague to the other person, I feel like that counts as more of a out of the friend zone conversation. But it's all based on individuals and like how comfortable they are, like what they see their relationship with another person being. And I don't think I would talk to my mom, my sister, anybody the way Chase talks to Zoey if I'm just friends with them. Michael and Logan have a really stupid side plot where they're just eating peppers, I guess. I don't know where this is going. Zoey decides to be bold and actually confront Chase and be like, hey, you like me, right? But she's interrupted when she walks in on Chase making out with this girl, Trina Vega. No, I'm just kidding. It's Daniela Monet. But she plays a girl named Becca in this. That's not really the victorious part. And you know what? This is a good shocking moment. Like, I definitely can step back into my shoes in the 2000s. Before I knew that Chase had a girlfriend, I definitely would have believed this whole episode that he didn't have a girlfriend. Like, this is a really good reveal. And Chase put his hand on Zoey's chin by the water fountain earlier. That's definitely not cool of somebody who's in a relationship. Sorry, Chase, not cool. Oh my gosh, and things get so bad. Like, bees get lost everywhere, and Coco wouldn't even drop her ravioli for the bees. Like, she'd rather get stung than drop her ravioli, which is very telling for her. This whole episode feels like kind of a play on us, where we think that Chase likes Zoey still, but since we're seeing more of the girls' perspective, like, the girls talk about Chase as opposed to Chase's talk about Zoey, like it was so much in the second season. It's almost like the second season was for the boys and the third season's for the girls. And if you ask me, it should be more about the girls. We should be talking more about Zoey and Lola
and Quinn's feelings in the first place. But you know what? I think the fact that Zoey is so bad at acting, they tried to write around this very scenario, and they're running out of ideas. But all around, this took us on a fun ride. Up until Chase announces that he has a girlfriend, we are just in shock. I'm even confused as to how this episode ends here. What a great cliffhanger for an episode. I wish they told us that this was a two-parter, because in the episode, it's just called Episode 1 Surprise. It's not Episode 1 Surprise, Part 1, it's Surprise. And then Episode 2 is called Chase's Girlfriend. And this is where it gets really obvious. Now, this is another issue with episode titles. If you saw this title as like a new episode coming up, or like looked on the Wikipedia page back when Zoey 101 was being released, you would probably see the next episode title, and that would have spoiled it alone. They couldn't have done something a little more subtle to the people that cared this much about the show. I mean, whatever, it's not really my discretion. Oh, but before we move on, we have to talk about the fact that Trish and Lola talk. Why is this important? Because it's Trina and Tori Vega. This is the first time they probably acted together. It's so cool to think that they end up in Victorious together. But you know what? This is not worth talking about for too long. Chase's Girlfriend is when things get sped up a little bit, and you're definitely invested on what's going on. I know I am. We get the boys' perspective of everything, and the opening to this episode is really cool. I wish the whole season opened to this. It's basically Zoey explaining to Quinn and Lola what she walked in on, Chase and his girlfriend, and Chase is explaining to Michael and Logan the same thing. It's like a very he said, she said moment. I don't know if you knew Grease, but it's like that summer night song. Oh, especially since they're the ones coming back from summer break. And this episode is all about Chase kind of introducing his girlfriend to the girls. I love how the second season was more so about the boys, like we got to see more of their personalities, and now we're switching to the girls, and this episode has the guys again. In the B plot, Logan is really bad at basketball. I don't know why he's this bad. He was good in the first season.
You do know the ball is supposed to go into the basket, right?
But the coach, who is the guy whose whole bit is pronouncing sushi wrong, is back, and he's like gonna kick Logan off the team, which I didn't realize he was that bad. We meet Becca for the first time, with Chase introducing her to the group. It's really cool because in the last episode they didn't even meet, so there's so much to actually see in this episode. But I gotta be honest, Trish is kind of disrespectful to Zoey.
We already kind of met. Yeah, sorry for barging in like that. Oh, it's totally cool.
I mean, sure, Zoey walked in on them, embarrassing, but you know, she's kind of catty toward her. Chase's whole plot this episode is that him and Michael's cartoon from their web series, Not iCarly, is that they have a little cartoon that is apparently going to be seen by a network head, and this could have the potential to bring their cartoon to TV. Not sure if that's how it worked back in the day, but let's give them the benefit of the doubt. So we're excited about that. Then we go back to Logan trying to learn basketball, and Quinn is essentially like, I can teach you. Logan does not believe that she could, and honestly, I don't either as an audience member. I'm like, she's a genius, not a basketball player, but she's definitely really good, and it's hard to discount. Throughout the rest of the episode, she makes him wear a dress, she makes him chase a chicken.
Serpentine! Serpentine! What? Squiggle back and forth!
There's just so much weird stuff she's making him do that at first seems irrelevant, but then it turns out to have actually taught him how to play better. It's kind of like that Mr. Miyagi situation where she's like training him without really training him, and it's so random that this is a plot line. Of course, we can't not talk about the fact that these two literally end up together by the end of the series, if not Zoey 102 the movie as well. I wonder if the writers knew this early on that they wanted them to pair off together, and that's why they have a plot together, because it is interesting to see them. The characters are so polar opposite, like with Quinn being like a nerd, not really into anything that Logan's into, and he's more of this hotshot popular dude that doesn't really want anything to do with her. It is like the epitome of unrequited love, and I'm kind of here for it. I think I would enjoy this watch a lot more knowing that they might lead to that. I mean, anything is better than all these B-plots just being either Chase and Michael getting into something weird or Quinn doing experiments on Dustin. Like, it's just nice to evolve as a show. Oh my god, and this is Stacy's first episode. Guys, Stacy is in this. I can't believe she wasn't in the first 2 seasons, honestly. And I can't help but wonder if they just needed another girl on the cast, and once they got rid of Alexa Nikolas, they just inserted her. I mean, I know she becomes a bigger part of it for the rest of the series. She's pretty much just a one-off character that comes by, tells a couple jokes, and leaves. Gotta be honest though, she is definitely in the identity of Zoey 101. Like, she is what I remember looking back and watching. So I'm excited that she's become a part of it finally. Like, it feels like the show is actually becoming the show I remember. So this gets really intense when Trish actually goes to Zoey's room to have a talk with her. It almost gets kind of inappropriate. Like, I don't see why they need to have this private conversation. She tells her she doesn't want to see Chase and her talking ever again. She does not want them to be friends. Like, she knew that they were talking in the past season, because I guess she watched season 2 of Zoey 101, and is not cool with it.
Anyways, speaking of Chase, I hear you guys are really close friends.
Oh yeah, Chase is like the best guy friend I've ever had.
Yeah, well, not anymore.
Which, honestly, Trish has the right of way here. It's so fair to be worried about something like this, especially since Chase does or did have a crush on Zoey. Like, she is almost viewed as crazy for thinking these two can be together, but like, as an audience, we know that they were gonna be together. Like, there's no way Chase doesn't have feelings for her. She has a right to be insecure about it. Like, sure, the way she's going about it might be a little snippy, but like, she definitely has a right to be, especially if your boyfriend has a crush on his best friend. Like, that's just too much. Like, either Chase, you have to break up with her and be with Zoey, or vice versa. It's not a good situation. This is where it gets even juicier. When he finds out that his cartoon won, he tells Zoey first. Oh my gosh, and Becca has a field day with this. This is the first time she confronts Chase pretty literally and is like, I do not want to see you talking to her. And honestly, it's fair. I don't know why Chase is very defensive about it. If anything, it makes it look a little bit worse. It's interesting to see him stand up for himself, because I didn't see him as the type of guy that would like stand his ground this hard, but maybe that's just what she brings out in him. I feel like in relationships, you always bring out a different side of each other. Like, depending on who you date is like a different side of that person. You know, like if you're with somebody you don't really like that much, obviously you're gonna be a little bit more tense. Like, you don't realize what this person's bringing out in you. Like, if he was with Zoey, he would be such a different guy. He would probably be a lot more reclusive and like listen to what she says. But that's just how you know they're not meant to be. They do not bring out the best in each other. So you know what, Trish? You're better off moving on. We end the entire episode with Chase telling Zoey that he thought she was crazy for telling them they couldn't be friends, and Zoey is like surprised. I mean, if I were her, I would definitely think Chase likes you at this point. That's an intense power move. They kind of bond over the fact that she was crazy, which is really annoying because I don't think she was crazy. These two were the ones in denial about their lives. I don't know how 2 people are this repressed, but it's Chase and Zoey, and this feels like we've officially kicked off the 3rd season. We've decided that Zoey and Chase are still just gonna be friends, that Logan and Michael are gonna be having a lot more drama going on with the boys, and Lola and Quinn are gonna have to deal with each other as roommates. There's a lot to be excited about and a lot to talk about, so let's keep it going. Okay, so the next episode is called Hot Dean, and this one took me by surprise. I definitely feel like Zoey 101 nailed the comedy aspect. Like, everything I was saying before about the tone being problematic, I feel like it's pretty much just a comedy at this point. I had so much fun with this specific episode because of that fact. It starts out with Dustin not being able to fly his plane, and Quinn steps in, and she's kind of arrogant. She says, I can fix a real airplane, which is, okay, Quinn, we get it. You just need to have friends at a certain point. The plane flies directly into Dean Rivers' face. Like, nose to nose, him and this plane just kissed. And I feel really bad for him because it looks painful. Like, even the actor, I'm like kind of convinced that he must have been hurt because of this. So after he gets hurt, they apparently have a new Dean come in, Dean Taylor, and they replaced him pretty quickly. I would be concerned if I were Dean Rivers. On a side note, the cheerleaders get a new uniform, which is necessary to mention, I guess.
We're sorry it's due to the tragic accident that happened to Dean Rivers. And now we go to Brian Striley with the report on PCA's new cheerleader uniforms.
The boys are excited, but they don't really care about anything else going on. The girls are smitten with this new Dean. He is handsome, and that's coming from me. No, I'm just kidding. It doesn't really matter. They run into Coco, who is upset about being broken up with, and she is crying on the floor with her little flip phone. And she is a mess. I can't believe how hard she's taking this breakup. I feel kind of bad for her a little bit. And apparently he always dumps her from the phone, which is crazy. So they end up trying to help her, which is ridiculous because she's the RA. She should be helping the kids. And I think they even mentioned that. But she's just crying and complaining to them as they all eat fruit. And there's like a montage of her consistently mentioning different bad things that her ex has done. And we all have that one coworker that talks about their relationship life too much.
I just don't understand guys. First they tell you that they love you. Then they tell you that you're too clingy and needy and man, I'm hungry.
She follows the girls around and has no boundaries. And this is the entire episode. Like, it's just her showing up at different places, complaining. And she mentions that he got her a pretzel from the gas station for her birthday 3 times. I'm not gonna tell you where it is. You can find it for yourself. In the meantime, the boys don't really have a say in anything until the girls kind of bring him into it. Quinn and Lola try to get the hot Dean's attention by starting a food fight.
2 food fight!
Hey! Can we all be a little bit more mature here? Oh.
And he even is like ready to punish them, but he's like, you guys have never been in trouble before. What's going on? And they aggressively flirt with him. Like, if I were him, I would be uncomfortable with half the things these girls are saying. And it's kind of crazy because in the first season, Quinn did not know how to flirt. Like, they had to train her to flirt. And now suddenly she's harassing the dean? It seems irrelevant until we realize that Coco could be matched up with this guy. The boys think this is ridiculous, and I'm gonna ignore the fact that Coco asks the boys if she's an attractive woman. Inappropriate. But when they mention the idea of hooking Coco up with the new dean, even though the boys are like really like, no, there's no way he would do that, they want to stop Coco from bothering them as well. So they try to hook him up, they talk to the dean, and they're like, what are you into? And this poor dean, he's just trying to go to work. They try to talk about Coco and find a connection, but they really can't find anything. I don't know why they're trying to hook him up so bad. And he's even entertaining it a little bit. Like, he's not like, oh, she's a dorm advisor, I'm her boss, maybe I shouldn't be dating. Like, he just kind of goes with it.
Hey, it's Chase, Michael, and Logan.
Oh, well, this is so...
Talking about Coco.
Coco, this is Dean Taylor. Dean Taylor? Coco.
Hi.
Dean Taylor?
He was just telling us how he loves sushi.
Oh, you like sushi?
Yeah, I like sushi.
Perfect! Why don't you take her out for sushi on Friday night?
Friday night?
Chase still works at Sushi Rocks, which is kind of cool. I like this consistency. And that's where they have the date. Coco gets all gussied up, and they have Michael play the piccolo? The flute. They have Michael play the flute and get louder every time Coco talks too much. Which is really disrespectful. She's got some crazy stories though. Coco is quite the character. I can't believe how funny half the things she says are. She's almost impossible to keep up with, and all the kids want this date with Dean to work out, which I don't know why you guys are so set on this. He's visibly bored, and she starts sweating. It gets way too unbearable, but instead of her breaking it off, the ex shows up to the dinner. I like the next reference to the pretzel. And it's so funny because apparently she's like, I'm tired of being dumped every time your softball team loses. Like, this is such a funny fight.
Do you know what it's like to play on a softball team that loses the majority of the...
Please leave her alone, so just...
Back off! I messed up, Cokes. I need you. Take me back?
The girls try to make it up to Dean, or the Dean, but they end up just getting a picture instead, like he's famous, and Coco is carried off by her ex. I don't know who this was a win for, or if this Dean even comes back after this episode, but you know what? It was a fun episode. I had a good time with this one. They finally decided to be a comedy show, and I am here for it. The Dean was a very welcome addition, but I don't think that's necessary. Dean Rivers is probably going to be back as soon as possible, but you know what? We had fun here.
together. We had fun. Even though the boys didn't really play a major role, I felt like everybody got a chance to be funny. Okay, so for the next episode, we have Zoey's tutor. This one took me by surprise in a good way. So this one's about Zoey hating chemistry. This entire episode is all about her studying for a test. And it sounds boring, but it kinda is. No, I'm just kidding. It has some really good moments. Zoey's a C in chemistry, and she's actively telling people that she hates chemistry. I can't tell if she's a straight A student or she's not a good student. Like, I feel like they kind of just make up whatever they want her to be all the time. Thank God this school has classes outside of, like, film production, though. Like, I'm glad it actually offers extracurriculars. In this, the teacher is, like, super weird because she keeps asking about Chase's hair, specifically to Zoey, like, as if it's fake. It's so ridiculous. The scene where she gets a C, I swear I've used her face of disgust multiple times in my thumbnails for my videos. The teacher tells Zoey that she needs to have a tutor. Seeing the episode title alone, I wasn't sure who the tutor was going to be, if it was going to be a guest character or one of the main cast. I kind of assumed it was going to be Chase, but I was very surprised to learn about this episode. In the B-plot, Quinn has a rat let loose in the girl's bedroom, and this is exactly what the girls were talking about when they didn't want to live with her.
What? Oh, there's a rat underneath the bed! Really? Where's the hand sanitizer? Where's the hand sanitizer? It's right over there! Call the police!
It's so funny because they had that episode where Zoey lived with Quinn and it went haywire, and it's just going haywire again. It's funny because it's like Quinn's whole ordeal is that she wants to capture this rat, and the more she doesn't, the more it's smarter than her. And this kind of comes into play when it comes to Logan because they both have an ego. They share that stubbornness that you don't really realize. And I can't believe how good these guys are written.
It missed. Really?
The teacher reveals that the tutor is Logan. Logan apparently is a genius, and Zoey is mortified and kind of insulting toward him.
Logan?
Like, I'm thrilled about this.
Logan doesn't know anything about chemistry. He doesn't know anything about anything.
Like, it's not that unrealistic to be good at something. Oh my god, the flashback of Quinn and Zoey fighting about tutoring is so funny. Zoey does convince him to tutor her, but they both have to kind of keep it a secret. Later, they are playing baseball for some reason, and he is tutoring Zoey. She's learning a lot more. Congrats, Zoey. But uh-oh, Michael and Chase left basketball practice early because Michael broke his foot stepping on the basketball. They head back to the dorm to find Zoey and Logan as Zoey's about to fall on Logan, which it just looks like they're dating. I don't know what to tell you. And it's really cringy because we both know that they are not dating, so this suspicious act is even more suspicious. Chase has a field day with this, gathers everybody around and is like, what are we gonna do about this? Everybody doesn't really seem to care that much because he's the only one spazzy enough to care about what Zoey's up to, and everybody is just kind of like, okay, Chase, sure, we know. And it's clear that everybody knows that he likes them. They keep bringing back the flute for Michael, which is really funny. I like that they committed to it. Chase actually decides to confront Logan about this, and Logan actually says, we're dating, because he'd rather him think they are dating as opposed to him teaching her. And this is so funny as the audience member because it's like, this of course is going to upset Chase. Logan should know how much this means to Chase. I don't know why he's acting stupid, like he knows Chase likes Zoey. Why isn't he worried about upsetting him? Chase does not believe him, so he hides in the bush to overhear their conversation, and this was kind of Logan's idea. They talk about chemistry, but it just sounds like they're flirting, and it's so funny to think from Chase's perspective that they're talking about like kissing or something. Like, it's so good.
I've heard enough.
Chase?
Chase, what were you doing in that bush? Hearing everything.
Look, I wanted to tell you, but I was embarrassed.
You should be embarrassed. I mean, Logan?
I know, but he's taught me so much.
Oh, God.
It's true. I mean, he really knows his stuff.
Oh,
Oh!
He walks away thinking they're dating, and Zoey does not pick up on why this insults him. Chase confronts Zoey, and she is insulted, pretty much clears the air right away. This was Logan. Quinn has an offhanded comment and says, I'm gonna end up in community college, and that's really disrespectful. Community college is actually pretty good. The episode ends with them putting the rat in Logan's pants, which has to be illegal. And they all hang out by the water fountain, which is cute. It's like a little bonfire, but water. Yeah, and they watch Logan freak out. Okay, I think this is a little sadistic, but the next episode is just as funny. We have The Great Vince Blake, season 3, episode 5. So this one is interesting because it's about this guy on campus named Vince Blake, who is the lead football player, and everybody loves him. Like, I'm talking everybody. The teacher literally says, "Can I hug you? Oh, what's life without a risk?" and hugs him anyway. That is so inappropriate. Of course, Chase is jealous because everybody admires him. Literally the friend group, even Zoey kind of likes him. I didn't even realize there was football at this school. I feel like we've talked about sports before, but we never straightforward said football was a thing. I wish we kind of went back to basketball, like if we could have one consistent sport, but I guess we're so far off from what the first season wanted the show to be than now. I always loved the trope of like a super popular character that could do nothing wrong and everybody liking them, but then one person has a problem with him, and guess who that is? Chase. And it's weird because he doesn't really have to do with Zoey, and yet Chase is bothered by this. He even catches him cheating. He takes a picture of the test onto his phone. So now Chase has to deal with the moral dilemma that Vince was cheating. In the meantime, Zoey, Quinn, and Lola decide they randomly want to put healthier snacks in the vending machines, which is kind of out of character. I do not see them as like do-good characters. I see them as like popular girls that just happen to be on the lame side of the social spectrum. I don't know why I would see this as a good thing from them. The dean definitely doesn't want to do it and kind of leaves it at that. But they don't give up. They decide they're going to fill the vending machines on their own. Mark's here! Mark's finally back in the show. I'm so excited. And he sits on a cactus, which is pretty relevant for him.
Mark, you just sat on the cactus africana!
I know. Please call the nurse.
As the boys are heading out, Chase admits to Michael and Logan that he saw Vince cheating. They warn him not to tell anybody. So he kind of goes adjacent to that and tells Vince himself, who actually does not want to do the right thing, is unapologetic about just don't tell anybody. So Chase is reasonably upset. His friends talk him down and say do not ruin this for him or the school. And I'm like, guys, you're terrible friends. They even have a cardboard cutout of this guy on campus. How popular is he? Stacy's got a few one-liners in this, and it's nice to hear her again. Oh, the girls finally get their moon bars, and I think that's a play on the Luna bars. I didn't realize they had those healthy treats back then, but yeah, that's definitely what they're doing here. But they think it's a horrible snack. Like, it does not taste good at all.
Oh, gross! Dean Rivers will have us arrested. They make my tongue sad!
And I like that Mark's a part of the B-plot. Like, please weave him in as much as you guys can. They inject the cookies with cactus juice, and they actually taste really good and really addicting. They end up hijacking the man who's supposed to switch the vending machines and put them into the machine, which is pretty presumptuous. Later, Chase is cornered by the football team, and these guys look like grown adults. Like, Chase looks like a kid, and these are grown men approaching him. They basically threaten him if he tells anybody about Vince. Such an interesting power play, like, that this guy's popularity is so important that everybody around him is willing to act on his behalf, whether he asks them to or not. Like, Vince never asked anybody to defend him like this. People are just going out of their way because they believe in him, which is insane, that kind of popularity.
Well, I know people that know karate. For example, my cousin in Phoenix. He's just a short plane ride away, and his number is programmed right in my...
Just keep your mouth shut about Vince, because we hate to see you get hurt.
Chase decides not to tell the teacher and gives Blake an ultimatum that he will not tell if he agrees to not cheat again. But Vince can't do it, so Chase blurts it out in the middle of class.
Vince cheated.
What did you say?
Vince stole the answers to the test. I saw him do it. That's a lie.
Chase, that's a very serious charge.
I know.
Well, unless you have some proof, I suggest.
He snuck in here at night and took pictures of the test with his cell phone. And I bet he wasn't smart enough to delete them.
Vince, may I see your cell phone?
We cut to Chase and Zoey having another moment under the basketball court, and this is kind of cute. I like that we're not just seeing them talk on the grass, like they actually have like something to do, and Chase tries to tell himself he did the right thing, and I like that Zoey doesn't shut him down about it. I mean, it's not I don't know what to do. The guys weren't joking. The entire football team tries to fight Chase, and I am worried for him. He is alone and defenseless. But then we get a nice moment where Logan and Michael come up defending him and say that if they hurt him, they're gonna have to hurt them. And Mark is just unconsensually part of this. He apparently thought they were gonna see a movie. Poor Mark. Suddenly, when everybody starts being addicted to these moon bars, the dean even says, "I'm glad you guys broke in," which is, do you guys have rules or what? We finally see that Michael, Chase, and Logan were beaten senseless. It gives a little bit more respect to them because clearly they're doing the right thing in this scenario and want to go down with their friend. But the fact that they lost is kind of funny. Later, the episode kind of ends with the moon bar fiasco where everybody is basically addicted to it. And it's come to the point of being unsafe for the campus. Quinn apparently knew this whole time, which is psychopathic, and the girls kind of just shrugged their shoulders and we don't really get to see them put everything back to normal. But this was a fun episode, getting like another guest character and seeing how the main characters react to him. I like seeing Chase in a dilemma that doesn't have to do with Zoey. It makes him seem more rounded as a person. And there's some really good jokes in this one, like when the teacher hugs him in the beginning. I just thought that was so funny. And season 3 has about 24 episodes, so we're kind of just at the first quarter. Let's keep going. The next episode, season 3, episode 6, is the Silver Hammer Society. And this one took me by surprise. I did not expect what this ended up being. So the boys are watching a doc about girls in bikinis, which is on the Knowledge Channel, and Logan comes in all gussied up. The girls come in too, and they're basically like, "Why are you dressed up?" And he explains that he's trying to get into the Silver Hammer Society. Apparently, whoever gets tapped by the hammer gets in. Kind of like a frat situation. The girls get mad that they are not involved themselves, but there's rumors that maybe the girls will be this year. It's interesting, we haven't really got an episode about sexism yet, and how guys and girls are treated differently. It's definitely appearing that way, but the rest of the episode doesn't really go on this. Logan keeps trying to bribe who he thinks is in the cult, and it's so funny.
This is just to let you know, I'm interested.
Thanks, but I'm seeing someone.
But wait.
In the B plot, a new girl comes to campus, and her name is Sarah. We don't know much about her, it's just her dad works in pasta, I guess. Didn't realize pasta was an industry. She meets Quinn pretty quickly, and Quinn recognizes her. She doesn't say she recognizes her, she just acts really malicious toward her, and we don't really know why. Meanwhile, everybody but Logan gets tapped to be a part of the Silver Hammer Society. Zoey gets tapped, and Lola, then even Chase. Chase reveals that he got tapped too, and Logan is so furious. Despite the fact he's found a suit in many different colors, he has not been asked yet. Chase kind of does a power move and is like, "I'm not gonna be a part of it." Throws the pin in the trash. This is so Chase. I feel like he's a lot more interesting this season though. Like before he was more like pining over Zoey the whole time, but at least in this he has like a lot of self-respect and has plot lines that make him look like a good person. Michael quickly talks about getting his head hit by a horse when he was little and everybody's impressed by it, but I think it just explains his character, honestly. Where is Dustin? Dustin has not been in any of these episodes so far, and it's starting to bother me. This is like completely a fourth of the series, barely saw him. So Quinn keeps avoiding Sarah, even taking Mark into the janitor's closet. She's like, "Let's go to gym," and then they just stay there. I'd be really mad if I were this girl. She's too nice about it. So Logan takes Chase's pin out of the trash, and I don't know how this is gonna help him. Like, it's not gonna tell him where to go, what to do. It's literally a pin, but I guess this is something to worry about because it goes to blackout. So after the commercial break, we find everybody in blindfolds. The leader of this cult is the guy from Wizards, the best friend that dates Harper. Remember him? Yeah, he's in this. And this is definitely a frat. Like, they take attendance, and they even have Logan dressed as Chase trying to fit in. Like, look at him. He's so bad at it, but it's so funny how desperate Logan is to be a part of this. They end up removing him, and everybody else is assigned a task. Like, Michael is Flosser, Lola is Shaver, and Zoey is... gosh, guys, I don't like where this is going. This is where it gets, like, a little bit more weird.
Feeder.
for me, and probably for the Schneider universe. Oh, I do wish Mark was recruited though. This is the one thing it's missing. They have to do mundane activities like serving the members food, and we have to watch Zoey essentially wipe a kid's mouth. I don't really like where this is going. Quinn tries to use a slingshot, and I think she's about to kill Sarah. I didn't realize it was this bad, and I didn't realize Quinn was capable of that much. Logan very quickly tries to have his own secret society and call it Loganites, with a bunch of random kids across campus and the janitor, which he was the janitor from last season. This is cool. Chase doesn't want anything to do with it, and him and Mark essentially leave. But it's funny because Logan actually said you have to streak across the campus naked in order to join, which is just like a frat, and nobody wants to do it except the janitor. Really creepy that it's just a boy alone with a elderly man. I don't know why this is happening. So we find out that Sarah was actually in a beauty competition with Quinn, remembers her, and she was a flag twirler or just a performer, I guess. I don't know what to call this. And it's been revealed.
Turn it off! Stop it!
Quinn.
I know, it's ridiculous! I didn't realize how bad it was because I was only 5! I didn't know! It was before I turned 7 and realized my true path was intellectual superiority over all others!
Quinn,
Don't lose respect for me! Don't judge me! It wasn't my fault! It wasn't my fault!
She seems upset.
Meanwhile, everybody's back in the cave, but this time it gets dark. It's time for the last ritual. They have to decide between themselves one person that has to go home. And come on, guys, you couldn't just decide this. It's kind of like the Beast games on Amazon Prime. Zoey uses this as a moment to be self-righteous and is like, okay, none of us are gonna join. And she's lucky that everybody agreed. That was about to be really embarrassing for her. I guess the moral is don't join cults? I don't know what this episode's trying to entail. Later, Mark kind of consoles Quinn and tells her it's okay and that she doesn't need to be embarrassed. But it is funny that like Quinn would be embarrassed about something like this. As somebody who wants to be seen as a respectable scientist, like of course this would bother her a lot. It's so funny to think that she assumes that Mark will break up with her because of this. And the episode ends very sweetly with her performing for him, and okay. This episode was fun. It definitely went a little too far at points, though. I like the concept of everybody joining a cult on campus and these robes trying to get people to do really specific things, but it feels like the episode was very quick. It was just the first half, everybody be invited to this secret club, and the second half, nobody likes the challenges of this secret club. The end. Oh my god, they make Lola try to shave this guy's back, and that's where we're gonna stop. We're gonna stop with this episode. We're gonna move on. Okay, so the next episode is Michael Loves Lisa. It's listed as episode 13 on Paramount Plus, but it's episode 7. It is the episode following the one we just watched. So the episode starts with Stacy being taken out on a gurney from yoga, and the teacher like doesn't even care. I don't even know.
Oh, my buttock! You'll be all right, Stacy. Just take her to the nurse's office. Now, you see, that is a good example of why yoga isn't for everyone.
Zoey starts talking to this random girl, which I don't really know who she is. And we find out that Michael is smitten over her. Her name's Lisa, and she's really pretty. So he wants to impress her. He even borrows Zoey's JetX without asking. And she's like, I need to get to class, but he just goes anyway. And starts flirting with her with the pink JetX. Just as he thinks he's being a smooth talker, he tries to get off the JetX, but his zipper is stuck to it. So he's getting karma because he literally stole his best friend's bike. And it's blaring. The alarms are so loud. It is embarrassing. I feel like you could tell Jamie Lynn Spears isn't even good at pretending to laugh. Like the scene with Lisa, she just like, I swear, they must have dubbed her voice to add in laughter because it just seems so ingenuine. But at least she's getting a little bit better at acting. I realized we never really had a Michael episode until now. Like it's cool because, you know, we don't get to see this character in its own plot line. Meanwhile, Chase and Logan are fighting each other because they're playing a racing game that's not Mario Kart. What a world. And Chase keeps winning. Logan has a big issue with this and challenges him to a race with real go-karts, which of course he can afford to do that. But Chase doesn't. He doesn't know what that is. He's not gonna pay for that. Quinn is doing the hula hoops and Lola is timing her, but I'm starting to remember that Lola has not been talking about acting for quite some time. Like the things that made her unique are kind of gone, but Quinn seems to keep this like flexibility aspect of her. Like we just learned she was a pageant girl, so of course she's good at juggling 6 hula hoops. I like seeing her her embrace this side of herself. She's becoming a lot less weird and more dynamic. Michael comes in with the JetX, and everybody's like, why'd you bring the JetX into our room? He tells the girls that he likes Lisa, and they're like, oh, that's so sweet, but he's just too embarrassed. He even falls under the JetX as he's leaving, which is the most embarrassing. Later, we see Chase getting his bike together, and he took apart a lawnmower and put the pieces together, which I don't know anybody growing up that's smart enough to do this. Chase can't be that smart. Like, they make him seem all cool and like put together, but he really doesn't know what he's doing. Actually, he does. Stacy gives her first flirtation toward Logan at this part, where she's like, he's spicy and I'm uncomfortable. Logan comes up and he already has a really good vehicle. And I love how Stacy just assumed she would go with him. Like, in what world would that just be happening? The girls try to be nice and invite Lisa to come see Michael sing at the open mic night. Michael's already confident until Zoey reveals this to him, then he's scared and embarrassed. I think he's overreacting, but then he goes on stage, pukes on her shoes, and it makes sense. Now I feel bad for him. He got his first episode and it's about this.
Oh, you threw up!
Ugh, it's on my shoe!
Michael! What are you getting?
Zoey tries to talk to him, but he hides in the closet, playing his flute again.
Hello.
What?
And I feel bad for Michael, because it's like, he really does want to talk to her, but he keeps ending up with the worst luck. And I don't know, if I were her, I would have given up on him by now. Like, this is too many points of embarrassment. At this point, the universe is just telling you not to be together. Zoey tries to make the situation better by talking to Lisa, but she admits that it was a good thing he threw up on her shoes because she met another guy. Oh God, Zoey, you must feel bad about this. I love how she just takes responsibility for everything wrong that happens, because she did initiate the idea, although it does have to do with Michael more than it does to her. Logan and Chase finally get their race going, and I don't know how they got this many people on board with this. Logan literally has a full suit, with Chase wearing like a casual outfit. This becomes like a full event, and Quinn even helps Chase, which means that he's probably gonna win. Zoey has a moment with Michael, trying to break it to him, but these guys just get closer and closer the more he opens up about his love life, and I kind of like it. It's sweet to see this side of Michael, and then Zoey nurturing it. It's nice that it doesn't have to do with the go-kart plot at all, because I feel like that would have just been distracting.
You can't solve your problems with sad flute music.
I can try.
And then Zoey is like, wait, we can get Lisa and that guy not to be together. Which, Zoey, I don't know if that's the solution. Chase ends up going supercharge on this go-kart and pretty much takes out this guy that Lisa's seeing. Michael has a chance to be a hero and check if the guy's okay, but instead kisses his girlfriend. And we learn a little bit more about Michael this day. He redeems himself by singing at the open mic night and finally getting the girl. And I love how supportive these guys are to each other, like especially at the open mic, like they're just cheering each other on. It definitely gives me like vibes from the movie, but I don't think we see Lisa again after this, so what's the point of building that up? I mean, it's just nice to get a Michael episode. I feel like that was the most interesting part of it all, and seeing Zoey have more of a caring side, that's nice too. I like that Michael had to save Lisa in order to kind of get this moment with her, redeeming himself. Like, it felt like a good karmic episode. Okay, let's keep going. So the next episode we have is called Wrestling, and I was not expecting this episode literally at all. Season 3, episode 8. My friend pointed out to me that the fashion in this episode is kind of on point, and I agree. Like, Zoey specifically has a lot of nice outfits. It doesn't make up for her acting, but you know what I mean. The friends are walking when they find two little boys fighting, and I ask myself once again, how old do you have to be to go to PCA? What is the limit? There is just too many people here. Zoey breaks up the wrestling, and the gym coach pretty much yells at her for it, but you think it's negative, and it's actually just positive. He's like, you should join the wrestling team! This interaction is super funny, because he definitely seems angry at her, and she's definitely angry back, but he makes her agree to it.
Be on the team!
Why do you want me to—
Join the team! Say yes!
If I say yes, will you stop screaming at me?
Welcome to the team!
I just joined the wrestling team.
Oh my gosh, Rock'em Sock'em Robots. Who remembers Rock'em Sock'em Robots? Lola and Quinn are playing in this episode, and I forgot this was even a thing. Later, Zoey shows up to the tryouts, and Logan is pretty angry that she's there. No surprise, he was angry in the pilot, he's angry now. I don't know why her being in the friend group and him consensually joining them all the time still bothers him. They even reference basketball. Apparently, they've been playing all these sports, and I guess we just don't see it. The coach is mad at her for assuming she would just start, but it's like, dude, you invited her. And he gives her all these complicated tasks to do, like they have her work out and everything. And she's like exhausted. Lola and Quinn can see how tired she is, but they're like, please take one for the team, like be the first girl wrestler. And I guess I'm here for it, although we do never see her fight. The coach has a catchphrase and says, let's get sweaty. Not happy about that. Meanwhile, Lola is talking to this guy named Trotman with the intention of getting on TV. This is the guy from the news that you usually see at PCA campus. He's basically calling her on her bluff, being like, you don't want to go out with me. And you know what? Lola is rude for even trying to do this.
Would you really go out with me?
No.
Walk away.
Zoey kind of confronts the coach and asks why she has not been wrestling, and the coach's interaction with these boys is hilarious. Doug Brochu from Sunny with a Chance is here! Oh my gosh! The coach keeps insisting that she is going to wrestle, and then he talks about aliens in this scene. I don't know what this character is, but honestly, I wish we had a standalone episode featuring him. So Zoey learns that the guy she's going to face is actually really aggressive. Like, he even beats up the camera guy on the screen, which is actually a really funny joke. I love that we see this. See California State Wrestling, so they're definitely in California. Not sure if you guys thought that, but I've been wondering. Trotman comes back, and Lola is still mad at him for not letting her on TV, and Quinn is basically like, oh, I'll help you figure this out.
Want to do sports color commentary? I don't know what that means, but if I get to be on camera, then yes, I do. Okay, wait here. What are you gonna do? Things.
Has him sneak away and basically kidnaps him because we do not know where he is, and Lola basically fills in for him as one of these announcers. Good luck, Lola. I definitely don't think you know how sports work because you're an actor, not because you're a girl. I love how nobody is getting consequences for their actions. Like, this coach is doing so many bad things. Lola is so funny though as the announcer. Like, she just mentions things she actually knows and it has nothing to do with the sports, but I kind of love it.
He's never been defeated in over 74 high school wrestling matches.
Yeah, but look at his scruffy head. I could definitely recommend some hair care products, starting with a deep conditioner.
The coach basically says that Zoey has an injury, and we learn that he was just using her to get to the finalists and be able to substitute somebody who actually can wrestle, which is really rude, but it does make a lot of sense given all the events leading up to this. And it sucks, because he's a really funny character. I wish he wasn't such a jerk. Zoey ends up kind of betraying him and going in to wrestle anyway. Everybody's cheering her on from the stands, and it cuts off right before they're about to fight, because of course, Jamie Lynn Spears cannot fight. Next thing we know, she's in the infirmary, and her friends are there to comfort her. A great ending, and you know what? This actually gives me a little bit more points towards Zoey. I feel like she definitely is a good character in this specific episode. I mean, given the circumstances, a lot of stuff happens to her, and she's a little passive when it comes to all the decisions she makes, but overall, I felt like this was a necessary episode, especially if you're trying to keep your boy Johnny 2000 watching, which doesn't matter because I'm gonna have to watch these all anyway. I like the appearances from everybody. Chase is super supportive, even though this episode does not revolve around him. And we even get to see Logan get his comeuppance at the end in the nurse's lounge. A lot of fun, a lot of hijinks. So the next episode is also interesting, although I do warn you, it feels like a copy and paste of Time Capsule. The episode's called Zoey's Balloon. It's season 3, episode 9. Apparently they're all in a psychology class, which is nice because it's not like Hollywood Arts where they only teach one specific thing like video production in the second and first season. We get a little more diversity in the classroom. The teacher basically forces every kid in the classroom to have a secret, to share one of their secrets, or write it down basically. She has Lola say hers out loud and everybody laughs at her.
Lola, share a secret.
Well, okay. When I was really little, I did have kind of a bad experience.
Come try Harry's Hot Dogs where everyone's a wiener. Come try Harry's Hot Dogs where everyone's a wiener. Oh.
And ever since I've been afraid of people in big costumes. You know, mascots, theme park characters, Easter bunnies, all of them. That's great. This is nice. Thank you. Thanks for the laughter.
It's so embarrassing, and it's like, can a teacher legally force a kid to tell a secret like that? I don't know if that's fair. I love how all psychology teachers are essentially the same. They're very head in the clouds, whimsical, and it kind of reminds me of the therapist in Victorious. It's good though, she's got some good jokes.
Oh. Yes, I wasn't supposed to have you reveal your secret out loud.
Oh, super.
So Zoey writes her own secret, and the whole goal is they're going to be attaching them to balloons. Zoey writes down her secret, and of course, Chase wants to know. She kind of gives him flack about it, and does this thing where she teases him and is like, yeah, I'll tell you. Never. Zoey, you are... I don't know. Zoey is really stressful sometimes. This feels exactly like the Time Capsule episode at this point. I remember watching this and being like, there is no way they just literally copy and pasted this episode, because the Time Capsule was that important, but it turns out not to be like that. The Chase thing is kind of a one-off, and we focus more on Zoey this episode. When Logan's golfing and everybody else is lifting their balloons into the air, he ends up hitting Stacy over the head, and I feel bad for her. I feel like she's just here to exist and
We'll chat later, Stacy.
Be inconvenienced. The episode takes kind of a dark turn pretty quickly when Zoey gets an email on her laptop, which kind of looks like a lunchbox. It's that blocky, like a pink lunchbox. Oh my god, she's writing a letter to a grandmother again. It's so fun. I feel like this relationship is so specific between her and her grandmother. And there's an episode later about Chase and his grandmother, and I don't remember her mentioning him, so I think we're gonna have to cross that bridge when we come to it. I also think Zoey's wearing a Buddha shirt in this scene. I can't tell, but it looks pretty religious. Oh yeah, but the dark turn. As I was saying, she gets a note that says go to zoe'sballoon.com, and a cryptic message says that this person knows her secret. Ooh, see, this is where it gets interesting. Haven't had an episode with blackmail yet. Zoey is essentially terrified and has to do everything this cryptic voice says, with the first thing being that she has to walk around in a banana costume. This is kind of funny because Lola in the beginning of the episode's secret was that she's scared of people in costumes, and of course she runs away screaming. Zoey can't tell any of her friends, which I would just tell them anyway. Oh wait, in the next scene she literally does. They pull it out of her, which is good because I like it when everybody's kind of in on it, because I would not want to see just Zoey going through this the whole time. Like, she's kind of an unlikable character in this. So Quinn is able to trace the note back to something, but she's not able to find out who it was. Apparently there was no DNA left behind. It looks so fun to be living in a college like dorm like this, like to just be up all night with no restrictions. Like, if I was even on a field trip at this age, I would have issues. But the camaraderie of every character just made me so jealous growing up. Maybe that's why I have a problem with it. Apparently the dark moment of the episode is that Zoey has to do the Makalana on top of a table on campus.
At exactly 6:05, you will stand on a table and dance the Makalana at full volume.
No!
If you fail to do this, your balloon note secret will be emailed to every student at PCA. Have fun, Zoey. I'll be watching you dance.
Are you gonna do it? What choice do I have?
Okay, I don't know why this has to be the darkest thing ever, but I guess it's a kid's show, so that makes sense. If this were real life, this would be a lot more common. Like, this would be on Reddit, this would be on YouTube, people would send videos of each other. Like, this type of thing is actually super illegal, and I don't know who's doing it, but they are going to go to prison for this. And of course, they have the website address tracker. Technology just automatically allowed you to do whatever back then too, I guess. It definitely dates it a lot. Quinn and Lola end up finding the guy who made the messages, and it's the same guy from the Robot Wars episode. He's kind of funny in this, though. He's got a lot of lines, and I like it.
Just back off! I'm serious! Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa! Thanks a lot, Force!
Why are you blackmailing Zoey?
But he says it's not him who did it. He was doing it for someone. So they go ahead and torture him. This kind of reminds me of the frat episode a couple episodes ago, like where they do adult movie-like scenarios, but it's a bunch of kids instead, so they can't actually do things that are really bad to him. But they end up actually taking his action figures and dipping it in acid. Whew, I would not get Quinn mad at you. She really knows how to use science to hurt people. And of course, Galaxy Wars is Star Wars references. Like, he says use the Force, which I don't know, it's used the Force is definitely a Star Wars term. They end up finding who it was, and surprise, surprise, Daniela Monet, Chase's ex. Woohoo! This is perfect because I feel like there's no better person to do this, and I noticed that she's not in this show ever after this episode. 3 episodes is definitely enough to make this intense of an impression, but I wish it would be like Neville from iCarly, where they had her come back consistently, try to get revenge. She's just kind of written off as of now. But whatever, it's still a good episode. Even though Zoe is able to confront her, she still doesn't care. She's like, you're gonna have to do the Makalana, and no matter what, I'm telling your secret. So just when they think that she's cornered about this, we have a really sweet moment where Chase steps on the table, says his secret, and kind of distracts from her.
Okay, when I went to my uncle's wedding when I was 5 years old, I was the flower girl.
One by one, everybody starts standing up and sharing their secrets, and it's definitely really embarrassing for Rebecca here. And then this is the most annoying part. Zoe's secret is that she was the little girl on the sunscreen campaign. You know, kind of like a Gerber baby type thing. And I don't know why this is embarrassing. I really am annoyed that this was hyped up so much. I don't know what kind of secret I wanted, but I definitely didn't want to end on doing the Macarena. Okay, so this episode, it was a really good one. Don't get me wrong. The blackmail thing is super interesting, and watching Zoe have to be cornered in every sense of the word just made it a lot more interesting. But the Gerber baby situation definitely made me feel like I know her less. It's like almost like the more I figure out this character, the less I know about her. So this episode is called Chase's Grandmother. Kind of reminds me of Quinn's alpaca, and I'll tell you why in a sec. The episode starts the same way for some reason they all do.
Such thing as reindeer.
Dude, reindeer do exist. I've seen pictures of real reindeer.
Oh, were they flying?
With a really weird topic. Michael asks Logan about unicorns. Oh, no, they're fighting over unicorns. It's Chase's birthday, apparently, and he's forbidding all his friends to throw him a birthday party. Meanwhile, Dustin gets in trouble for going to the fountain. I guess he jumped in, and this man is escorting him to the dean's office. Makes sense for him. Dustin's finally in the show, and he is in a water fountain that we don't get to see. I forgot that there were characters that hated their birthdays. Like, this is a common trope in sitcoms where everybody's like, oh, I hate turning a day older. It's not something worth celebrating. It's nice that Chase isn't super adamant about it, but it's still interesting they're using this trope. I wish when Chase told Zoe about his grandmother and goes into this deep story, they would have like dramatic music or a deeper monologue about it. And I don't know why this is new information. Like, they've been at PCA long enough to have had his birthday already. Zoe looks over his shoulder at his email while he's on the computer, which is kind of disrespectful. But with all due respect, he did undig a time capsule with a secret she put in it, so that's fair. In the B-plot, Lola just can't get her food out of a vending machine, and the teacher yells at her with no sympathy, as if he's defending the vending machine. I don't know why we need vending machine rights. Like, it doesn't need to be defended in this moment.
Send it to the Allied Vending Corporation, and they'll refund your money within 6 to 8 weeks.
I just want my doodle cake!
You are not to tamper with this machine, unless you want detention.
You want not to tamper with this machine.
Unless you want detention.
Just look at my doodle cake. Sitting there.
They get Dustin's help, and I don't know if you remember, but earlier in the episode, Dustin was getting in trouble anyway, so it kind of ups the stakes. He sticks his hand in the vending machine to get the treat for Lola and gets stuck. And he's stuck the entire episode. They even have to bring the vending machine to Dustin's room, which, how in the world did you do that? I mean, I know you got wrestlers to come in and pick it up, but that is not actually practical. And I don't know what that guy who was complaining about Lola shaking the vending machine is gonna say when he sees that this whole thing was dragged to somebody's room. So Zoe wants to get Chase a really good gift. Not because she likes him, but because she's just his friend, fair enough. And she's like, oh, maybe I should fly his grandmother out here for his birthday. It would be perfect. I don't know how much money this girl has. Like, she's had to do so many fundraisers at this point, and she can just afford to ship Chase's grandmother out. Like, that's gotta be at least $1,000. Like I said, the more we know about Zoe, the less we understand who she is. So Chase tries to figure out what the gift is, and she does that thing where she's like, I'll tell you, ... runs away, harasses him, sets him on fire. Not that last one, but you know what I mean. She literally likes to tease him every episode, and at this point, it's not a give and take relationship. It gets a little sad because Chase's grandmother can't come, and Zoe is pretty upset about it. She's like, what am I gonna get him now? And even though they're planning a surprise party, Chase pretends not to know, but it's still gonna be surprised. Zoe has to tell Chase that the present really didn't work out, and essentially it's not gonna be his present anymore, which,
what a letdown. And I honestly thought the episode would end here, but there's actually a lot more time left. I don't know what's gonna happen. Chase's whole thing in this is that he needs to finish his report to a point where, like, he can't hang out with people, he can't do much, so it's, like, really important. Dustin's still stuck to the machine, and Lola and Quinn cannot really get him out. They try, like, a bunch of things, and eventually just give him a hand puppet to entertain him. It feels like a Dan Schneider thing where they have a character talk to an inanimate object a lot.
What am I supposed to say to a puppet? Be creative! Come on, I'm coming! This is terrible.
Especially when it's like a joke. And this I feel bad for Dustin because it's revealed he's here for 5 hours. Poor kid. And they head to Chase's party. If they could bring this machine to the room, they can't just bring it to the party. So when Zoey and Chase go to the surprise party, he's like, oh, I gotta finish my report. And his friends are like, no, come play. Come on, let's hang out. And Chase gets peer pressured into not doing the responsible thing. Although I do agree, like, he should have a good time, especially how uptight he's been this episode. Later, Zoey finds out that Chase left. And she's like kind of angry because she's like, of course he went to do his paper. She tries to get information from Michael, but does not let him speak. She, like, bulldozes over him conversational-wise.
Zoey?
I can't believe him. This is his birthday party. Why is he so obsessed with finishing?
Come here.
Where are you taking me?
So rude. When she finds him out in the courtyard, she learns that his grandma died. It wasn't the flu like they said earlier. So if anything, we should be mad at the grandmother. I guess you can't be mad at somebody who's deceased. This is like the most dramatic moment in the entire series though, and I do shed a tear in this moment. Like, it's really sad to hear this from Chase, especially if all the grandma stuff that was built up. Although I am annoyed because Zoey has such a clear relationship with her grandmother. We see her emailing her all the time, but right in this moment, she does not bring up the fact that I know what it's like to have a grandmother. I know what it's like to care about somebody. Like, we don't get to emphasize that about Zoey, so maybe it's just not true. And it ends on this note. It's very sad, and if I were a kid watching this, I would be like, wow, that's depressing. But I do like the concept of her getting his grandmother because it means so much to him. It's, like, really nice of her to do. Although it feels like it's taking the exact plot from Quinn's alpaca. This is when things start to feel a little bit more recycled, but luckily, since it's not Victorious or iCarly, it still is grounded in the character's situations. So it's still worth watching. I just feel like you guys gotta have something new. Or at least name the episodes a little bit different, like Quinn's alpaca, Chase's grandma, like, come on. Okay, so the next episode is the most topical. Season 3, episode 11, Quarantine. Can you guess what this is about? That's right, COVID-19. No, I'm just kidding. Of course they didn't have that back then. It wasn't invented until 2020. And everybody loved how that turned out. It's actually funny, I feel like multiple times until this point, we found nods to COVID happening, which is interesting, because Zoey 101 is not that current as the show. Lola screams a lot in this episode, and it's really annoying. Like, despite the fact I'm happy she's getting back into acting again. I mean, they had that whole thing at the wrestling thing where she wanted to be in front of the camera. When this character leans into what she wants to do, like acting, it's a lot more interesting to see her work. A feeling that I never get from Victoria's. She screams at the top of her lungs this entire episode, and it's so frustrating. I cannot even watch this episode at work because of how much attention it draws. In this episode, another guy actually asks out Zoey, and I would be kind of angry because Chase's grandmother just died, and now you're just gonna go dating another guy. And she's pretty open about how she feels about this guy. She's like, he's cute, I'm gonna go out with him. She hasn't said one word about being even attracted to Chase. She beats around the bush so much, like, I don't know how she feels about anything. And it matters because I care about Chase. Like, Chase puts his heart on his sleeve, and she could just get asked out at any point. In the B-plot, Quinn is jealous of Mark having a friend, and she is aggressive when she's jealous. Given her track record of, like, the different fumes and, like, dangerous things she's used in the past, I would be scared to be that girl. Because I'm convinced Quinn could kill someone, and I am not looking forward to the episode that happens. She says it's cool, and her and Mark don't really fight about it too much more, but I'm convinced that she's scary.
We're talking!
It was Maria. She's in my English lit class.
Explain the hug.
I don't know. I said see ya. She said see ya. She just gave me a little hug goodbye. What did I do?
I'm sorry, baby. I know it's not your fault. You just don't realize the effect you have on women.
Well, you don't have to get all jealous.
I know, I'm so silly. Come on, let's go get some coffee and corn nuts.
So Quinn is creating this disease in her room, and I don't know how you invent a disease. It's very foreign to me. I haven't invented one in a while. But apparently green gas gets everywhere, and she did it wrong. But she's pretty casual about it, until she has to pull the fire alarm and tell everybody to evacuate the building. She even has to call the toxin company, and of course they get multiple calls from her. She even mentions that they're on a first name basis.
No, this time I created a new
germ by combining mutant strains of Anthracolex and Basilicocus B. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I accidentally let it loose in my dorm room. What are they saying? Shh.
And she tells the girls that they have to stay in this room because whatever her substance is could be deadly. Oh my gosh. And I love how long she takes to tell them what's going on. Like, she locks the door, she like is super quiet, and she's like, oh yeah, we're just not gonna be able to leave. It's even more messed up because the boys sneak in.
Hello. Hi.
Just to say hi to the girls, and suddenly they're a part of it too. They try to act like they're not a part of it, like you know how these three would stand if they were in COVID times, pretending to wear a mask, but then they get escorted back into the room by these hazmat suited guys. But we can't forget this moment where they enter and they do this little barbershop quartet thing.
Hello. Hi.
And like, Logan, you're clearly their friend. Stop acting better than them. Even though he's in this episode, he like barely has a line. So they're all stuck in this room. Kind of reminds me of the I Beat the Heat episode of iCarly. You know, like Nickelodeon had that whole special where they cross bottle episodes across multiple shows, with the Victorious cast getting stuck in the van and the iCarly crew getting stuck in their house without electricity. Now these guys are stuck in the room this episode. They even have to draw blood from them, and I didn't realize Michael was scared of needles until now, but that's an interesting thing to learn about him. Quinn mentions that Mark went to a knitting camp, and that's so funny for his character. And Quinn calls the girl that he has to work with a temptress.
I'm gonna lose my sweetie! He's your boyfriend. You should trust him. I do trust Mark. I don't trust that Maria. While I'm stuck in here waiting for a germ report, that little temptress is gonna steal him away from me, and there's nothing I can do about it.
Which is such an old school term, and I don't think anybody calls anyone that anymore. They watch the news to kind of get updates on what's going on, which also reminds me of COVID. And they say everybody's first and last names. Like, it kind of feels a little invasive for them to put that on the news. This is when they start using Dustin. Everybody tries to use Dustin for an individual task. We start with Quinn, who asks him to spy on Mark and his new girl, or quote-unquote new girl. Then Zoey tries to get him to tell her date that she's not going to be there, and poor Chase, in the room when this happens, not only does he learning about her going on a date for the first time, he doesn't even have time to react to it. And I wish he was more active in this episode, because if Zoe's just going to be dating and we're just going to forget about Chase, like, just say something. This is the most I've seen Dustin in a long time, though. I feel like he's barely in the show anymore. And Lola continues her screaming constantly throughout the episode. It makes it very hard to watch. And especially this whole one location thing, like, the girl's bedroom is the most boring place and set in the whole show, so I hate that it's like here, of all places. We later learned that Mark and this woman were only together because Mark was trying to give Quinn a portrait of him painted. That's funny. There's even a moment where Dustin thinks he's talking to the guy that asked Zoey out, and he talks to Austin Butler, who eventually does date her. It's kind of annoying because he has a different name, James. Like, I don't know what she called him here, but it wasn't James. Like, it wouldn't have been hard to tie that knot. They find out first from the news that they're able to get out and the whole quarantine is over, which is kind of annoying. They didn't even knock when they enter, these hazmat suited guys. And for one horrible act at the end, Zoey thinks it's funny to make Chase think that everybody died, so they all pretend to be passed out when he wakes up, and this is just plain cruel. Who almost just convinced Chase that all of his friends were dead and he was the last one alive. That would be terrifying. Of course, this is a great reflection of COVID, but just the episode alone was a lot of fun. I wish it was more than one location, because I don't think these characters are super interesting in this scenario. But by the way things ended up, like, it was a nice one. Although I do feel like I'm losing the Chase and Zoey love line. So Chase is focused on getting the Geo, which is a parody of the iPod Nano. It starts with another random conversation.
Hey, Logan doesn't like to walk to the bathroom because it's too far.
Oh God, don't tell me this.
Pees out the window.
Ugh, gross!
Told ya.
And I don't know what with the Dan Schneider universe that all the characters always have to be talking about something really obscure all the time. Chase gets a package from his grandfather and he thinks it's gonna be the Geo, but it turns out to be a radio, like an old vintage casual radio, as you would expect an old person to gift. Lola and Quinn are talking about kissing in a really weird way, and like, do girls actually do this? Apparently Mark hasn't kissed her and they've been together for 2 years. What? Jesus, this is is insane. I mean, I get they're young, but they're not 12. Zoey learns that the radio Chase got is actually worth $10,000. Of course, she has to tell him right away. Oh, and Zoey decides to take it from Chase in exchange for a taco coupon. I would normally agree with Mark if you're not ready to kiss somebody, but 2 years is just ridiculous. He says he wants to wait for the perfect moment, but that is not an excuse. Michael and Logan find out that the radio is worth $10,000 from Lola and Quinn before Zoey could tell him herself. So they obviously get fired up and get Chase fired up. So before they get a chance to see that Zoey was gonna tell him, Chase is already angry and is like, why wouldn't she say anything? He confronts her in her room and they actually fight. I've never seen them break up like this, and it's kind of sad because obviously they have a love story going on. Zoey gets super defensive, and just to prove a point, she says she's gonna keep it and deserves it. Oh my gosh, Zoey. And it's so funny, these are clearly teenagers fighting because I feel like the pettiness is just so immature. And I love how Stacy is here the whole time, and everybody breaks up. Lola, Quinn, Michael, and Logan, because they just think it's not fair. Lola becomes on Chase's side, Michael's on Zoey's side. It's just confusing. But I love it splits up everyone. Quinn tries to manipulate Mark into kissing her by having like a violinist play, and when Mark doesn't use the occasion to his advantage, she gets kind of heartbroken. Chase ends up wearing all black and breaks into Zoey's room. Oh my god, this is illegal. During this, his grandfather calls, and he's actually like a really rude and disrespectful person.
Chase? Granddad? Did you get it? Why are you calling me at 2 in the morning? Did you get the radio I sent? Yes, I got it, but right now I'm trying to get it back. What? You got it and you lost it? Sorta, but I'm trying to get it back. It's worth over $10,000. Ooh, hold on.
Chase is short with him, and that's kind of it for that. When Chase finally gets into the room, Zoey throws a pie in his face, which is fair. He literally invaded her private space. Like, you can get expelled for something like this. The music in this section is a little too good. I don't know why they had such good music for this sneaky section. I wonder if half the budget on this show was just on this one orchestra piece. They have Mark be the mediator between Zoey and Chase. I wish Chase just didn't assume Zoey would be so malicious. None of this would happen. After they declared that Chase didn't have a right to ask for it back after him and Zoey made a deal, Zoey starts to feel bad and actually talks to him about it, which is very sweet. They agreed to split the money, and I'm so happy that they came to this resolution. I felt like it was not a good or healthy situation for the whole group. But these are issues that people wouldn't have nowadays anymore. I feel like people don't openly confront issues or state their opinions on things like they used to, but this definitely bonds the group a little bit more. I feel like it's important to talk about stuff like that. In a surprising shock at the end, Chase's grandfather takes it back. I thought he was nice for a moment, but it just looks like he's a jerk. He just cares about money and is willing to take Chase's gift. And nobody gets an iPod Nano. The end. Well, the time has come. I hope you guys are happier with the shorter wait, but I know you guys were dying to hear my opinion on the second half of Zoey 101 Season 3. We just went over the first 13 episodes in the last video, so check that out. And today we're gonna go through the rest of the season, and I'm telling you, this one's interesting. I feel like it starts to morph into iCarly, Victorious, everything that it was later. We got characters pushed to their absolute limit, including even Zoey, thank God. She needs to be pushed off a cliff. No, that's not a threat. That's my feelings toward it. But no more dilly-dallying. We're jumping into it. Here we go. Remember when Miranda Cosgrove popped up on Zoey 101? If it feels a little bit of like a deja vu, you're not alone. She's known as the devious little sister on Drake and Josh, and obviously the web show star on iCarly. And this kind of goes back to the Drake and Josh reference, where she's kind of like a 13-year-old science whiz, and in this she's Quinn's competition.
Very impressive, Paige. Makes me wonder what other wrong things Quinn has taught us this semester. Settle down, I'm just kidding, Quinn.
So the episode aired on August 2007 during a special Miranda Madness promo night, and Nickelodeon had Miranda guest star on multiple shows, including Unfabulous, and I'm not sure if you remember the show Just Jordan. It definitely was to hype up the upcoming iCarly series, which I always forget that came right after Zoey 101. Like, you get hints of iCarly all throughout the show. So Paige's arrival triggers a major identity crisis for Quinn. Like, we see Quinn, usually confident in her quirky intellect, suddenly like feeling insecure. Who is she if not like the smartest girl at PCA? Like if I were her at this age, I definitely would care about that. Like it's important to have a title when you're 16, 15. I personally wanted to be the best video guy when I was 16. And now look at me, making videos on YouTube. Don't worry, Quinn, I feel your pain. So this girl tries to be really humble. Miranda Cosgrove tries not to like step on Quinn's toes, and every opportunity that other people are like, Miranda, show us your stuff, she's actually good at dodging that. So she's there to help Quinn. She's not a bad person, and we don't hate her like the way we did hating Mindy in the first season with the backpack situation.
I've come to PCA because I want to meet the greatest young female scientist of our time.
Greatest young female scientist of our time? You really mean that?
Yeah, where is that Paige Howard?
Here I am, Albert.
Quinn dramatically quits science and lounges around in PJs eating junk food, and she's like trying to make a point that jealousy can actually make you lose yourself. And then when Paige's Uber engineering project, which is like the high-powered energy converter, malfunctions, everybody actually is in danger at PCA because of Paige.
You might want to evacuate PCA. Not kidding.
The message lands pretty gently. There's room for more than one star, and dimming your light isn't necessarily the answer. In fact, the girls end up respecting each other a lot more.
Why am I wearing a tuxedo?
I was just gonna ask you that. Why would you go to sleep in a tuxedo?
I didn't!
Oh my god, when Chase and Logan gaslight Michael for a psych experiment, they actually blast Drake Bell's song Fool the World in the background after being found out. It's an interesting little Easter egg because obviously Drake Bell was on Drake and Josh at the time, and him and Miranda Cosgrove knew each other. Drake Bell was on the first season of this show. Actually, there was a lot of Drake and Josh in this show. Paige at PCA is like, it's the episode that signals a more interconnected Nickelodeon era. Like it helped launch iCarly, Miranda. It's a nice little callback to the Nickelodeon universe. And thematically, it sets the tone for the season 3's later half, where characters would be pushed out of their comfort zones, whether it's Quinn's smarts or Chase's feelings. Ha! Yeah, we're getting back to Chase again. In the next episode, Dance Contest, it's more of like a friends helping friends episode. Kind of reminds me of when iCarly and Drake and Josh did that dance episode. Usually sitcoms do like musical episodes, but the Nickelodeon shows seemed to care more about the physical dancing movements.
Are you gonna make me say it?
Say it.
You can't dance.
I can dance.
Well, yeah, but not in a way that anyone would wanna, see.
I know.
The core of this episode is how far Michael and Logan are going to go to get Chase to dance with Zoey at the dance. It's like a friendship in action, PCA style. Chase's determination to dance with Zoey in the contest is kind of adorable, because he's awkward, but he cares enough to try. It's a little creepy, but what can you do about it? We get like a Rocky-esque training montage, which is unnecessary, especially for the tone of the episode, but I'm here for it. And instead of punching me, Chase is trying not to trip over his own feet. And it's cute that he's like trying so hard with these boys. Like it's a male bonding moment, which is necessary because they have a lot of negative moments on this show.
Yeah! That's my boy!
Not horrible.
I've seen worse.
It's a light storyline all around, and it's definitely about stepping out of your comfort zone for somebody you care about, and friends having your back even when you are flailing. Like literally Chase is such a bad dancer, but at least it has like this moral compass to the episode. The B plot is so weird because it's all about this customer of the week situation.
Darla is customer of the week, which means she doesn't have to wait in line. And she gets free coffee whenever she wants for a whole week. Well, who picked her? I did.
Logan is pretty much insistent that he will be the customer of the week, get all this free coffee. The guy giving away the coffee is not really here for it. He's like hard to impress. They even have the coffee guy fake attacked and Michael saves him. I don't know how like nobody else is helping in this moment. Like, is somebody gonna help this coffee guy? But then you don't feel that bad after because you find out that the only reason he's giving out coffee like this is so that way he gets with girls. Such a 2000s trope where it's like guys just used different ways to get closer to women, and it's creepy, unnatural, and sometimes in like love stories it's supposed to be like cute, and I don't know how I feel about that portrayal.
I am not making out with you for free coffee. And anyway, I have a boyfriend.
And the new customer of the week is Molly Talbertson.
Oh, and the nurse is consistent. I know she's in the Curse at PCA episode, and she's in this too. It looks like they're a lot more worried about the continuity of it. And of course, we never see this coffee guy again. And you know what's so weird? By the time this episode aired, actually all of season 4 had been filmed. So the show was literally over, and this show still had like 2 years to catch up. And there's a C plot, and it's really weird. Apparently, there's this undateable guy because he's British, and I guess girls just love British guys. I don't know why that was a thing back then. And she uses her acting skills to manipulate him. Like, this whole plot is she's faking needing to learn a British accent, so she asks this guy to tutor her. And she acts like she's so bad at it because she's about to do this audition and she really needs help.
Pardon me, but could you please show me the way to the car park?
When the guy finds out that she's actually really good at the accent, he's kind of annoyed because she lied to him. He seems like he's gonna beat her up. This guy comes on like really strong.
Yeah, see, I
lied to me. And then covers it by saying he likes her. Yeah, I don't like this actor. And we never see him again. I love how the end is Zoey giving up. Turns out Chase learned for nothing. I don't know why that had to happen. And Zoey's flattered anyway, which is okay, that's fine. I'm glad it ended on a good note. And they dance for the rest of the episode. And I wonder how long it took them to learn this dance routine. Like, it doesn't look that hard, but I can imagine, you know? So the next episode I have a big history with. This is the one that definitely played the most. And I'm not sure if it was the best. Looking back, I'm a little nervous it wasn't, but I don't know, it's the most distinct episode of Zoey 101 I can remember. It is a little out of character though, because Chase seems like he's pursuing a girl in the beginning, and I'm like, what happened to Zoey? Like, you're obsessed with her. But let's get into it. So of course, we can't start the episode with a weird conversation with Chase and Michael.
I poked a hole with the pen in the index finger so I can drink out of it.
Congrats, you made a Blix cow.
Yeah, they should sell these.
No, they shouldn't.
And Zoey's focused on leaving campus to see an author. She got like a permission slip or something, and I didn't realize she reads. I guess that seems like something her character would do, but I think she's too busy complaining to actually finish an article, let alone a book. And the teacher who was supposed to take her can't anymore because apparently she's pregnant and giving birth. This episode starts a huge favor chain, and it actually is done on Ed, Edd n Eddy too, where basically Zoey asks one person for a favor, and they say, as long as you do this, and it brings her to another person, and next thing you know, she has a million favors she has to do for other people in order to get the one thing she wants. And it all starts with Zoey asking Coco for a ride.
She's gonna be at the book nook tonight, and my dad signed a permission slip saying that I could leave campus.
Could you ask me this favor with less words?
Will you drive me, please?
And she says she will if she gets Michael's grandma's ravioli. So Michael tells Zoey that he will make the raviolis if Zoey gets Stacy to finish their group project alone. So he actually has time to finish making it. Because apparently it takes all day. I don't know what kind of ravioli takes all day to make, but it better be good. And then in the B plot, a bunch of nerds are following Chase around because he knows about DC and Marvel.
Brainiac did not kill Superman on issue number 74!
He did so!
We did it!
Guys!
Seriously. It was not Darkseid, it was not Brainiac, it was Doomsday. All right? My uncle used to manage a comic book store, and when I was a little kid, I did way too much reading.
And it's just like a group of the robotic nerds following him around campus, and he like doesn't know how to get them off his back. But the reason I like this side plot is because it actually ties into the A plot eventually, but just stick tight, we'll get there. So Stacy agrees to Zoey if she can get a date with Logan, because she's obsessed with him, and Logan says he will if he gets his ring back from Dustin, because apparently he lost it in a bet to him. And Zoey's like, well, that's not fair. But then he's like, I don't care, get it for me. So Dustin's getting ready for his talent show, and of course his sister is asking him at the most inappropriate time.
I think I'm having a panic attack. Think about flowers.
He says he will if they can get Lola to be his little assistant in the talent show, because everybody has a crush on her. Oof, this kid's a genius. In the meantime, the nerds following Chase tell him that they nominated him as president, even though he clearly doesn't want to be a part of the group. I kind of like how this escalates, but Chase as a character makes no movement in this episode. It's just things happening to him as opposed to him like taking any direct action and having a result from that, which is, I don't know how I feel about that kind of writing.
I'm leaving now. He wants you to carry his stack. Come on!
So apparently Lola can't be in the talent show with Dustin because she promised to babysit. She says if she can get Chase to babysit for her, then she'll go. And Chase says he'll do this if she gets the nerds to stop following her. This poor child caught in the middle of these teenage issues. I don't know what kind of parent left their infant child with these people, but they are the worst to be around them.
Is that my shoe he's chewing on?
I'll let him have his fun.
So Zoey gets ready for the book thing, and the nerds say that they are only going to stop bothering Chase if they can get a hold of Quinn's operating system.
It's called Windows QP, and I want it.
Turns out she doesn't have it anymore. It was like an old project file, and now Zoey is freaking out. So when she can't actually get Quindos, the nerds go back to chasing Chase. Chase gives the baby back to Lola. Lola leaves the talent show. Then Dustin takes his ring back from Logan, which I don't know why you just left in the middle of that talent show. And Logan leaves his date with Stacy and forces Michael to join him, who in turn throws out the ravioli. Jesus, that was so much. And it's kind of annoying because it's like, you're telling me all your friends are just this angry at you. That's a very like transactional relationship, to just have expectations that high for your friends and just ditching them if it doesn't turn out perfect. I feel kind of bad for everybody in this situation. They like almost don't work together. In the end, Zoey takes the ravioli from the trash and Coco ends up taking her.
I'll take it. Get in the car.
Ay, ay, ay. This is so gross. This grown woman is eating ravioli from the trash as they drive off campus. I think the series should have ended here, honestly. This whole episode feels like one of those video games where you're like a detective and you have to get clues throughout the people in the town. But it is funny that Ed and Nettie did this type of episode. Like, I feel like this is more native to like a live action show, but I mean, the fact that they did it too means it's just a funny idea all around. So this next episode, the title really disgusts me. It's called Zoey's Ribs, and I don't know what I thought this was about, but it wasn't what it eventually was. It's like a common thing for all these kids to get things from their grandparents or inherit something, like Chase's radio. And the same thing happens in this episode.
Oh my god.
What?
Your great Uncle Morris passed away.
I have a great Uncle Morris?
Well, had.
And he left you some ribs.
Like a truck full of ribs for her. And of course the lunch lady is like, I do not want to keep this in the fridge all weekend. But she's kind of funny. I really like this lunch lady. I wish we saw her again.
I did not suffer through 2 years of cafeteria college for this.
They kind of have a genius idea to have a cook-off, make a good situation out of the whole thing. They want Coco to be a judge for the contest, and she's super excited.
Ribs? Can I be the judge?
Well, yeah, we were just gonna ask.
I want to be the judge.
Okay.
You can be the judge.
And it's kind of about Logan and Michael coming in between each other, about how to sauce the ribs right, and even physically attack each other. Zoey and Chase jump on either one side, and then suddenly they're against each other. The next thing you know, Dean Rivers is trying to get involved, and he found a famous Food Channel chef at the gas station. And this is just all weird to me. Apparently, he wants to judge the rib cook-off. So now they gotta tell Coco that they don't want her to do it anymore, and she actually gets really angry for a second, until she learns that it's the famous chef. And they kind of like each other.
You are a food expert?
Oh, you bet your sweet Pippi.
Nothing I've heard a human say ever. And Logan actually starts to bribe this chef, and he has like no reaction to it. Each of them like try to win him over, like so determined to win this competition. Even Michael gives him a massage, which is so crazy. I can't tell if he's like receiving it or not, but it's still disturbing that this young child is giving a massage to an adult. It's so weird because it's like there's this huge event that's like really professional, but so little is really actually happening. Until we find out that the cops come to take the food chef because it turns out he's an impersonator. What the heck? Like, what is this premise?
Well, this guy's not Pierre Lamange.
What?
He's an imposter. He goes around the country pretending he's Mr. Lamange so he can get free stuff and special VIP treatment.
The argument about the rib just abruptly ends, and I'm not sure what this is. They celebrate at the end, but I don't know what they're celebrating. This episode, hodgepodge of confusion. I'm gonna say it. I don't think it was structured like a normal show. If this was taken out of the Zoey zeitgeist, I don't think we would miss it. It feels like the worst in all of them. Like in season 1, we had the Drake Bell concert. In season 2, we had the People auction, and now we have Zoey's Ribs. It's almost like it's going downhill in terms of quality. But whatever, let's keep going. Okay, now it's time to get scary. It's time for some spooky music and a flashlight under the chin because PCA has a ghost story. The Curse of PCA, a 2-part episode, special 1 hour long. And it aired in October 2007, embracing the Halloween spirit fully. It was a wild departure from Zoey 101's like usual sunny realism and plunges into a supernatural adventure, which controversially is not a good thing. It definitely was paced in a way that I was not comfortable with. Like, you expect so much to go down in this episode, but I'm telling you, it's hard to even believe this is about a curse until you're like 30 minutes into it, I swear. The plot revolves around an old PCA legend of a student named Charles Galloway who was stressed by an impossibly hard test, ran off into the hills above campus, and was never seen again. Supposedly, he left behind a very powerful necklace that perhaps has a curse with it. And of course, the gang is up for adventure, especially when it has nothing to do with their daily lives.
Lola says he can lead us up there no problem, and that he's super cute. Her words.
They hike to this cursed spot, and then a giant storm happens, and things start to go wrong. Like, the phones die, compasses spin, and the thunderstorm has, like, freaky green lighting, showing that they disturbed Charles Galloway's necklace. Oh, because they found it. Yeah, that's what happened.
And don't even think about trying to steal it, because we're gonna frisk you. Everywhere.
It's like veering into Scooby-Doo or like Are You Afraid of the Dark territory the way it's going. It's like a strong fantasy plot that's differentiating from the whole series concept. And Zoey's always been grounded up until this part. I mean, aside from Quinn's sci-fi technology, this whole special pushes that aside and is like, okay, let's just have an outlandish episode. They all have like a different experience when they all go out to the desert. And I wish this happened more so at night because it would have been a creepier vibe. We got Logan, who is like the treasure seeker and actually steals the necklace. Classic Logan. As they head back to PCA, they think they've left Charles Galloway behind, but that's when he starts coming up in really unexpected and terrifying ways. The great part is like how the characters are reacting to it.
It was Don't say it! Ghost! It was the ghost of Charles Galloway!
Like, Zoey becomes like this reluctant heroine because she actually breaks her ankle. That's why she's convinced it's real. Chase and Michael try to carry her out of the desert, and even Quinn, without fear, leads the charge to set things right. It's a nice flip because it used to focus on just Chase saving Zoey, but it's nice that like all the characters are kind of involved from now on.
We gotta go help him! You help him! What, the three of you are just gonna let me go in there alone? Yes!
And Zoey at least is a little integral in solving the situation, despite being injured. And I like that she has like something to overcome throughout this. It makes me more worried for her, especially when we feel like there's a curse going on. It's beyond me why it takes the whole first part of this episode to establish all of this. It's out of 60 minutes, 30 of it is Act 1, 20 of it is Act 2, and then they just do Act 3 in 10 minutes. It feels like so disorienting in terms of storytelling. And it's hard to tell if the curse is like real or just like a coincidence. The episode kind of plays it as if there are real supernatural happenings, a bold choice for a teen show. And even though there's like kind of a morality tucked in, it still feels like it's a failed attempt to scare the viewer. The only message they're trying to tell is don't take things from somebody's resting place. Like, it's good advice, but like, I don't know, it doesn't feel like the episode actually reflects what it's trying to set out to do. It's kind of an exercise in trust with the characters themselves, maybe? Like, they joke about the ghosts at first, but then when things actually get scary, they stick together. The stupidest part of it, though, is when Zoey sees the dead ghost on the nurse's butt. Like, I'm just like, why do you guys have to go there?
Did you call me buttface?
I'm sure they want to convince Zoey and make her look crazy, but like, this is not the way to do it, guys. It's so awkward. Culturally, this is like a love letter to the campfire tales stuff. Oh, apparently the episode was reportedly going to be titled Skull Rock, which would have been really interesting. Campy B-movie vibe. One of the things that was like really interesting is that Zoey was not actually available for a lot of the episodes, so the writers actually put her in a bucket. Yeah, they had her wear a bucket for most of the episode, and it was a part of the story, and they used a body double.
Why does Zoey have a bucket on her head?
So it's essentially Zoey's animated in this. She's not actually in it and voices herself. If you rewatch, it's like not that hard to tell. Even my friends seeing this with me automatically knew that this was not good.
Get this stupid bucket off my head!
Ultimately, it's interesting that it took us out of the comfort zone, but watching it now, it's a little too campy, and it brings back a weird thrill that Stranger Things did way better, and I just don't like abandoning the entire tone of the show. Like, that's how I felt about the Sweet Life and Big Time Rush movies based off their shows. Like, they got sci-fi, and Zoey 101 going from like a comedy drama to a horror is kind of nuts to me. I feel like Chase and Zoey feel less and less like a relationship, and there wasn't actually any grounded situations except for the fact that like they didn't trust Logan and everybody was like kind of going against each other, but not even as much as the Zoey Ribs episode. All around, a confusion nonetheless. Episode 18 is called Drippin' Episode, and I definitely remember this a lot. Like Michael trying to start the trend of the word drippin'. I think that happened actually in an earlier episode, and this is kind of taking it on later.
What's up with him saying dripping every 5 minutes?
He's
trying to start a new slang word.
So Michael's attempt to coin the word that means awesome is like hilarious and kind of ahead of its time. And knowing that like a decade later, everybody would still like reference it every now and then, like it was definitely like a foresight of some kind. I feel like the whole point of this episode is like you can't force what's cool. And the harder Michael pushes Drippin' on his friends, it's like more and more cringy.
Drippin', tell your friends. Drippin', yes, Drippin', tell your friends, all right, man? Yeah. Drippin', Drippin', Drippin'.
Like I feel almost like secondhand embarrassment and cringiness. The social takeaway is definitely like authenticity is like trying too hard and coolness has to happen naturally. Parallel to this whole slang saga, we have the classic horror movie within a show plot. Like Logan gets a care package from his dad in Japan and it includes this imported scary movie DVD called Shinyusha? I can't pronounce it. It's Japanese for trespasser. Of course, the PCA boys have to watch it, likely expecting some gore or thrills, and I guess back then it was super exciting to watch something like that. And Zoe doesn't want Dustin to watch it because, you know, he's a younger kid and he tricks the boys into letting him watch it.
You okay there, Dustin? Come on, kid. It's just a movie.
Poor Dustin is traumatized. And there's something like so sweet about Dustin. Like he's just this younger kid who wants to hang out with the older guys, but he's like 12 and he's not ready for an R-rated movie. And he's so scared that he cannot sleep alone, leading him to plead to stay in the girls' dorm. Zoe is like kind of a nice big sister, I guess, and lets him crash there for one night. But then the night turns into 2 and then 3 and Lola and Quinn are like so annoyed at him.
What if I can come up with a way to make Dustin unscared? You're not doing surgery on my little brother's brain.
And they're right. Like Dustin admits he misses hanging out with Zoe and that's the reason he wanted to spend all of his time in her room, especially when he tries to play video games with her and she's like, I have to go to school. It's definitely like a nice message though about family and loneliness, and seeing this like post-COVID gives me a little bit more empathy because that definitely is emphasized in our culture this year more than like other years. I feel like Dustin always feels left behind because Zoe's always busy and her parents aren't around. And if I were him, I would probably do the same thing.
That's why I lied about being scared. I just missed you.
Oh, Dustin.
It's touching that the show addresses like sibling love, but I do think Zoe can be a toxic big sister a lot. And so if there's any like actual emotional beat, this is the episode to have it. Now the third thread in this episode might be the funniest, is Logan's mysterious J phone. So we got this flashy Japanese cell phone that's pretty much illegal in the US because it operates on police frequencies or something wild. I didn't even know that was a thing. And only Logan would brag about an illegal gadget and not expect consequences. A fire alarm keeps going off in the dorms and the Dean Rivers is like, okay, somebody's been doing this. And all the boys are turning on each other. Even Logan is like, whoever's doing this is gonna be in big trouble. Lo and behold, it is him. And of course he doesn't expect it to be him, so everybody's gonna get revenge on him.
They're illegal in the US because they operate on restricted frequencies used by police and fire departments. Frequencies that set off fire alarms.
Like with the whole dorm losing sleep and sanity as a whole unit, it's like basically torture. We get a scene of grumpy boys stumbling out into the quad at ungodly hours, wanting to destroy whoever's responsible. Basically Logan's to blame and the entire dorm mob him. And then they beat him up, which I don't feel like it's deserved. Even though it's like kind of getting your karma back, it's definitely bullying to an extent. And the Dean lets it slide. Like, that's kind of illegal, Dean.
I'm sure you're all gonna just beat me up right here in front of Dean Rivers.
Chief Becca, coffee's ready.
Ooh, coffee.
Let's get some.
The lesson for Logan is there's limits to daddy's money. Some cool toys just ain't worth it, especially if they make you the most hated guy on the dorm floor. And don't smuggle tech from overseas, kids, especially if you like the Switch too. I know, I like it too, but it's not time for that. Usually Logan's schemes end with like a slap on the wrist or something going on, like he ends up in a fountain and always suffers like some kind of reaction for what he does. Culturally, the episode, it definitely captures that era where horror movies were big globally, like The Ring and The Grudge, these old Japanese movies that were remade in English, and they just kind of had like a good play on it. It's also a playful precursor to how iCarly would later integrate tech into their storylines as well. And the same alarm sound is in Drake and Josh's Josh is Done episode and an iCarly episode, which is so funny. Nickelodeon's just reusing all of this stuff. The episode never felt like overcrowded, although I am kind of confused at why it was named after the least important plot line. I mean, maybe because it's about communication struggles and Michael not being able to communicate what's cool, Dustin can't communicate he wants company, and Logan can't communicate a problem because he doesn't realize what's going on. Overall, like, a better episode than I expected it to be, especially with the name of it, you know?
It's dripping.
No! Did you hear that? Did you hear it? He said dripping.
The next we have is episode 19, Son of Dean. It's kind of crazy. This is about dating Dean's son. The episode is 2 different shows woven into one, part like teen drama about crushes and trust, and then also a sketch comedy spoof, which I did not expect from the show. And even though it's not really a part of the tone of the show, I think it's welcome because it does add like a unique aspect of the series. On one side, we have Zoe's foray into the dating PCA royalty with Dean Rivers' son, Lance. And if you're Chase, you're probably really depressed because this guy is just destroyed at every angle.
We love him!
I feel like him and Zoe aren't really a thing as I've been seeing. Like, he hits on a girl at the foosball table, she's dating somebody else. Like, it feels like they're kind of like leaning away from the whole plot line, which in retrospect is kind of nuts because this is the whole thing that ties the series together. So if I were them back then, I would definitely try to make it a little bit more the forefront, especially since as we get to the end of the season 3 arc, Chase is going to inevitably leave. So this guy, Zoe, is clearly smitten. It's like dating the prince of PCA for her. Chase and Michael even tease her about it, calling Lance perfect, but in the classic teen drama fashion, nobody is perfect, and we're waiting to see what this guy's big issue is. When a raffle fundraiser pops up, Zoe miraculously wins.
You're going?
We're going.
But how did
The movie studio gave my dad 2 tickets. One to raffle off, and then my dad gave this one to me. Want to go together?
And Zoe's friends smell something fishy. Like, Lola and Quinn are like, no, there's no way. You had to have rigged the raffle. Of course, Zoe's kind of defensive about it. Zoe doesn't want to believe it. Like, she likes this guy after all. And we've all had that moment when your pals see red flags in your crush and you're kind of blind to it. I'm not sure if you guys went to middle school. That's just kind of how it was back then. Finally, when she's confronted with the evidence about Lance's own cocky confession, which is ridiculous, he says, like, I rigged it, no big deal. Like, as if nobody's gonna care. Zoe's actually able to see that, like, he is not cool.
Lance?
What?
You rigged the raffle?
Yeah.
She immediately dumps him, delivering a nice karma. But it bothers me because it's like she is so willing to date clearly, and Chase is just probably not worth it, because if she really did care about him, maybe she would have dated him at the time, but she didn't. That's kind of sad. She has 0 tolerance for liars and cheaters, which is respectable. Like, there's a lot of people that would stay in relationships despite the fact some people would be disrespectful, and I feel like it's good to kind of touch upon something like that in a teenage show. And the growth moment for the character is definitely necessary. Like, season 1 Zoe might have agonized a little bit longer, but season 3 Zoe is a lot more forward and aggressive, even though I would argue not always in a good way. But the whole theme is like integrity in the relationships, and I like that even the minor cheating, like rigging a contest, actually like defines who you are as a character, and Zoe not sticking around is a solid message. But then the other side of the episode is comedy. Like, Chase and Michael try to produce a comedy sketch for their website, Toon Juice, which feels like another iCarly plot, and they need to pump out 26 short animated episodes of their creation, the Blunder Twins.
How are we gonna think of and make another 26 cartoons in 7 weeks? It took us a whole week to make the first one.
Ay, ay, ay. They are terrible artists, though, and writers, and the stick figures are literally painful to look at. Like, this is the worst attempt at creativity I've ever seen. This is why you go to PCA, guys. You need to be taken away from society. They end up plagiarizing an old sketch concept, like 2 talking bowling pins, joking about an approaching bowling ball, which is actually, I don't know, I do think that is a funny idea. It's also a famous bit from Saturday Night Live. I don't know if you guys realize that, but illegal drama is real. Because they get a cease and desist from Friday Night Live, which is Zoe 101's parody name, and I didn't realize they actually did something like that. This is actually kind of cool. The way it unfolds is hilarious and definitely pretty meta. Like, we get a spoof of real cultural institutions like SNL, but teen characters dealing with copyright issues, something that's really funny in a pre-YouTube popularity era.
It's a letter from the lawyers who represent the TV show Friday Night Live.
They saw our cartoon?
Yeah, they did. They also saw it 4 months ago when they did it.
The subplot was definitely ahead of its time under content creation, something that, like, not a lot of people dealt with at the time. Like, I feel like most people would tune out of that storyline because they definitely didn't realize its impact. It also kind of gave us a window into Chase and Michael's friendship when they're not dealing with Zoe, and outside of this whole thing, these guys are just 2 goofy friends trying to make each other's big ideas come to life. Oh my god, so funny when Logan decides to film a Dancing with Logan video to send to the girls. Like, I can't believe how much gall this guy has.
Some PCA girls are from Texas.
Definitely one of the funniest visual gags of the season, like Logan doing this whole tango in thin air, and a parody of like YouTube and MySpace videos. It's just funny, and I think both A and B plots converge on the idea of like honesty and consequences. Zoe stands up for dishonesty, and Chase and Michael face consequences for their dishonesty in their art. But it doesn't really come together that correctly.
Come on.
Like we were the first show to do the scared bowling pins. They did the same bit on the Dick Van Dyke Show in '65. I'm pretty sure Sid Caesar did it before that.
So whatever. But it's definitely memorable because the short-lived romance that wasn't Chase and a one-episode wonder, we see Zoe actually move on from the Chase drama. And I don't know if it's a good view on her character. So episode 21, we have Hands on a Blix Van. If you thought the PCA students were above crazy gimmick contests after all the episodes they've had, think again. Hands on a Blix Van is inspired by those real-life hands on a hard body competitions where people literally stand with a hand on a truck for days to win it. And only at PCA, the prize can be this extra. It's a private jet for 2 anywhere in the entire world. What? How would you give that away to 2 students? I don't know if I would trust anybody under the age of 18 to know where to go on such a prize like that. I feel like they can't even get teenagers to go to school anymore.
Brad came to watch.
Brad? Hey, Brad!
And she's out!
It definitely hits the mid-2000s in the best way. Like, reality shows like Survivor and endurance stunts were huge. So, like, PCA hosting this was definitely of its time. It looks like Michael is still with Lisa, which is good to know. I'm glad he's still in a relationship. Although this is only the second time I think I've even seen her. But she's quirky, she's cool. And the 2 are both in the competition, so it kind of brings a little tension to their relationship. So Michael, Chase, Lola, Quinn, Logan, and even background characters like Stacy join this whole thing. Actually, wait, no. Quinn has a backstory where her breath stinks, so she's trying to find a solution to it.
Hello! How's my breath?
But instead, it turns out to be laughing gas and actually doesn't get her to stop laughing ever. Another Quinn experiment gone wrong, but this time no Dustin, no Michael. It's not happening to another person, so I guess it's fair. So yeah, Logan is the most snotty about it all, which is not really that surprising. He pretends to have a disability just to sit on a chair. Stacy has a lot of really funny one-liners.
Oh, I wish someone would kiss me someday.
And it's so funny because Michael and Lisa actually break up during this, so you think it's like, oh, they're just gonna be bored standing at this truck all day, but no, they create enough drama to make this interesting for the time. Like, Lisa is talking about how she bought a really ugly necklace, and Michael's like, yeah, it's so ugly, and then points to something she actually personally made. And I kind of find this funny, but they take it really seriously.
We're broken up.
Duh.
Logan has a lot of gall because when they have like a 5-minute break for everybody to go to the bathroom, Logan locks Zoe into the porta potty. What? Luckily, Chase comes by to notice and actually cares about helping. Oh my gosh, and Michael flirts with Stacy to get back at Lisa, which is the most uncomfortable thing I've ever seen.
I've never seen such pretty eyes.
Oh, well, my optometrist would beg to differ.
Stacy is actually a really funny character. She's definitely like the Craig and Eric of this series. If you remember Drake and Josh, Craig and Eric are the 2 nerds. One by one, they all kind of leave. Michael and Lisa actually get their hands off the van, and they realize that each other is more important, and it finally comes down to Zoe, Chase, Logan, and Stacy. But Logan gets Stacy to get her hands off the van by saying he will date her for a week. A quick solution to a stupid problem. With the whole B-plot of Quinn not being able to stop laughing, Lola has to like find a solution to this. So she ends up kissing Mark, and it makes her emotions so intense that she stops laughing. Which I feel like if this were a real problem, that would not be enough to solve it? Question mark? Yeah, whatever though.
I love this school.
So Logan ends up bothering Chase enough to get him out, but luckily Chase calls him out for not actually being crippled.
I don't think you really need that chair, do you?
Well, I guess my leg is feeling a little better.
So then it's just down to Logan and Zoe. Finally, it's the next morning. Turns out these guys were here for 24 hours. Oh my gosh. I would be so annoyed if I lost something like this. Think about all the time you probably wasted. Although I think everybody was a little smart. Within the first 7 hours, they were gone. But 7 hours, even then, that's crazy. Zoe convinces Logan to have them both bring off their hands at the same time, but it turns out to be a trick. And Zoe turns out she can't play fair just like Logan. So it's fighting fire with fire, and I guess the moral of the story is you can do that with no consequence. Because Logan's a bad person, I guess he deserves it.
We made a deal. You can't just... Logan, you still have me.
To a certain extent, like, it's cool when karma things happen because of that, like Stacy being in a relationship with him, but the fact that it's Zoe's actions that are so negative and also the consequence kind of makes it seem a little bad on her part. So that's the Hands on the Blix Van episode. It definitely got into that reality competition craze of the 2000s. It shows how Zoe 101 kept up with the youth trends like energy drinks, staying up all night, viral challenges, something that iCarly took and made a staple of their entire series. Everybody wanting to win this huge prize resonates resonates with our innate competitional nature. Is that a word? Who cares? But it is fun to watch each character take on like a what tactic would they use, how do they try to get what they want in this moment. And it's a nice light episode to get us ready for the next emotional roller coaster of Goodbye Zoey, which is only one more episode away after Miss PCA. But let's get into Miss PCA, episode 22.
Zoey!
2 more minutes.
I'm bored.
Look at the fire extinguisher.
So this one was actually really fun. It definitely brings back Zoey 101's roots of gender versus gender. It's definitely at its peak when it leans into stuff like that, and I'm super excited because I thought this episode was really funny. It's one of the very few times we actually see the core girls go at each other's throats. It begins with like a cringe factor of Logan, the entrepreneur, deciding to hold a beauty pageant on campus, and given his track record, I cannot believe anybody approved of him doing this. I don't know what Dean Rivers is up to in this moment. Maybe Quinn is having an experiment go wrong, but you know, he has no right to be in charge of this campus with decisions like this.
Beauty pageants are insulting to girls.
Ugly girls, yeah.
Oh my god.
It's promoted as like a charity fundraiser, which I don't know how many fundraisers PCA could possibly have. Like, they have to be rich with all these. 2 a season at least? Like, there's gotta be more interesting things going on. I haven't seen like an episode where they tried to make a commercial about JetX in a while. Michael's whole plot in this episode is kind of boring. It's like he's trying to get Quinn to laugh because she does not think he's funny, and it's more of an ego trip for him. He even goes so far as to throw himself in a fountain, pull his pants down in public, all these illegal activities just to get Quinn's attention. And I'm like, dude, you have to dial it back a little bit.
It's like you don't think I'm funny.
Well.
Oh my god!
But you know what? Speaking of not dialing it back, Logan's beauty pageant is just ridiculous. They have the grand prize being that the winner gets to be on the cover of Buzz magazine, which actually really matters to the girls because it's a popular teen publication. Especially Lola, who wants to be an actress, like this would instantly get her a manager, which makes sense for her to do it. I don't know why Zoey cares so much about this or wouldn't just step out of the way for her friends. Lola is super into it right off the bat, and we definitely get a Mean Girls PCA edition. Zoey and Lola become hyper competitive against each other and start doing things that would betray one another because they think they're secretly out to get each other. But that's not anybody's fault except for Logan. Logan tips off Lola to say that, like, why wouldn't Zoey do anything it took? It doesn't matter that she's your friend.
Zoey's competing against you.
So?
So she's gonna make sure her dress is better than yours.
It just goes to show anybody who has a one-on-one conversation with Logan ever is not in for a good rest of the episode. Like, it reminds me of when Logan told Chase he should get Zoey's answers for the pair-up episode in season 1. I know I keep referencing that, but it still bothers me. Like, Chase taking all of her answers just to go on a date with her is probably the craziest thing he's ever done. Like, I can't get over that. Quinn notices the tension between Lola and Zoey and can't seem to bring them together either. Michael looks more and more desperate, and I'm not as interested in that storyline at all. Zoey rants to Chase about how she's not happy, how things are going. Chase acknowledges, hey, you said you didn't want to go crazy about this, and you literally are. Like, look yourself in the mirror.
It's bringing out the worst in you.
That's so not true.
It's like you to run around freaking out, dying for Logan to pick you as the prettiest girl at PCA.
And she doesn't admit that she has a problem. But I like the writing here because we aren't sure if Zoey really wants this or she's actually just trying to be a part of a competition. But I like that she's so vague that we don't really know. And even though Jamie Lynn Spears is such a bad actor to a point where it's like, I don't even think she knows her true intentions, at least the writing gives you the implication that she's just doubling down and going for it. But still has a little bit of humility, like she's okay with it. Stacy's running around with a dress this whole episode, and it's definitely really funny.
You like my dress?
No.
Oh! Well, thanks for the constructive criticism!
And you'll never guess how things escalate. On the day of the actual thing, Logan has a full-on throne in the middle of PCA as he wears a tuxedo just to judge the girls. And this is so sexist. Like, this guy is taking things way too far at this point. Zoey and Lola show up in their dresses that are definitely a mean of contention between them. Zoey even throws a piece of mud at Lola, who throws one back, and then they end up fighting in a giant pile of mud. Kinda weird that it has to happen this way. Like, a fight in itself is kind of complicated. Why does it have to be in a random cement pool full of mud? Like, it would be one thing if the pageant competition made sense with that, but like, it's just a random pool. All the boys get excited, and Chase is the only one with enough morals to actually stop it when he sees it's his friends. But I feel like if it wasn't his friends, would he have stopped it? That's what I would like to know. But yeah, it's about this like toxic beauty standards and how women are kind of pit against each other in order to get males' affection, whether they're actually worth it or not. Logan, of all people, is the most unworthy of females' appreciation, so like the fact that they would even argue over it just shows the gender standards against each other.
I'm telling Dean Rivers about this, and both of you are gonna get detention.
And I guess we have nothing to lose.
This episode's just feeling a little too gross, and I do not like all the mud. I feel so bad for the actors that had to do with this that day. Sisterhood over competition. It's just nice to see that this doesn't tear them apart completely. In the end, it definitely gives a lot of laughs, a bit of drama, and a warm, fuzzy feeling when the girls reconcile. And it's so close to the finale that I'm almost sniffing it. Having watched every episode up until this point, now I feel like there's a lot of skin in the game for me to enjoy this. And I really hope Chase's departure, as we know will be the end of season 3, is definitely worth the time spent. I know season 4 in itself might not be exciting, and I know that's kind of risky to see if I'll like it or not, but if we could end with Chase having like a decent ending, I feel like I can overall give the show like a C+. I would definitely give iCarly an A, Drake and Josh an A+, but if Zoey 101 wants to even get to a B, actually, no, it's not gonna get to a B. Next episode. The last normal episode of season 3 is episode 22, Logan Gets Cut Off, right before the 2-part season finale, Goodbye Zoey. So let's get into this. A Logan-themed episode. So for everybody who ever rolled their eyes at Logan's bragging or sexism, this episode is satisfaction served on a silver platter. Logan Reese, PCA's resident rich kid, who always throws cash at his problems, finally faces the one thing he's never experienced, being poor. And it's kind of glorious. The drama kicks off when Logan impulsively buys a super expensive sports car online, because of course he does, and it's $327,000. What the heck?
You don't even have a driver's license.
But I will.
So he bought it without daddy's permission, so the car literally arrives at PCA and his father is angry, and he actually shows up. We've met Mr. Reese before in glimpses, like the spring break episode. He's indulgent and usually pretty busy. This time, he's actually livid.
Please leave this room so that Mr. Reese may speak with his son.
Hey, come on, this is my room too. You know, suddenly I feel like standing in the hallway.
In a scene that made all of us slightly terrified, Logan's dad publicly confronts him, returns the car, and cuts up Logan's credit card. And I feel kind of bad for him a little bit. Not that much, but a little bit. He basically says, like, you're done living off of the gravy train.
Dad, no! Chauncey, please talk to him!
Let go of my lapels, or I'll poke you in your neck.
So the next part is comedic karma. Logan goes from flaunting wads of cash to not being able to afford to get a burrito at the cafe. He can't pay people to do his laundry or homework anymore. And at first he tries to tough it out, doesn't give up on his pride, but reality sets in fast. He's never learned any basic life skills.
He's letting kids throw tomatoes at him for $1 a piece.
It's horrible. Can I borrow $1?
That's when Zoey, Chase, and Michael come in. They actually try to help him survive real life, which is really nice of them because he's never treated them good enough. Watching Zoey teach Logan how to do laundry is so funny. It's almost like sibling-like. The gang gets to know Logan a little bit more through this tough time of his. And instead of mocking him, they decide to guide him. Lola becomes Logan's fashion consultant since he can't even get expensive haircuts. She helps him with his hair, and Chase tutors Logan on writing an essay because he can't pay a nerd to do it. But there's genuine growth peeking through. Logan starts to learn how to say thank you, words we've never heard from him. He also realizes how much he took for granted, which is probably the best case scenario. Meanwhile, in the B plot, Michael claims he's an expert escape artist, able to free himself from any knots or ropes. Quinn and Mark, the experimenters, tie Michael up to test his boast. And it's so funny that like some of the subplots usually have to do with Quinn and Michael, like it doesn't have to do with Dustin anymore, like the second season. Like there's just so much eras that the B plots of Zoey 101 had, I don't even think I can get into them. So Michael spends the entire episode not being able to get out of this chair. It doesn't impact Logan's story like at all, but it's thematically connected by the idea of overconfidence leading to comeuppance.
I've been out here all night, man. I'm starving. Are you gonna finish that corn dog?
No.
Really? Can I have it?
No.
What would
would you do that for?
I don't know why this is a part of Michael's interests, but whatever. It's not like we could have added Dustin to this episode. Zoey, Chase, and Lola find out pretty quickly that Logan got his money back a week ago. So he's been making Zoey do his laundry, Lola do his hair, and just been taking advantage of them. Then they bring in that poor guy from Robot Wars, this kid that plays literally like the featured extra. And he's funny, he's earnest, but they give him the most mundane roles in these episodes. I feel like these kids just take advantage of him. They get him to admit that he did get his money back a long time ago, and he brings out his MasterCard to prove it.
I'll give you $100,000 for it right now.
You don't have any money.
Yeah, don't listen to him. His daddy cut him off.
He cut me back on.
So Logan buys this box of coins because they're supposedly worth a lot, and Reese's dad is mad. So Mr. Reese and Chauncey show up to PCA and they visit a lot to check if this thing is legitimate, and Chauncey's right, it's not.
I'd say somewhere between 50 and 75 cents.
It's essentially like he just bought Bitcoin. Logan says he was born to be rich, and I've never heard a more conceited statement from a character.
Please, I can't be like other kids. It's disgusting.
For longtime viewers, this episode is pretty cathartic. We've endured his antics for quite some time, and to see him get consequences is really nice. It definitely could be a wake-up call for young viewers to make sure to, like, live within your means. Maybe don't get too overconfident in money or use it to solve your problems. I mean, it's hard for me to take a lesson away from this, but it was overall a really funny episode.
Oh my god!
Zoey?
I'm sorry, my parents are here.
Goodbye Zoey is really something to talk about because it takes Zoey 101 to a level that I never wanted. Chase is beyond weird in this in ways that I've never seen him thus far, which is crazy because I thought the show was getting a lot better, you know? We start with nice cinematic shots of PCA and Zoey on her laptop like she did at the end of Spring Break and like she did at the end of season 1. It's just always Zoey on her laptop, I swear. It starts out as a pretty normal episode, not really obvious that it's a season finale. Zoey gets a message during class that her parents are here to visit, something that she's super excited about and not worried at all about her grades because she just leaves during it. And she's so rude on her way, she just expects everybody to get her there as quick as possible. It reminds me of one of those getting to your flight before the love interest gets away type scenario. And there they are, the blonde family, and they've got surprising news.
Are you having a baby? Mom!
No babies. No babies, right?
That they are going to be moving to England and that Zoey and Dustin can come if they want. Dustin doesn't want to because he's got a girlfriend, which Zoey quickly corrects to tell him that they're not actually together, which I find super funny. It reminds me how much I missed Dustin this season. I feel like he was so much more prominent in the first 2 seasons, and it sucks that the peak season is the one that he is like the least engaged in. Like at least get one more experiment that Quinn can do on him, you know, like give him something to do. So Zoey tells her friends this whole thing without having made a decision yet, and obviously they're very distraught. Quinn is defending her the whole time because she's actually just trying to be supportive of Zoey, which I respect, but her friends are a little bit more defensive about the fact that she's leaving.
And do whatever Chase says.
You know he's gonna tell her to stay.
Exactly.
Stacy overhears this and becomes kind of a snake, leaks it to one of the reporters at the school just to get it on TV, which is like, come on, Stacy. I know you were like unlikable, but at least just have some positive traits.
When is Zoey leaving?
Where's Zoey going?
She's leaving PCA. To go where? Some boarding school in London?
That's in England.
Mark gets to Chase first, asking if he's upset that Zoey is leaving, and obviously Chase thinks that she made this decision without him.
Zoey didn't tell you?
No, she didn't.
When did this happen before? This was the exact plot of the middle episode of this season, The Radio, when Chase gives Zoey the radio, doesn't know how much it's worth, she finds out before him, and then he assumes the worst of her, and then they end up in a huge argument, and then they get snippy with each other because one expected something over the other, and it's like, guys, this exact thing is copy and pasted here. Chase is kind of just peeved. Zoey shows up at his dorm, tries to talk to him about it, but he just acts super cold. He's like throwing darts, he's like, oh yeah, heard you're leaving, great, don't hit yourself on the way out. And there's a Death Cab for Cutie poster in Chase's dorm? I didn't even realize that they were promoting this. Zoey's off put by Chase's response, kind of convincing her to leave.
Well, see, I wanted to talk to you.
When are you leaving?
Could you stop throwing darts?
No, I gotta tune up, but keep going, I'm listening.
And her friends are even more heartbroken because they relied on him to ask her to stay, knowing that she definitely would if he asked, and she tells him it didn't happen. Michael tries to get through to Chase by talking to him, but it just doesn't work out. And I like that this isn't repeating the older tropes they used to do, where it was like Michael telling Chase he needs to tell Zoey he likes her. Like, this is telling her he needs to stay. It's not super based on feelings toward one another, at least at first. Chase is still in a rotten mood, and Zoey just seems like she doesn't care either. And as she's heading off with her blonde family, she gets one moment with every character to say goodbye. Every character except you know who. So Chase didn't even show up to her send-off, which I would be really angry even further if this happened to me. Like, you could at least say goodbye. I don't know why Chase is this petty that he needs to put up this facade. Like, your best friend is literally leaving. I don't care what you feel toward her.
Zoey left. Oh yeah, today was the day. Hey, listen, do you think you can help me with my serve? Because if we're gonna win this tournament, I really need it.
Later, Michael actually confronts Chase again and is finally able to get through to him like, hey, you made a mistake. She didn't intend on leaving until you told her to. And Chase is like, oh God, I'm an idiot. So next thing you know, Zoey's on a plane and Chase is regretting it immediately. This whole miscommunication lasted way more than one episode. I remember the promotions for this gave me the impression this was the series finale of the show. I mean, goodbye Zoey. I really like this as almost like a series finale anyway, so it bothers me they didn't kind of lean into that. And with every character having their moment with Zoey, like, I'm fully convinced this is where it ends. Like, don't give me this sentimental moment if it's just gonna be them back in the same scene next time.
In case you guys need an extra key to the room. Thanks, Zoey.
Chase is trying so hard to apologize to Zoey, but obviously he can't get to the airport, he can't get to England, so he's gonna video chat her. He finally gets to reconnect with Zoey, explain his whole side of the story, and she's kinda not here for it. Like, she doesn't want to hear it. He already disrespected her, which is fair. I agree with you, Zoey, but in return, you should come back. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, Chase expects her to just come back. Like, I don't know why he thought for a second that's how it would work. He essentially gets thrown off the deep end trying to figure out how he's gonna feel about this whole situation, if he can even adjust to life at PCA like this.
Do you hear anything?
And you know what? This is where it gets insane. Chase brings this girl named Gretchen, another blonde that looks exactly like Zoey. Like, this has got to be like her body double or something. Chase keeps bringing this girl that clearly doesn't even want to be there. And he doesn't even seem like he likes her. He just seems like projecting onto her everything he wish he could have done with Zoey. He even gives her a key, which she does not care about, to try to replicate what Zoey had. And that's where it gets a little psychotic.
Now you'll always have your key. Maybe later we could paint it together.
This is stupid.
All right, to Sushi Rocks.
I hate sushi.
Logan and Michael are super concerned for him, and I would be too. There's not really a B plot in this, but we do get a funny moment aside from the plot where Stacy moves in with Lola and Quinn to assume that Zoey really is gone for good.
Then I went to my roommates and I said, would you girls be upset if I moved out of here and in with Quinn and Lola? And before I even finished the question, they were helping me pack my stuff.
Chase calls Gretchen the Gretch, and I don't know if that sounds like some kind of discontinued Muppet character, but it's not Jamie Lynn Spears, I'll tell you that much. I guess the friends realize they should be having an intervention for him because things are just way off of his rockers, and if I were them, I would have thought this has gone too far and moved out of Chase's room. And then we kind of get the moment we've all been waiting for throughout this entire series, and that's kind of how you know Chase isn't going to end up on the show much longer, because why would they throw out his whole storyline? Because the character leaves. I know he mentioned in a podcast recently that he wanted to go back to school, or his father wanted him to go back to school, which kind of seems like a bad reason, but for me, I'm like, wow, that's like such a more worthwhile experience than being on the set of this show. So good for Chase for getting out of it. But while the boys confront Chase about Gretchen and how he's using her to replace Zoey, the webcam is recording, so Zoey actually is able to hear this whole conversation. And this is one of the craziest things. He admits how much he's in love with her on screen.
I don't just miss her. I'm in love with her. I've been in love with Zoey ever since I met her.
Is there any crazier way to end a season? You know what? Zoey 101 gets a little bit of credit for this, although I feel like it's not as quality as any other show ever. This is definitely how you do a really good season finale. Like, could you imagine waiting for something like this? Like, these answers are so important, and I need them right now. There we go. end of season 3. I wish it ended the show. That would have made people mad. It would have been like really annoying not to get the closure here, but it would have been better than the entire 4th season, which I guess we're gonna have to get into soon. Let's enjoy the fact that we got through this whole 3rd season of 26 episodes. Definitely one of the longer chunks I've had to do on a Nickelodeon show specifically. But yeah, how do you guys remember feeling about this finale? I feel like when we think about Zoey 101 in retrospect, we definitely remember this part the most. And I wish it did end here. We got really good moments with Zoey and the rest of the cast. If anything, that second part is what kind of undid all the things that made it meaningful and then turned it into one big joke. I mean, up until the very end, of course. Zoey 101 Season 3 is remembered for a lot of reasons, and a lot of reasons that are really positive. The first 2 seasons were a little hit or miss for me, especially depending on the episode, but this one is definitely the height of its run. But I gotta admit, the second half of episodes is definitely a little bit of a drop, as when you guys see my ranking, most of these episodes are not high on the list. But you know what, like Chase backing off of Zoey a little bit, we got Lola pretending to not know how to be British, and Logan being pushed to his limits. It's like, I don't know, this season is definitely interesting. But if it were up to me, honestly, this whole show should have ended at this season. You get a little bit of a peek into wackier concepts, like Zoey getting a bunch of ribs gifted to her. Like, that feels like it would be an iCarly episode. Or a contest where everybody has to keep their hands on the Blix van. Yeah, that feels like a Victorious episode. Not even the cameos kind of made up for it. Daniela Monet, Miranda Cosgrove, but don't get me wrong, it works. It really works. I just wish it ended here. And a little bit before Goodbye Zoey. Goodbye Zoey is interesting, but definitely not the fan service I expected, especially since we kind of lose Chase. I definitely wish the whole show concluded after Goodbye Zoey. I mean, we get a good goodbye. Everybody got their chance to shine this season. Michael loves Lisa for Michael, Shanusha for Dustin. Dustin was finally able to play. 3. How did you guys feel about season 3? I mean, I told you guys it's the best season for sure, but I'm only saying that because of the first half. The second half of this season definitely gets a little wacky and out of control, and most of the episodes ended up in the latter half of the list. But overall, it did a great job at improving itself. It made sure it didn't overstay its welcome, and had a few twists and turns that I really liked. Aside from some of the boring episodes, it still kept me mildly entertained the whole time, without being super boring. Everywhere I look, it says the season has 26 episodes, but with both parts kept in mind, it looks like it's only 25, so if you guys are here to correct me, go ahead. But yeah, I guess we're moving on to season 4. It's not something I want to do, and it's definitely, the worst season, but I don't know. I'm definitely excited. I'm not sure how to feel about it quite yet, but this has been a more exciting ride than I thought. Thank you guys for all your support on my retrospectives. I love doing all this, and I'm having such a good time, and I couldn't do it without you guys and your watching, I guess, your vision or hearing. I don't really know what to credit it. Okay guys, the time has come. We're finally ready to dive into the final chapter of Zoey 101. When I started this project 3 months ago, I did not expect to have a more positive outlook when I left it, because despite the cynicism, I think Zoey 101 is a lot of fun to watch. While the morals don't exactly line up with what I think people should be watching, and the way they treat each other doesn't feel authentic in a positive way to me, I still think it's a fun watch, and I could tell why we were drawn to it when we were little, because they showed the ridiculousness of situations you would be in at that age. And while some shows are better, I'd say Unfabulous or Hannah Montana, we do have to acknowledge its place in history. I'm probably going to do the movie soon, Zoey 102, so keep an eye out for that. If you're not subscribed already, make sure to subscribe to Johnny 2000. I've definitely been having some low months, so I'd really appreciate the support and help in continuing this sagas. But whether you like it or not, I'm gonna have to keep going, so too bad. What's up, everybody? It's Johnny 2000, and today we're diving into the 4th season of Zoey 101. Okay, so season 4 of Zoey 101 starts with an episode called Trading Places. And unlike previous season premieres before, it's the only one that the characters aren't literally walking onto campus being like, new semester. Not sure if you were caught up on the drama of the previous season, but there was this whole Goodbye Zoey incident where Chase said that he loved Zoey over Webcam webcam and she overheard it. Being the heroic romantic he is, which is sarcasm, I think his crush on Zoey is borderline scary with how much she gives him back. He ends up going all the way to England to meet up with her. Turns out she's gone by then. We kind of hop in right where we left off, which is kind of cool. It almost feels like a third part of the two-part finale. And we see Lola, Quinn, Michael, and Logan all playing basketball.
Here I come. Hey, foul!
Zoey makes her grand return to PCA in a car, and they're basically like, what the heck? Lola takes Quinn's glasses and cannot believe her eyes. If this were me though, I would be kind of insulted. Like, if you were really my friend, you would definitely have been able to tell me over the phone or over text that you are gonna return to school. It feels kind of cold that you just show up one day and you're like, by the way, best friend I've known for my entire life. I went through a grieving move process because it shouldn't be that easy to just come back from another country. And they're like so excited to see her. They don't care about the disrespect, I guess. I'm sure that they just knew that kids wouldn't care about something like this. Like, friends are just supposed to take from where they left off, which I don't know. I think I would be communicatively challenged in this moment. Everything's different though because Chase isn't here. Zoey tells the girls that she heard Chase admit her love and is basically here to see them. They're like kind of visibly shaken, and we learn that they're trying to stall her for as long as humanly possible, which I don't know how long you're planning on stalling her, guys. They try to warn Michael and Logan about Zoey coming over, but it doesn't work because they're playing with their helicopter. So they have to rely on Mark, Quinn's boyfriend. The worst possible person. He ends up even pushing Zoey. Like, that's the only way you could distract her. I like that Mark is becoming more of a main character. It just kind of feels like a band-aid to the fact that Chase isn't here anymore. I'm not sure if you guys heard the podcast, but the actor playing Chase, Sean Flynn, was actually on the Ned's Declassified podcast and told them that he left because he wanted to go back to school, which I think is really admirable. His dad kind of prompted him to go back, and it didn't seem like a great thing at the time because obviously he was on a hit show, but it was definitely important for his development and education, I guess. They failed to stall her, nearly like fighting out the window, trying to keep this a secret. And then we're cut to England where Chase is looking for Zoey. It's revealed right then that Chase is not back this season, but it's cool that we get to see a glimpse of him. They basically traded places, thus the title of the episode. Zoey feels like kind of betrayed, and the two meet up over video chat to kind of discuss it. And this would break my heart. I feel like when I was at this age, if I had a crush, my biggest fear would be them moving away or have a relationship finally connect and you're actually leaving. Like, that's just, to me, that's like the ultimate love drama. And that's kind of what they're going through. The only way they could talk is through the internet, and it is very topical for this day and age. Although Zoey's shot looks really fake. It looks like there's no way that that's a real video call on her end. Same with Chase. I feel like if they knew what video chatting was supposed to look like, it would be a lot more casual than this polished, framed square, I guess. It does remind me of the photo booth that used to be on the Mac computers in the Apple store. I don't know if you guys grew up going to the mall and hanging out, taking pictures, but that's what that reminds me of. Chase and Zoey actually attempt to go on a real date at Sushi Rocks, but Zoey brings her laptop and Chase is just on his computer at night. Definitely Uvu vibes here. There's a lot of technical issues, so Chase kind of has to guide his way through the date with tech support, which has a really thick accent and I find kind of offensive looking back. Like, you didn't have to put on that accent. Plenty of people do phone support that aren't that race. Chase kind of looks like a psycho on Zoe's side of things. If you see any of the shots, it's kind of funny. He keeps being badgered by his roommate who's trying to go to sleep, which I feel bad for him because there's like such a big time difference. Like, it's so hard to maintain some kind of long distance relationship like this. And everybody in the cast starts to feel the pressure as Zoey needs to call on Lola and Quinn to help just keep the computer going. And Zoey's just trying to keep this relationship. It's kind of sweet because it's like seeing Zoey and Chase try to be together, but I still feel like now that she's confronted with the fact he loves her, she's not giving him the same energy back. Like, she's not like, I love you too. She does say I love you too right before they click off on their date, but I don't think it's enough. Like, Zoey, you've not put any work into this relationship. And finally, when you're like across the globe from each other, then you're gonna act like you care. And she's like barely even trying. Like she's getting everybody else around her to help her. Like, I don't know. I don't think this relationship's worth it. Sorry, Chase. And sorry, Zoey. It's just not working for me. But yeah, interesting start to the 4th season. I feel like we're just essentially making up for everything that was left untalked about from the last season, which is kind of annoying because I did not love the season finale. I thought that was such a weird way to end the 3rd season of Zoey 101, but if you're writing off Chase, I guess it's funny. This does a good job at kind of navigating the transition between all the changes that are about to happen over this whole season, which are ridiculous. Like, not only is Zoey dating somebody, but then Mark has to break up with Quinn. Like, we all know that the show ends a very specific way, with a bunch of people's fates playing out in a very specific way. So the fact that we only have 12 episodes for the rest of the series is really making me question how they're gonna accomplish that so easily. But I do feel like this is a good transitional episode that kind of warms us up to the new life we have to live at PCA. I really wish I knew what level or grade these guys were in, because it's just so confusing, like how close they are to graduating, or if that even matters to them. I feel like it's weird to have a whole show centered around a school like PCA and not have any insight into their ambitions, like stuff they want to do outside of just drama with each other. Like, I don't know, it's kind of weird in that way. Like, nobody's really driven. And then we go to the 2nd episode of season 4 called Fake Roommate. And yes, guys, it truly does appear that every single season of Zoey 101 has had an episode about roommates, and specifically a roommate leaving and a roommate coming back. Every other time, though, it was about Zoey and her drama with getting new roommates, and this one is interesting because it's a lot more centered around Logan and Michael. Michael's going from like dependency withdrawal with Chase gone, that he literally brings a whole dummy into the dorm. And this is terrifying. I can't believe they have a dummy looking like Chase just to replace him. I wonder if Chase still got paid for this episode. That'd be crazy. Coco is complaining to the girls because apparently it's quote unquote that time of the year, which Coco, what could that be referring to? And she's gonna get reviewed by Dean Rivers, but obviously it's bad because she's only disappointed these girls on multiple occasions. Like, she's not a good Dean advisor. Zoey's clever advice is to find out what makes Dean Rivers happy so she can get a good review. So you're telling your dorm advisor to bribe her boss. Okay, fair. And what do you know? It goes completely haywire. Zoey runs into Coco, who admits that she actually got him a full-on lion or tiger, put it in his office for him to discover. And it just looks like they're trying to kill him. And oh wait, it almost works. He gets taken off in an ambulance. Coco tries to apologize, but it seems like he's pretty angry, as one would be for having that happen. But yeah, the repetitive plot line is that Logan and Michael don't have to have a roommate now. Chase is gone and they have to embrace it for the better. This dorm advisor comes in and says that they have a new roommate, and I love it that it's this lady from the very 2nd season. Like, it seems like she's used in everything that requires admissions to be involved. Michael and Logan's bright idea is to basically tell her that Chase has not left and is still there to not have another roommate. Fairly enough, Coco gets fired and the girls get a new dorm advisor introduced to them by Stacy. Zoey kind of feels bad because the thing was her idea, but Lola says like, oh, she's probably making so much more money than she was before. But then we cut to seeing her being a bathroom attendant, eating her raviolis, and I guess she's at like this fancy new restaurant, and they kind of disrespect her at every corner. Zoey visits her as to not feel guilty for getting her fired, and she tells her to kill her.
Kill me! Go get a hammer, then come back and kill me with it!
Oh my gosh, I can't believe they were doing this in Nickelodeon shows. This is insane. So Logan's whole idea to convince the lady that Chase is still there is to use a full fake Chase dummy. And it kind of reminds me of those episodes of It's Sunny in Philadelphia where they have Dennis be replaced by a dummy. Like, that's kind of interesting. What a wacky and over-the-top premise to have Michael and Logan literally have to commit their entire school life to convincing this woman that Chase is still going to PCA. Like, that's a lot of commitment just to keep a little baby pool in your dorm. The thing is really creepy looking though. Like, when they just put it in different environments from far away, it looks like it's still Chase, and it's so funny to think that she actually falls for it, even for a moment. Like, she doesn't have his personal records and sees that like he is literally in England. I don't know how that's not like there. Meanwhile, Zoey has this bright idea to start a petition to get back Coco as their dorm advisor, therefore making her life a lot less miserable, but nobody wants to sign it. Like, everybody is very like, I didn't really like her anyway. And it's true, like, obviously if you found a better situation for the kids, why not just stick with this? Like, Zoey, stop fighting for this horrible dorm advisor. Zoey, Quinn, and Lola end up having a problem that they need Mira, who is the new dorm advisor, to solve. When they go to check in her room, they find out that there is a million different things that are stolen all throughout campus stashed in there. And this woman is not apologetic. She's very much like, I have a problem and this is something I cannot control.
Are you gonna fire me?
Well, duh.
Get out of here, you nutbar!
As an adult now, I'm like, wait a minute, you can control that. Like, what? Who's forcing you to steal from all these children? And of course, the situation is only to be solved by Dean Rivers hiring Coco back, because this woman looks so much worse than Coco, therefore it, like, actually makes sense. What can I say? The resolve on the Michael and Logan thing is actually really funny. Like, they keep taking the Chase dummy all around campus. They even say that he has a disease, and that's why he can't come super close to the advisor. And if I was the advisor, I'd be like, their friends are a little too nurse-like to him, which would be kind of crazy. A dog actually attacks the dummy and she witnesses it and automatically knows that they were lying to her. So they're gonna end up having to get a new roommate. And unlike the other roommate type episodes, we don't see the new roommate jump in right away. It's just more of the circumstance. They think they even see Chase for a moment, which is downright depressing, as there's this guy in this single spotlight in the parking lot fixing his car, and of course it's not him. Oh my god, it ends up being Mira and she steals Dean Rivers' car. Crazy way to end an episode, but I like that we got a Coco episode, a new roommate episode. Like, they're finding ways to shove a lot of content into really short amounts of episodes. I like Zoey 101 doing this approach. And then we have season 4 episode 3, which is Alone at PCA. And this is one that I really didn't remember super well. It seems like an obvious idea. It's like all the main characters are stuck at PCA during this trip that everybody else is taking, which is spring break. And since they don't want to go to Mr. Reese's house again for another reality show, it seems like they're going to be staying on campus. At first they're bummed, but then they learn to look at the bright side of it, with Dean Rivers even being like, you guys are lucky. The whole reason that they have to stay at PCA is funny because apparently they were expecting Coco to take the kids to Yosemite for the week. But apparently her and Carl, this boyfriend that she's had many episodes, has broken up with her because apparently she fell on his mother. Oh my god, Coco.
Oh my god! Was she hurt? I don't know. Carl says she has a fractured neck or something.
Apparently she broke her neck too. So Coco's running on down to Fresno to try to apologize and get her relationship back, abandoning these children, these under 18-year-olds by themselves on campus. I don't know why their parents aren't getting involved. I don't know why the school doesn't give a crap. It is funny watching her van run off with ravioli falling out of the back seat though. In a side gag, we have Stacy waiting for her parents to pick her up, but they never do. So she just sits there on the side of PCA this entire episode. Kind of abusive, but I mean, I guess they just like picking on her character all the time. I don't know if being like a nerd or having a lisp is enough to justify everybody hating somebody like this, but the Dan Schneiderverse doesn't discriminate. A lot of this episode is a bunch of little montages. It kind of reminds me of the little beach party episode where they all were finishing their finals and then went to the beach, were abandoned when everybody left. Like, this is definitely giving the same vibe. It's a lot more playful because of all these montages, but then stuff gets real when Dean Rivers catches Logan and Michael playing hockey in the hallway and breaking a trophy. But there's something sus about this situation. It doesn't feel like it's actually them who did it. At the same time, they're the only ones on campus. I don't know what Michael and Logan expect. Well, probably not these security guards to lock them in their dorm and guard the door. Like, you're telling me that there's no other concerns you guys have on this campus? Like, nobody's gonna break in or hurt anybody? You have to monitor these two 17-year-olds? So they're stuck their whole spring break in this dorm, which really stinks. I can't imagine doing that and then going through the rest of your semester in that same dorm room. Like, I would be driven crazy. In the most random bit ever, Lola was giving Quinn makeup and makes it clown makeup, which I don't understand how that benefits her. Michael and Logan start trying to understand why they're being framed for doing this, and they start to turn on each other, which is always a funny trope. And Quinn and Mark investigate the whole crime scene just to kind of get them out of trouble, which I appreciate. That's very nice of her. They find out evidence that it could not possibly be them, and I'm just more focused on when Quinn and Mark are gonna break up. I remember they break up, I just don't remember when or how, so we're gonna have to figure that out on our journey, guys. Zoey and Lola try to contribute to the cause by interviewing different people that work at the campus to see which one of them could have framed these kids, which you don't think these adults have anything better to do? They ask the lunch lady, and Lola likes to play bad cop while Zoey plays good cop. Another funny poke at her acting trope.
We're
called you and you...
Where were you last night between midnight and 1 a.m.?
Now you're scaring me.
There's this really suspicious janitor that keeps being aggressive toward them, which is definitely him. I feel like I could put my cards in that right now. The only thing Quinn is able to find with her investigation is the fact that the hockey stick was in fact the thing that broke the trophy. Therefore, it has to be Logan and Chase, which that's all you figured out? I could have figured that out. I don't even have cereal in my fridge. Stacy ends up coming in and actually giving them the solution, questioning Seamus, who actually is the janitor they were just interrupting. He buried Logan and Michael's stick after breaking the trophy himself. They find out that there's actually a really deep history between this janitor and Dean Rivers, which is it's very random. I feel like we started out as this episode where everybody's going on vacation, fun, friendly montages, and suddenly we're caught in this big frame scheme, which this could have been done on any episode. Like, why did it need to be during a spring break? Why couldn't you just focus on the fact that they're alone somewhere, or have the plot be about the fact that they are alone there, not just have them come back to campus for an episode that they probably would have done anyway? Like, it doesn't need to be alone at PCA for this, but whatever. I guess that's just something they did in the first season. They wanted to bring it back. I don't know the logic here. The whole episode ends in Dean Rivers and this janitor literally wrestling to the ground. It surprisingly takes another twist when the main cast just wants to enjoy their time on campus, so they sit by a fire and the episode is resolved. I guess there's no legal implications for the fact that Seamus literally broke the trophy and now they're all just hanging out. Like, you were literally willing to put Logan and Michael away behind bars, and now this guy just gets to hang out by a campfire. It's not fair, I'll tell you that much. So far, it feels like we have the whole identity of Zoey 101, like as it was, as we knew it, and it feels like nothing is changing too much yet, but the way they're slowly integrating new aspects really comes to an head in the next episode, season 4, episode 4, Rumor of Love. And this is the infamous episode that introduces our boy, James Austin Butler. It's essentially taking off after where the last roommate episode went, where Michael and Logan still don't have a new roommate, but they have to get one. Like, you can't just take up those 2 rooms by yourself, and I guess the main cast needs a heartthrob again. When they find out who their next roommate's gonna be, they look up this guy and they find out that he's a quote-unquote doof, like he's a nerd, and they're just making fun of him for looking like a nerd, which isn't cool. Like, I don't know why we're following the cool kids perspective in this area, in this show of PCA. Like, I feel like usually we have the underdogs or the people that have good intentions as the main characters, not the ones that already are popular and just trying to be more popular. I don't think I'm vouching for them in this moment, especially the way they treat this guy. Like, it's straightforward bullying. Michael and Logan are waiting to talk to that same woman that's the advisor from the last episode, once again, complaining that they do not want to live with a doof. And they're not afraid to scream it out in public, which I would be a little ashamed, guys. Like, what are you doing here? This guy borrows a pencil from them, and it's Austin Butler, of course. They find out that that's the guy they're talking about, and he's actually handsome and attractive, and I don't know why that's a part of it, but it matters to them, apparently. It actually ends up being a little bit worse because Logan is a little annoyed this guy's more attractive than him. Like, it really bothers him. I don't know what we were doing back at this time, but blonde boys were really the thing. This guy was also the love interest in the iCarly episode. Like, how do you take this exact actor and do him twice in the course of this show? The crazy thing about Zoey 101 having Austin Butler is that he's been on this show before. He even had a couple lines as a background actor, and now we're just gonna pretend like he's re-enrolling as a new guy? It doesn't really matter in retrospect, but it is just fun to point out. Like, I never watched that show thinking Austin Butler was in it. He's also in the background of a lot of other TV shows like Ned's Declassified, True Jackson VP. Like, I can't believe this guy. He's stereotypically attracting every girl, like people showing up at Logan and Michael's windows, even Zoey, Lola, and Quinn falling for him when meeting him for the first time. This only infuriates Logan even more as he is threatened. They try to be like cold toward him and really disrespectful, which I don't understand, guys. I get that guys aren't open to new things sometimes, but the fact that they're resisting this intensely is borderline bullying. Like, you have to get a little excited about meeting a new person. Like, they are just shutting him down left and right. Of course, this guy gets Michael to laugh, and I feel like it's the beginning of a long ploy in order to win over the audience of this new guy.
Yeah, a little bit.
That's not funny.
You laughed.
Hey, you don't know what I did.
And they gave him a couple of sarcastic remarks, a couple of playful oneers so far to get us to like him. And I feel like it's definitely working. Like, if you see him talk and see him interact as a character, you're like, okay, this guy's actually kind of cool. He's not like Chase, and he's not necessarily doofy, but he is interesting in the sense he's like a new character. Michael is kind of nice toward James, but he's trying to stay angry. Meanwhile, this whole rumor comes out that Logan started about Zoey and James, because apparently James is so attractive, he's undateable, and every girl wants him. So the only way Logan can compete with him is if he tells everybody that he's in a relationship with Zoey, which is a good idea, actually, Logan. That's kind of cool. I mean, it's not going to be beneficial to them, but it's kind of funny. Zoey finds out before even James does, and is even more offended, like, why in the world would we be seen together? Which, I guess you guys are both blonde, that's why you'd be seen together. That's enough reason to be in a relationship, right? Matching hair color? Okay, I guess not. Michael warms up to him, but kind of gets like ashamed about it because of the whole Chase thing, and he starts to show like good signs, because this guy is not really treated fairly. Like, he just got to this new school, everybody thinks he's undateable, nobody's really being nice to him, so Michael kind of opens up a little bit. He learns about why James is there, and James kind of shows him that he has a good heart. Michael eventually invites him to come stay with them, saying that he didn't treat him fairly, and he's saying, I understand, because you just had a friend here, and obviously you're missing them, which is, I don't know if that's even like relevant. To get them back for this whole rumor between Zoey and James, everybody kind of teams up to say, let's trick Logan. They get Logan in the shower and have the news crew come in, which is definitely an invasion of privacy. I feel like there's laws against recording people while they're in the shower, especially if they're minors and all kids. Like this is kind of crazy. I like that this newscaster guy's back. That's consistent, so that's nice. And right before they're about to pull the curtains and show everybody his naked body, he admits that yes, he started the rumor and he was just jealous of James. Okay, weird way to solve that problem, but sure. James and Zoey reconvene and they're basically like, yeah, how weird would it be for us to date? And I'm like, very weird, Zoey, because you just said goodbye to Chase. Like, that guy you were like talking to for almost like 2-3 years. Yeah, like, you definitely didn't express a lot of feelings toward him. Like, how are you just able to automatically fall for this guy? It's just, I don't know, it's weird to me, but they kiss and it's solidified. Like, they end up pretty much dating. So what was the point of torturing poor Logan? I mean, I guess he's a bad character, so they have to punish him somehow, but this is a little cruel. We're starting off Zoey 101 Season 4 on a very interesting note. It's only been 4 episodes, but we kind of covered a lot of ground. We had the first episode, which was a Zoey and Chase episode to kind of send it off. We had the fake roommate, where we're transitioning into new roommates. Then we had Alone at PCA, the final episode without a new cast member, where we get to see the main cast in their normal hijinks, going through this whole dorm scandal. I don't know why James couldn't be here in time for this, but that becomes a problem. And suddenly, him and Zoey are dating now, which is just okay, I guess. The next episode is Season 4, Episode 5, Anger Management. It takes this next episode to finally get Dustin back. I feel like I've barely seen him, if at all, and his hair's a little raggedy and longer, and he's looking older now. He doesn't look as old as he should. I feel like at this point, it's been 3 years, like he should be a lot taller, but hey, that's just my insecurities about my height at that age. He's working for Logan, it seems, and trying to deliver him coffee. Of course Logan's gonna take advantage of this kid. Zoe's all smitten over James, and everybody's teasing her about it, and it almost like makes me feel like a little bit of injustice, because it's like, poor Chase, like, he got 3 seasons worth of episodes, and now she's just dating somebody. It makes me think that they were possibly intending on her dating Chase in this season, and it being about that. And I would have loved to see how they worked in a relationship actually, as opposed to seeing them get together and then never talk again. So a part of me feels like maybe they rewrote a couple episodes to fit James instead of Chase, and it kind of works. Like, they managed to do it in a way that doesn't get in our way, but I do remember watching this way back when and feeling a little bit of betrayal, so there's something's going on. It's weird, but randomly in this season, I guess they started this habit of the characters watching cartoons together. Dan Schneider must have had people animate this. There's no way these aren't original characters. And now Quinn and Lola are watching it in their dorm. Quinn actually built a paint grenade, which I don't know what that would be useful for.
Relax, it's harmless. It just blasts you with 54 different colors.
which I view as harmful.
It's so gross though, like there's this bowl of nuts that Quinn eats and then Lola eats it after her. It's really unnecessary to the plot. We get a glimpse into Dustin being Logan's assistant and he's basically begging his teachers on his behalf for an extension on his homework assignments, which is so funny. I wish they did this plot earlier. Seeing Dustin try to be so attentive to this jerk's lifestyle is just so funny. Definitely reminds me of PAs in the film industry, if you guys catch my drift. Then it seems that Logan verbally abuses Dustin. Like, he shows Zoey and James and Michael this message he got, and it's just him screaming at Dustin saying, like, I don't care if you're 11! And it's, like, definitely borderline toxic. I don't know why he's doing this. He's a kid. Well, I guess he's so rich, he obviously thinks everybody can work for him, but it's just crazy. They end up putting this whole message on the news, which I find hilarious. I can't believe he got that kind of comeuppance. And people start to harass him on campus. It kind of reminds me of when Josh was in that movie as the theater thug, and everybody was like, it's the theater thug! Yeah, that's what this reminds me of here. Everybody trying to hurt Logan and get back at him for being a jerk, which definitely feels like a fair retribution for all that he's done to Dustin. Like, this is kind of verbal abuse. I didn't realize that they had a parody of The View on this series too. It's called Point of View, which actually is kind of better than The View's title. I like that a lot. And Logan even gets sucked into Dean Rivers' office. He tells him that his daddy's money is not going to help him this time, which is really scary. Kind of reminds me of Logan Cut Off, which definitely is a concerning episode. He says he's going to enroll him in anger management for 10 weeks. Oh my gosh, can you imagine? I'm so excited to see this play out. So then it's Logan with a bunch of people all in this group with a teacher. I don't know which campus this is that they have anger management. And he's, of course, trashing it the whole time. Basically like, I shouldn't be here. Not with the accent, but you know what I mean. And everybody gets angry at each other, starts yelling, and oh my gosh, this feels just like what a stereotypical portrayal of a anger management class would be. Like, clearly nobody who wrote this episode was in anger management. Logan comes back to the dorm to tell him that his daddy did get involved, and if he can go 2 weeks without screaming at somebody, he'll be off the hook for anger management. And obviously this sounds like a win, but there's no way Logan can get away with this. That's why it's about to have comedy ensue. The only way they're gonna figure out if Logan is following the rules or not is this anger management teacher follows him around. He's literally standing outside the boys' window. I don't know any job that would allow somebody to do that, especially a professional. Poor James, though, he just got introduced last episode. Him and Zoey are dating, and we talked about it for 5 seconds. I guess we just accept it's a part of reality now. Zoey and James kind of get devious about this, and they're like, we should poke fun at him. I don't care if he's trying to grow. We should make sure we can get an outburst out of him, which I'm starting to wonder the morals of these characters. And James is very, like, silent when it comes to his responses. He's not a very theatrical actor, which is why he's, like, pretty good at this sarcastic tone. Zoey presents his project to him super late, so he'll yell at her, but he holds back, keeps a thumb up, and tries to stay positive. And then after Dustin oils up his bike, he pretends he's not mad and just keeps on going, which I don't know if it's safe to drive now. The B-plot in this is really distasteful. Like, basically, Quinn is trying to get Lola to forgive her for eating those nuts and leaving them out for Lola to eat. And Lola says the only way to get her back for this is to drink water that she already drank. And I really hate it. It's definitely not a fulfilling finish. It's actually really gross, and I don't like it. I feel like they just molded Quinn to be this pick-me girl, because originally she was only caring about science and experiments, and then Lola kind of got her into caring about guys, which in turn is like, Lola was supposed to be an artist, like this performer that ended up being a little creepy sometimes, but now she's like fully taken on the role that Nicole had, where it's just gawking over guys, being overtaken by those plots, and it's kind of annoying because it's like, clearly girls go through other things in a PCA format. Like, you don't have to have one character always hitting on other guys, and the fact that Quinn is even involved is really annoying. It's like the writers are just getting lazy with the characters and giving them tropes of all liking guys. Like, Quinn is in a relationship and she's like, yeah, let's go gawk at guys. Like, you guys don't have to mold just to fit each other, unless that actually makes a lot more sense. Yeah, I guess in real life, humans would mold themselves to kind of be more like another person the longer they hang out with them, so maybe Quinn is an experiment on psychology. Whoa, guys, pause the video and go talk to a therapist. Tell them what I just said, see if they like it. After a lot of slapstick comedy of Zoey and James trying to get Logan to cave and actually be angry, point, Zoey uses the paint bomb that Quinn made earlier, puts it in the closet, and it explodes on him. And I'm like kind of feeling bad for Logan a little bit now. Not really fair to fight fire with that much fire back. He's successfully not angry about it, and his counselor comes in to congratulate him on going 2 weeks without screaming. Although he hears him actually let out his anger, goes back with Dean Rivers, and suddenly Logan is in trouble once again, which I definitely think they would expel him now, but I guess they give him one more chance because next thing you know, he's in anger management again. I wish the whole anger management plot was a little bit more funny and not more about James and Zoey trying to push Logan, but like a genuine effort in trying to not be angry anymore. Like even Dustin doesn't end up being a part of it either. It feels like it becomes somebody else's episode, and it's like, where did that come from? And I wish I could have seen more of them in the anger management class. Like that would have been really fun. It's just another torture Logan episode. Okay, whatever. Let's move on to number 6. Quinn misses the mark. As you can guess, this is about Quinn and Mark. They've had a really interesting relationship stemming back all the way to season 1, where she had a crush on this guy. He was really shy, didn't really want to be with her, and then they ended up getting together anyway after she found out that he already had a girlfriend. So then they end up dating. They're together for a little bit. Season 2, they're together in the Halloween episode. You see them again together in the next season where Quinn wants to kiss him and she tries to figure out what the issue is. And we're kind of taking off from where that left off with them. Like, it seems like they're not really passionate, and that's kind of sad. Like, in this episode, we start with all 4 of them hanging out in the lounge and having a good time, but Quinn wants to spend more alone time with Mark. She makes sure that the girls leave, and while she's trying to canoodle with him and, you know, get a kiss out of him, he's kind of like, no. And this guy is, like, dangerously neutral. Like, he is the most alien-like emotional turbulence because he is barely showing face. If I were Quinn, I would also be worried about our relationship. In a really weird B-plot, James and Logan are expecting Michael to return home with this package of cookies. He puts them down for a second and a horse starts eating them, which is wacky and like almost borderline unbelievable. He barely has an explanation for the boys. It sounds like he's making this whole thing up. And James calls Michael Cookie Monster as if it's like this big bad insult, and I'm like, oh, whew, it's getting real.
That cookie basket was a gift from one of my stepmoms.
Which one?
I don't know, but it was a very meaningful gift, and I can't believe you ate it.
Zoey, Lola, and Quinn are having dinner at Sushi Rock, and Quinn is kind of being defensive about her relationship. She's kind of embarrassed. And who better to walk in than Mark with another woman? Yeah, Mark and another girl sit down at a table right behind them. I don't know why Mark didn't check if, I don't know, his current girlfriend was in there, unless this isn't a real cheating situation. Like, it's probably one of those coincidences. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that Mark asked Quinn for a break. That's kind of a big plot point. That's why he's out on a date with her. Quinn is like, wow, this is so obvious why. Like, you just wanted to be out with this girl. And he's like, no, she's just in my chemistry class. So we're not really sure what the truth is right now. All we know is that Quinn embarrasses him at Sushi Rocks by putting sushi in his mouth. At first I thought he was allergic to it, but thank God it was just she doesn't like yellowtail. I was like, Quinn just killed this guy. Michael is so defensive about the cookie situation, he brings the horse that ate them to Logan. Logan's on a date and he's more like, you're crazy for even trying to bring this up, which I would think so too. This is insane. But I would believe that he's not lying. So the way Quinn deals with breakups, a 2-year one specifically, is that she takes this picture of her ex and starts scribbling on his face. For some reason feels a little bit darker than it is because we know Quinn has hurt people before. So I would be scared if I were this Mark guy. It's interesting seeing Quinn's angry side because it's like, oh my gosh, she has so many personalities to her. The horse plot thickens for no reason and shows up when Michael and James are playing on the basketball court. I can't believe this is a plot for an episode. We don't even get a James episode thus far. Like, this new character just got introduced and you'd rather tell us stories about Michael framing a horse for eating cookies? Like, I don't know what's going on. That cartoon comes back again and I can't believe it's in this show so much. James and Zoey seem like they're dating as they sit on the couch next to Lola. And it's kind of funny because I feel like Lola is more into guys than Zoey is, so it's funny that she's the one in the relationship. We don't really explore Zoey in this relationship so far. It's almost like Jamie Lynn Spears can not have chemistry with anybody except for the fact that she's matching hair with this guy.
Oh, the best. I love thin crust.
Me too. What's wrong with Chicago?
Yeah, Don't get me started on the whole deep dish thing. It's just wrong.
I know, right?
Maybe that's enough for us to get us to fall for him, but I'm still thinking about Chase. It still burns. We get a nice little shocker when Quinn enters the room, all dressed up like not a scientist, I'll tell you that much. So Quinn is trying to make Mark miss what he had. Dresses up, puts on makeup, and tries to change her personality. She even confronts him when he's hanging out with the nerd friends, and he spills his milk over it. The Zoey 101 seductive music, it's just so weird that they have that. Like, there's this little saxophone playing as Quinn enters, and I can't believe they even recorded that. Like, what the heck?
Can I play?
You broke up with her?
Can I date her?
No.
Oh, it turns out that Mark is dating this girl named Brooke. It's so sad to hear him have to explain to her that he's not with her because she's pretty, but because she and him just vibe. And that probably hurts Quinn more than anything because, like, that was her best friend, her boyfriend, and now he's just suddenly moved on. It's kind of depressing, but it's very topical for high school age. Oh my gosh, then we get PCA at gym, and we probably have like the 50th gym coach. This show has so many gym coaches, from the wrestling episode, from the disc golf episode. Like, this whole show is just filled with gym coaches. The horse shows up while they're doing their morning routines, then again into the shower where Michael is, and I cannot believe this is a plot. Oh, and then we have the moment that matters more than anything. Quinn is sitting alone, all dressed up, and then the only person here to come for her, Logan. I wonder where this is gonna go. The music here when they're talking is just so over the top. I can't believe I wouldn't have known at this point that they're gonna be together. Like, it sounds like somebody's dying, or somebody has a long-term illness and the other person is not gonna make it. Like, listen to that music.
What's your problem?
Nothing, Logan. Just keep writing.
At first, Logan is really bad at giving advice, just essentially like downplaying her emotions pretty quickly. But then he starts to warm up and be a lot more thoughtful, says that Mark is actually missing out and that she's actually really good, which is crazy. I can't believe he was thinking this. Like, this feels so out of the blue. This is where it gets even crazier. Logan compliments her, says she's smart, pretty, and really fun to be around, and even puts her glasses back on her for her. I can't think of anything more romantic. At this bench, these two form a really sweet relationship, only to be interrupted by Michael and Zoey riding a horse through the background and into the main place of PCA. It's so dramatic for a moment seeing them like go through campus like this. And of course, Logan and Quinn really regret what they just did. They're awkward about it, and I kind of like that. I like that we're not just throwing people together for fun. We actually see their character dynamics interrupt each other and how that's gonna work out. And then meanwhile, we find out that this horse actually belonged to some woman. Michael actually had bonded with the horse and helping Zoey get to her class while riding it. So the fact that this woman comes along and takes him away really upsets him. And I don't know, he didn't really like it for most of the episode, so I don't feel that bad that it's leaving. Like, I don't know how Michael would take care of it to begin with. But he says goodbye, and it's really teary-eyed, with James coming in and pointing out the fact that he could see him crying. With a nice hug, the episode ends. Aww. And I can't believe that they not only had Quinn break up with Mark, but also get with Logan in the same episode. I mean, I guess that's how real relationships work at that age, but it is crazy to me how much they're fitting into the 4th season so far. I feel like this is like 5 seasons of plots going on at this point, and I don't know where we're going next, so buckle in. So the next episode of season 4 of Zoey 101, we have 7 Walkathon. And of course, PCA is nothing without its episode fundraiser. Yeah, this is another fundraising episode. We've talked about it many seasons in the past, and at this point, it just feels like they're repeating all their same ideas, guys. It starts with James and Michael playing pool in their lounge. Lola's working on knitting, which is kind of crazy. I don't remember her being into knitting. And Zoey comes in talking about this whole walkathon thing that's going on. Apparently, every mile, they're gonna donate a certain amount of money to help the homeless. And Lola rudely says,
To raise money for the homeless kids.
Why can't the kids just go home?
We'll suggest that.
Yeah, why can't they have homes? Very disrespectful. At this point, Zoey and James's banter feels a little natural, but it just feels like James is copy and pasting Chase onto his personality. I mean, I get it, he's a little smoother. They talk about getting mold from her fridge, and they want to see her later at her dorm. Like, I don't know, this is crazy for some teenagers, but I guess that's just how relationships work. Dustin's the one in charge of this whole walkathon situation, and it's the closest he's ever been to a plot line in I don't know how many episodes at this point. I mean, he had a little cameo in the other one, but he's really like, I feel like written off at this point. Meanwhile, we have Quinn and Logan's storyline, and this is where it gets interesting. It reminds me a lot of the SETI storyline from iCarly, you know, Sam and Freddie. They had I Kiss, and it's basically two people in a relationship that are a little bit ashamed to be seen in this relationship. Whether they don't know if it's gonna work out in the long run, whether they don't know how the public's gonna receive them, or even if they're ready to date one another. Like, it has this like big pressure of commitment, especially when there's such a long friendship behind it. Like, it's meaningful. You don't want to lose it. And Quinn and Logan, they weren't really great friends. They were more frenemies. So having them be together is almost like weird because they never were together in general. They hide behind all these places at PCA to keep their relationship a secret, and they kind of question if that's appropriate or not. And I'm telling you guys right now, if you're hiding, it's more your problem than anybody else's. Mark Del Figolo has a very quick cameo as they announce that he fell in the walkathon, and it's just a clip of him on the news with everybody throwing cups at this body. And it's like, is anybody gonna help him up? Not really nice, guys. The show just gets more and more cruel as the day goes on. Later, the walkathon's over, and Zoey and Dustin are here to collect their money. Lola pledged $30, but didn't realize that it meant for every mile, so she owes them $600. And it doesn't seem like Dustin is giving any empathy toward her. He's like, give me my money. And it's like, dude, she does not have that kind of money. Zoey tries to play peacemaker and help her solve the problem, but she does it in a really disrespectful way. She's like, oh, I guess I'm gonna solve it again. And it's like, Zoey, you don't do that much for other people ever, really. So she goes to this whole special office for pledges, which I feel like it would be run by the school. I don't think these inner cities are planning these and like taking control of them that hard. Like, they just gotta give them the money. Zoey shows up and it's like this Godfather parody, I would say. Like, he's this big mobster guy that's basically like, no, she needs to pay up. Like, we don't joke around here. And alludes to threatening her, saying that Zoey better show up with the $600 or else. Which I don't know why Zoey's looped into the problem if it was really hers. But this guy seems serious. Like, we're kind of scared of him. Not only was he in the shadow at the beginning of the scene, but now he's threatening her. Michael ends up seeing Quinn and Logan hanging out on a blanket. Uh-oh. Quinn and Logan argue about whether or not he saw them kissing or if they saw them just hugging. Like, basically it's a big deal and they don't want anybody to know. So they get a little bit more paranoid, essentially arguing against one another. But it seems like they still like being together, so they don't necessarily quit. It's just them keeping it a secret. Later, Zoey tells Lola that she cannot help her, and this guy is going to murder both of them, essentially. Lola's sweater she was trying to knit does not work out. She puts it on Stacy and she hits a wall, which is kind of funny. I don't know why this is even necessary to put in the episode. And basically Zoey's freaking out, being like, what do we do? Like, now we're all dead. And I can't believe how much this escalated so far. Next thing you know, Logan and Quinn are reducing themselves to pretending to not only be enemies, but like full on argue in front of James and Michael to like take away suspicion from their relationship. And it's starting to get a little bit sad now, guys. I don't know how much you can hide this relationship without it being kind of toxic.
I gotta go.
Me too. I hate you.
I hate you more.
Later, it turns out that this charity guy shows up on campus with a bunch of goons, and it is terrifying. Zoey, Dustin, and Lola are approached by this man, and we think they're gonna die. They're trying to raise the money, but they just can't make it work, I guess. Logan and Quinn decide to take the straightforward approach, where it's like, okay, let's just head on and tell people we're together. They do that to Michael. They tell him, hey, we're together, and Michael literally doesn't believe them. He actually laughs in their faces, which I think is kind of funny, because all this hiding and everything and nobody suspecting anything, it just goes to show that nobody cares, guys. Just date. It's fine. When Lola is approached by the charity guy with Zoey, it's almost like this scene out of a mobster movie, and it seems like they're surrounded, causing them to even almost run away. Turns out this guy just brings out a form and is like, you can't pay? We'll just sign this form and that'll be fine. And it's like, okay, of course that's how it would work in the real world. This whole walkathon episode is really weird because it's the least connected fundraising event to PCA. It's like one where they don't actually have anything at stake, and it's just essentially an old man threatening Lola and Zoey getting in the way. I think the more interesting part of this episode has definitely got to be the Logan and Quinn stuff, which even though it's a lot simpler, it's a lot less going on, the drama is definitely fun. Like, this is why I like Zoey 101, because of the more character complicated relationships, and it seems like the 4th season is the most known for that. Like, they're really trying to push a lot of changes on and just see what works naturally. I feel like the writers must have known that this would be the last season, because the way they're going about it just seems like they want to quickly conclude these narratives with these characters. Like, oh, we gotta finish everything we set up really quickly, and then we gotta throw in James to take over for Chase. I'm not saying it's a horrible turnout, but it just doesn't feel like the same show. It's hard not to feel that way after that whole Goodbye Zoe situation. Like, that was a big deal. It ends with Lola and this mobster guy knitting together, which is so funny. So the next episode is called Vince is Back, Season 4, Episode 8, and it's kind of being a sequel to The Great Vince Blake, which is an episode where there's this really cool football kid, and Chase finds out he's cheating on a test, but kind of wants to out him for it, and everybody's like, no, don't. But then they do, they out him for it, and then everybody beats him up. And this episode is the sequel to that. Kind of reminds me how I, Psycho had I Still Psycho. Like, they bring back the craziest characters just for seemingly no reason, especially with James here. Like, shouldn't we be telling stories about him? Like, work him into the cast in a way that it's like noticeable that he's a part of it and matters. But you know what? No, we're just gonna keep rehashing things with specifically Chase and try to make it seem like he's still alive. It's almost like these reboots are always trying to do some kind of cover up like that. Even the 8th season of that 70s show seemed to have this whole replacement for Eric Foreman. I think his name was Seth Meyers' brother? Something like that. Already the episode started and we have a Quinn and Logan issue. Basically the girls are teasing Logan and Quinn gets really defensive, and it's like really obvious that something's going on. Like, why is she defending Logan? Already kind of a telltale sign. So Michael's walking around town with his rocket pop, and then he sees Vince Blake in the crowd. Oh my gosh, he's freaking out because, you know, last time they saw him, they beat up all 3 boys. He is concerned, so he goes immediately to the dean's office. The dean's like, yeah, obviously he's back, which is kind of disrespectful. But there's a whole bit where the dean is working on this like 4-year-old girl's toy that's like a build-your-own oven. I'm not sure if you guys remember that from the 2000s, but they had like these like fake ovens that would actually cook food, but somehow wasn't radioactive or connected to electricity. Like, I don't know how that was going for us. I didn't do it too much.
And why are you playing with a cheesy bake oven? Yeah, what's wrong with you?
I bought this for my daughter, and my wife wants me to test it for safety. So I'm making a blueberry cheesecake.
All the gang is pretty upset because they can't get Dean Rivers to kick this guy out of school. And I get it, he cheated, but it feels like very personal for these kids. Like, it's not your business, like, just let him go to school, I guess. I mean, at least that's what I would say if I was harping on it like this. It's not healthy to think about it this much. Quinn is like, he beat up Del Figolo, and when they're like, well, that was your ex, Logan is essentially like, obviously they're not dating anymore.
And Del Figolo. Oh, Mark probably deserved it. He was your boyfriend.
Well, he's not anymore. Oh, he's not.
They're definitely dating at this point. This is too obvious. They agree to kind of be silent and let him live his life, but of course, Michael and Logan have to do something literally ridiculous. They give him like this coffee and then hide behind the bushes pretty quickly, and I'm not sure if this is gonna kill them, but the guy offers the drink to Vince Blake, but instead Mark Del Figolo takes it and it explodes. So whatever they were planning on doing to Vince happened to Mark, which is really funny because I feel like Mark was also involved in that older episode. The fact that he's in this is kind of fun. Later, Lola finds herself next to Vince at this yoga event, I guess, is going on, and nobody is guiding the yoga lesson, whatever. So Vince is essentially like, oh, why can't we be together? And he hits on her, which is funny because it's like she's always gawking over guys, but this is the one guy she would never want to have that happen to. And then he starts to try to be smooth and be like, oh, well, this is what I deserve, and hurts himself in front of her. She's obviously charmed by it because I swear this is gonna be something. He's basically like, I've changed, and Lola starts to believe it. She tells Zoe what's up, and then it turns out that Lola kissed Vince Blake 4 times, and she had to tell her. Now Zoe has to tell Quinn, and everybody is a little bit outraged. Like, how could you like somebody that's not right for you? Of course, Quinn gets a little self-conscious here. I would. It's so funny because it turns out Lola's in the room while she's trashing her, which is like kind of funny that Zoe doesn't care that much. Kind of a reflection of real life that she doesn't care. Essentially, Lola doesn't feel bad, and everybody kind of turns against her, which I, as an audience member I'm kind of sad about. Logan and Michael are still trying to get their revenge on Vince Blake. They set up this like rocket launcher with a bunch of eggs and food. It's kind of gross. Then we get the Dean walking out with his little cheesecake maker again, which is kind of a funny thing. He carries around this little pink make-a-bake oven, and the catapult actually destroys that, so the Dean is actually really angry. Later, Zoe decides to take it upon herself to just straight up tell him he doesn't belong at PCA, which is the most bully group mentality if you ask me, which makes a lot of sense because this show seems to promote a lot of that. Then we smash cut to another scene where Zoe and Quinn actually defend him, and they're like, actually he has changed. I like don't know what happened in those moments that he managed to smooth talk both of these girls. I forget which shows these are in, but they always have that episode where they have a villain come back after a while saying that they've changed and has to prove themselves to the main characters, and that is exactly what's going on here. Like, Vince is bribing everybody to like him again, and it's funny because you don't really know the intention, and I find it kind of weird because Chase is the one he wronged the most, and it seems like he cannot get an apology from him, so like, why does it even matter that he doesn't care? Suddenly, Vince Blake is hanging out with James, Zoe, and Lola now. Now it looks like they're all just getting along. Michael and Logan are protesting, just staring at them from a distance, trying to still harm him, which I don't think is a good idea, guys. They watch him through binoculars. It looks like they're about to hurt him one more time with this fake panel on the ground, and when he steps on it, it doesn't work. Surprise, surprise. He has this little speech to Michael and Logan about needing forgiveness, and it's kind of sweet for a moment, but then it turns out that he set up this giant pot of cheese to fall on Logan and Michael. And I don't know why the girls don't step in and be like, wait, he was rude all along. It ends with them not resolving anything at all. The bullying's still going on, and if anything, them getting rewarded for pouring cheese on it. And also, the girls laughing at him. Like, this is not a good ending to an episode. All around, it's cool that we got another character back, but it feels like a little bit of a misled attempt to try to bring us back to the show's origins, which this was 1 season ago, guys. It's not that dramatically long ago, but it is interesting to see it try to work itself out. 7 episodes in, and I don't really know what to make of all this. It's definitely not horrible, but it's definitely not as good as seasons 1, 2, and 3. Okay, so I guess it is horrible. Episode 9 is Dinner for Too Many, and this is actually a really fun episode. It kind of did what the quarantine episode did, where it's like all about this one location and one thing happening in it, but this time it's like a dinner date, and it's about Zoe wanting a little bit of alone time with James. So at least James is somewhat in the plot. It starts off with Zoe and James getting ready to have a picnic together. Stacy wants to join, but she says, no, like, I want this to be just me and James. Turns out James invited Michael and Lola. So it's very clear that they just want to spend alone time together, and that's kind of the goal of this episode. Meanwhile, Logan is also trying to get alone time with Quinn. Same way. But his is a little bit more important because these guys have not found a way to communicate outside in public. It's always just private. So this is like Logan's way of saying, like, we could have our own private date. Nobody can afford to go to this restaurant. Good move, Logan. Good move. Of course, Quinn is taken by this. She thinks it's really sweet, and I do too, but I guess I'm not the one going on the date. We cut to the next scene, and I think it's like the makeup dinner that James got ready for Zoe, and he's bringing her to that fancy restaurant that's super expensive, Vaccaro. We get a guest star from this guy. He's on a lot of really funny shows like Young and Hungry, and he's a good actor. I like that he's like a central guest star in this episode. Zoe's like, you don't have to take me on a date, and he's like, I want to use all my money on you. That's not how he talks, but you know how he talks. That's how he talks. It's super shocking because Quinn and Logan were expecting to have their first dinner alone, and then now Zoe and James are having their first dinner alone, and it seems like nobody is happy, and they're all in the same spot. They even have to sit right next to them. Oh, and it's so funny because of course they've been trying to hide it for so long. In order to get away with it, Logan tells Quinn to create some kind of diversion so he could justify being in the restaurant, which I like that it's kind of like all this sleuth missions, like it's fun. Quinn goes to the bathroom, uses her technology, and even has a quick encounter about lollipops with the host again. Quinn ends up using a laser to knock the waiter out and create a giant crash on the ground. So Logan has to crawl and make it look like he just entered. She kicks him in the face, and it's so so funny. He like tries to justify being there and it's really suspicious, but I guess nobody cares enough. Meanwhile, Michael is tired of hanging out with Lola on his own because apparently she's a mess and asks them to hang out, but Logan has to keep this a secret from both of them. When Michael hears that they're at a restaurant, he assumes that he's asking them to go with him. So they show up too at Vaccaro. Lola and Michael can't even be let in at first because apparently Michael doesn't have a jacket, so they had to fix it. And then next thing you know, double dates on the fritz. Zoe's a little annoyed because she doesn't really want to be sharing this date. They never seem to be able to be alone. It does kind of remind me of the episode where Sam and Freddie were trying to go on a date, but they had to bring Carly to like keep everything normal. Like, I just like the idea of two people trying to spend alone time together and others constantly interrupting or wanting to be a part of it. It's definitely a funny plot. And it makes me feel bad for Zoe because of course she just wants to spend one-on-one time. Like, it's definitely a fair want. Next thing you know, we got 8 people at this dinner table and it is wacky. Nobody has social awareness and it seems like Michael and Lola are the worst of it all. They push the tables closer together. It's just everybody's on a different vibe and it's clearly not working. Usually in the quarantine episode, it was like the team against everybody else, but now it's them all in one location and having conflict with each other. It's a lot more interesting than I thought. I just wish one of them would speak up and be like, we just want to hang out alone, but nobody is willing to do that. Probably why it invites so much comedy. Michael tries to slide Zoe's chair closer to the group table and ends up knocking her onto the floor. So she is beyond angry now. Then they get distracted again by Carl, Coco's ex, on a date with another woman. Oh my gosh, this Coco storyline is so unnecessary. They find a way to weave her in so many times and I just don't get it. Like, why is she necessary to revisit this much? Things just get wackier and wackier as the night goes on, which is why it's funny because they find out that Coco is the one he's on a date with. She's just wearing a wig. Why, you ask? Well, let's go into the girls' bathroom to find out. So they're all talking in the bathroom. They find out that Coco doesn't want to be seen here because she got fired from this very restaurant a couple episodes earlier, which is random to keep the continuity well on that. But the host overhears all of them and kicks them out. Oh my gosh. So he's angry and the entire restaurant gets involved with everybody screaming at each other. So this huge embarrassing breakout is just a mess and everybody gets kicked out of the restaurant. Lola and Michael go to apologize to Zoe, realizing that they should have gave them some alone time. And I'm not sure the moral in this episode, like, well, I don't get the character journeys. And I wish Quinn and Logan got outed in this very moment. Like, it was such a big, intense scene with the restaurant. I feel like it would have been nice to see them reveal it, but I guess that's not happening yet. All the friends make up for it by putting this nice table on the volleyball court, kind of like a beach date, which is kind of cute. So James and Zoe can enjoy themselves one-on-one for the first time until the volleyball team comes in and they're like, can we just play around you? Yeah, that's kind of how it ends. Definitely funny. I like that we get to see Logan and Quinn try so hard to keep their stuff a secret. I feel like that's the most interesting thing going on in Zoe 101 anymore. Like, this whole Zoe and James situation feels a little bland and empty. Like, without Chase, I feel like we don't have the actual heart of the show like we used to. Everything that made me nostalgic about the show was about Chase. Like, everything that I'm seeing now is a little bit random, aside from the Quinn and Logan stuff. But hey, we're getting toward the end of the series. They're just trying to make do. Let them go, guys. I'm just kidding, it's me. So we start off Coffee Cart Band, Season 4, Episode 10, with James, Zoe, and Quinn walking down the street. Quinn is basically trying to show James what it's like to make people faint all the time, knocking every kid at PCA out one by one. And it's kind of funny. They approach Dean Rivers and finally get to meet his wife, this woman that they've joked about many, many times before. And it's kind of funny. This woman is very stuck up and to herself without giving them much eye contact. She's just on her phone like a teenager. And of course she disrespects Dean so much. The coffee cart behind everybody apparently is being raided for coffee. We've seen this coffee cart before and I think the guy working behind it was on an episode or two, but apparently it's the best coffee ever and everybody wants it. Dean Rivers' wife is walking by and she is the unfortunate victim of this coffee cart going so off the rails with students that it goes off on its own and the cart runs over her. Oh my god, poor Miss Rivers. Dean Rivers is super angry and has the right to take away the coffee from everywhere, so this great coffee cart ban begins. Dean Rivers' wife asks for a new life because of this, which is kind of dramatic if you ask me. I feel like she's a little bit more bitter than she's supposed to be.
Can I get you anything?
Yes, a new life.
This is where the plot thickens in a way that's kind of cool. Zoey, Quinn, and Lola are hanging out by the pool table, and Vince Blake is back, here to tell her that there's a way to get coffee. And I can't believe we still have this character here. Like, I get it, like, he's a smooth talker, but the other episode did not end well with him. But good for Lola, I guess, for having this relationship. He tells her about the secret dorm that is selling coffee, and of course, it's Logan and Michael. Oh, okay. It's an illegal business going on PCA campus, because Dean Rivers said not to do it. This must have been the pre-inspiration for I Open a Restaurant in iCarly. Remember when Gibby and Sam open a restaurant under the school? That was pretty outlandish, and this is too. Like, how could you get away with something so complicated like this? The girls try to pull a fast one on the boys, which is kind of disrespectful knowing that they're all friends. But like, when Lola gets her coffee, they all try to run out with it. And already Quinn posed a problem. She's like, why won't you give me one for free? To Logan, and he's like, well, just because you're my girlfriend doesn't mean you can. And I'm kind of offended for her. I'm like, dude, you're supposed to be my boyfriend. So she wants revenge on this whole situation too. The girls like want to turn against them for being kicked out when really they tried to steal from them. I don't know why that's fair, guys. And this is the first time that Logan has taken over something that he was actually dating Quinn. Like, it's interesting to hear them all be against him in this way, and seeing Quinn team up against him is also topical. I love how there was a moment where Quinn was just gonna take a free coffee anyway. Like, that clearly shows she was not on their side about this, and now it's convenient to fight them back. I don't know, Quinn. Not nice. The revenge is interesting because they end up doing better prices at Zoe's dorm with Quinn handling the coffee now. So it's a big competition. Michael and Logan are really stressed out, even realizing that James knew this all along and doesn't want to be involved. It's like, why'd you be on the show if you didn't have to be involved? Logan pulls a really hard fast one by calling Dean Rivers and telling on the girls, which is making him a really bad boyfriend at this point. Michael is kind of a good friend about it and warns James that they're going to be shut down. Zoey gets the call and suddenly everybody is in a rush to shut down this cafe. I kind of like it though, like the fact that they even fit tables in here and bread, muffins. Like, this is a full legit business, and I don't know why they'd think that this wouldn't lead to legal precautions anyway. Dean Rivers shows up with security trying to track down where all this coffee is coming from. And his hair is getting really long. I don't know if you guys noticed it, but Dean Rivers, woof, get a haircut, boy. When they run into Zoe's dorm, they find out that they are having only a book club. Yeah, everybody in this coffee shop pretends to be having a book club. And that is actually a really smart getaway. I can't believe they got away with this. So yeah, they gaslight the dean into thinking that he's insane, and they move on from it. Revenge continues as Zoey is preparing to keep this thing a secret for a little longer while they stay low and not be suspicious to Dean Rivers. So they decide to start taking attacks on Logan's business next. Quinn ends up getting this giant laser thing and starts shooting at their coffee. So yeah, everybody's coffee is going everywhere, all over Chase and Logan and James's dorm, and it is wacky. I like this whole point of view of the aiming system where we get to see Dean Rivers attack the boys and literally get arrested. So everybody's just playing hardball and nobody's winning. I hate when friends turn on each other like this. I really like the idea of James being a plant, like trying to guide them in the wrong direction. Like, he's just looking normal in his own dorm. This is the one funny thing this character has probably ever brought into the show so far. Then the security guards find Lola, Zoey, and Quinn pointing the laser, and they're in trouble too, with all 5 of them ending up in Dean's office. So Zoey tells the dean that they all found it unfair that he banned coffee, and it's not really cool. It's nice that she's standing up to the dean, and I feel like it adds to her character just slightly. The dean says that if it's banned for him, it's banned for the kids, it's banned for everybody. And then it reveals that he has a coffee machine in his office. Oof. Dean Rivers, naughty boy. So Dean Rivers gets in trouble by the kids now, because they could blackmail him for being a hypocrite. Gosh, we gotta love PCA. They should make a Jersey Shore version of PCA. So that the kids don't out him on the whole PCA news, he makes an announcement to say that the ban is over, and everybody can go back to drinking coffee again. Didn't realize it was that easy of a thing to just say you can go back to. Suddenly everybody has coffee again, and the world is happy, I guess. To get back at Logan one last
last time, they overcharged him for the coffee, which is kind of funny. And that's kind of how it ends. Logan getting his comeuppance once again. Overall, it's nice to have an episode that's all about camaraderie and vengeance between the teen groups. I feel like in earlier seasons, these types of episodes were always really good. It was more about the PCA school spirit and the characters arguing with one another. It's adding a lot of dynamic episode types before the show is completely over. And with only like 1 or 2 more episodes left, it's scary to think that this is going to be done for good. Still, James has not given us much to work with, and I think Logan and Quinn need to come out eventually because this is tiring of just them running around in private. And I'm almost feeling bad for both of them. Like, tell the world. I don't know where Mark DeFigolo is, but that guy is also off the grid. Like, he was such a big part of the season thus far, and then suddenly in it less and less after the breakup. It makes sense, but it's still nuts. And we finally end on the last normal episode. Not including PCA Confidential, the last normal episode is called Roller Coaster. This episode turns out to be more of a Michael episode, which I didn't see coming. I mean, it's exciting because we get to see Lisa again, and to know that their relationship is still going is pretty wholesome. It starts out in the classroom, and this one teacher is telling them about this roller coaster. The teacher says that he was more willing to work at the zoo and really hates being a teacher, which is kind of depressing to see him self-deprecate like that. James kind of takes the helm of the class and says, so what you're saying is we should go to Mystic Mountain. And it reminds me of the Demonator episode of Drake and Josh where everybody is trying to get on this massive roller coaster. But this time, it's about them going to Mystic Mountain and Michael being afraid of roller coasters. Of course, Logan uses this as a reason to bully him and be like, I am embarrassed to be around you. And it's like, you guys were just friends 2 episodes ago. The field trip is a cool concept, but the gross part of the beginning is Logan can't find his hamburger, and then some woman brings it to him saying it was from the fountain, and he squeezes it, and it just ruins my day. I don't want to see food played with on TV. Sorry guys, I hate this joke. It's smart that they tie it to kinetic energy because obviously that is a good school reason to see a roller coaster, but it's just a far stretch. Lisa tries to make Michael feel better about this fear, but he is still embarrassed, and it doesn't seem like he has a lot of empathy for himself. He's very much like, I'm afraid of things that 3-year-olds hate. Next thing you know, everybody around PCA is starting to laugh at Michael. He's trying to go get his Blick soda, and everybody knows he's scared of roller coasters, which I feel like there's more embarrassing things to be scared of.
What's this?
Teddy bear nightlight. In case you get scared of the dark.
Whoa.
He approaches Logan because, of course, who else could be spreading this rumor? Zoey gets a call that Michael tied up Logan and held him upside down while he spits on him. Oh my gosh, that is the ultimate payback. I don't think it's necessary or justified, and Zoey doesn't seem to care because James is making her a playlist and that's all she cares about, not her friends. Okay, Zoey. Next thing you know, they hook Michael up to this simulator that represents a roller coaster to try to help him get over his fear. Of course, Quinn at the helm of this is definitely gonna go well. I'm so excited.
It's gonna cure your fear.
Without going on a real roller coaster. You might even have fun.
If it's gonna be fun, then why Lola lock my wrist down to the chair?
In the simulator, he gets so freaked out that he is able to jump off the machine and break through a wooden door. Oh my gosh. So the fear is a lot more extreme than anybody had thought. But it's really nice of his friends to actually care about this issue. And seeing Michael's one-on-one moments with Lisa also makes him seem like a really nice guy. It starts to get really personal here because Lisa sees a spider and then goes to a Girl Scout to kill it. Which, why is there a Girl Scout just walking around PCA? And Michael's offended because she didn't ask him to kill it. Why would he be so scared? He's just scared of roller coasters. It's really not a fair situation. Nobody's giving him the benefit of the doubt here. He's worried about thinking he's a wimp, and everybody's just trying to tell him he's not. Zoey tries to give him a pep talk, saying that, everybody's afraid of something, it's normal. You might as well just get used to it. And he's like, okay, fine, I will go to Mystic Mountain. And that's where it gets interesting. Zoey tries to get Michael into the theme park, but he is hesitant. I like that she's really caring in this moment. And then this short person who's running the ride is mocking him the whole time because it's of course he's gonna be mocked. Zoey tries to support him and the guy is in the background just as annoyed because it's of course this guy can't be scared. He goes on alone with Lisa and Zoey watching and it's you guys didn't think it would be more terrifying to go on a roller coaster all by yourself? I would be freaked out. At least one of them could have held his hand or something. He ends up having a really good time on the roller coaster, which is kind of sweet that actually they pushed him to do it, given that that positive outcome. Imagine like he had the worst experience of his life, jumped off the coaster. No, that's a little far. I still think it would be funny though. The episode ends kind of pleasant when they have a midday concert at PCA, which why are we adding that to the lore? Does that really need to be a part of PCA? Does this have to be the lore? Zoey comes back from the amusement park to tell him that Michael got over his fear so well that he's riding a roller coaster right now. And everybody gets to enjoy the concert at the park. The end. It's nice to get one more Michael episode. I feel like it's been a bit. And that's what brings us to the 2-part series finale. For the record, there's 14 episodes, but the last episode is called PCA Confidential. It's a clip show. It was filmed in the 3rd season, aired later. I don't need to talk about that right now. Let's just pretend that this is the last episodes in the series. We could talk about that as if it's like bonus content, but I really need to focus on what made this so good. So episodes 12 and 13 are Chasing Zoey Part 1 and Chasing Zoey Part 2. So everybody's getting ready for summer, talking about their plans, and apparently Zoey's going to be going to Hawaii to be a cabana girl. I don't know why you're not aiming higher, like something academic, but I guess this is good for you, Zoey. And meanwhile, James can't go with her because he's working with his dad over the hardware store. A really unnecessary backstory that was added to James in the diner episode that I don't think we need to revisit. Meanwhile, they're playing this really ridiculous game that everybody puts their finger in this little device and it shocks you. Kind of reminds me of playing Operation when you're trying to take out all the body parts from the guy without getting zapped. That was a throwback. In Michael's subplot, he reveals to Lisa his new car that's a stick shift, and she's like, you don't know how to drive it? And I vaguely remember this premise. Like, I remember when I was learning to drive thinking that stick shifts were different because of something in teen TV, and I definitely think this must have been it. So maybe that's what we're going for here. In the meantime, everybody's getting ready for this prom, and Lola is so excited because she is going to be the one in charge of it, and she asks Quinn to do everything for her, which is kind of disrespectful. Quinn can't do the prom committee, so she can only find Stacy to help her. Lola gives her assignments that more so have to do with her personal life so she can work on the prom stuff, which isn't technically an incorrect thing. Like, I get you need more time to do it, but I don't think you're supporting the prom by doing Lola's chores. I don't know, Stacy. Meanwhile, Logan is telling Quinn that he asked somebody to the prom in order to like kind of make it look like they're not together. She obviously gets really angry. Meanwhile, James has good news. He wants to go to Hawaii with Zoey. It's really sweet because she also gets a necklace and he says, I love you with it. I don't know if you noticed, but right before he gives it to her, she's on iCarly.com. Like, look at this screenshot. Oh my gosh, it's not subtle at all. Meanwhile, Michael really wants to learn how to do a stick shift, but doesn't know how until this random old man comes by and he serves as like this Mr. Miyagi type, trying to teach him how to do a stick shift, kind of like it's a super big karate dojo type situation.
That's very nice, but
You want to drive stick shift?
yeah, but
You wish me to teach you?
sure.
When Zoey gets the bracelet, she's a little bit conflicted about it because we get a blackout, and usually don't get a blackout unless you should be scared of something happening. Zoey is nervous to say she loves him back, and Lola and Quinn are really annoyed about it. They're like, how could you not? And it's like, okay guys, give her a break. And then Michael finally gets his first lesson with this really scary guy that keeps appearing in the parking lot.
What? You cannot learn to drive a stick shift until you learn to drive a stick shift.
He asks him to make him food for him, as if it's gonna be a part of the stick shift situation, and he does it anyway. I don't know why you'd believe them, Michael. I'd be scared of this man. Quinn decides she's going to take helm of who Logan will take to the dance. They both have to bargain of like who it's gonna be, and it's definitely a funny trope. I can't believe they're still trying to hide this relationship. I didn't think it would go on for like 6 episodes. I thought there was like some amount of time where we actually did see them together, but I guess it was all in hiding because nobody here knows. James even spots the two and they keep it a secret, so they're still ashamed. What can you do? We get a peek into his plot because apparently he can't find Zoey. She's not meeting at their usual places, which is kind of sad because they're kind of a good couple. I feel like they were really working out for what they were, and seeing Zoey so spooked when she finds out that he loves her is definitely scary. This old man invites himself into Michael's dorm and gets him to feed him once again, and he's stepping on berries in this moment. Like, why does Michael have to step on berries to make him juice? Like, this doesn't really help anybody. It's definitely reminding me of the Mr. Doheny episode of Drake and Josh where they keep inviting himself into inappropriate parts of their life. Like, this man is just inserting himself. When Michael approaches him about conning him and trying to get him to make food for him to eat, he realizes that it was a part of the lesson to learn how to drive a stick shift.
So he gets to drive all throughout the parking lot. Yay! Next thing you know, Zoey has to confront James about the fact that he loves her and she's not said anything back yet. A common trope in teen sitcoms that I actually really like. It's definitely a big moment when you tell somebody you love them, and I feel like there's nothing more important when you're in a relationship at this age than that. You know, like that is the highest authority. It's like the going steady of our generation. Zoey uses prom as an excuse to keep dodging James until she could figure out her feelings. But poor guy, he is not happy about this. We go back to Quinn and Logan, and what do you know? Cotton Swab Girl is the perfect candidate. So Logan asks Stacy to the prom, something exactly what Quinn wanted. And I agree, that's like a great idea, and it doesn't make anybody uncomfortable. Logan seeks revenge and is like, okay, now I get to pick out your prom date. Guess who it is? It's Dustin. Can you imagine? So yeah, Dustin and Quinn are going to the dance together. James goes to talk to Zoey about what's been really going on, and she admits that she might not love him back and that there's something in the way. He's surprisingly patient. He's like, yeah, definitely. He's like such a gentleman in a way that I don't think any boy this age would actually be. Like, he's too respectful. And I'm dying to hear Zoey say she misses Chase. Like, I feel like that's the whole thing she's getting at, but it doesn't end on that. It ends on them breaking up, and that's kind of where we leave Zoey 101. Oh wait, there's one more episode. The grand finale of Zoey 101, Chasing Zoey Part 2. Before we go to the final episode, let's do a gameplay. So far, we're about to finish the season. We get barely any of Dustin this season. Nothing. Lola is in a relationship with Vince Blake. That was kind of random. Zoey had a relationship with James, but then they just broke up. That's also happening. Michael and Lisa are still together, and Quinn and Logan are still a secret. So there's a lot of stuff that needs to be resolved in this episode, and a lot of stuff we're saying goodbye to overall in the whole show. This whole prom that they were talking about in the midst of the last episode is everything that the episode is leading up to now. Zoey's depressed about the breakup, which is cool because I never seen Zoey have a breakup before, you know? Like, it's definitely unfamiliar territory, and crazy that we're ending the show on an episode about something she's never been through. Like, I wish they just threw this in the plot. She's like definitely heartbroken and doesn't know what to do. Quinn and Lola are trying to cheer her up, but she says she doesn't even want to go to the prom. Dustin is getting way too old for this show, and you could tell because his voice has dropped significantly. He's here to take Quinn to the dance. For some reason, Quinn finds it necessary for one last time to throw a bomb at one of the robotics kids that are walking by. You remember them from the Robot Wars episode? Yeah, that's crazy. So everybody's gussied up and heading over to prom, and it's looking like a really sweet time. Dustin takes Quinn on his bike, and it is kind of adorable. I love how they are going to the prom together, and you get to see this moment in the opening title sequence. Oh my gosh, there's such a funny scene where Zoey isn't going to the prom, and the news guy hits on her, which is so ridiculous because he already has a prom date that is literally standing right there. So disrespectful.
I'll be your date?
You're taking Martha.
I'll get rid of her.
Jeremiah,
Yes?
go.
Lola is going to prom in a cab. It's kind of like a messy Uber driver situation where they have this driver, which should look familiar to you, talking on the phone the entire time and pretty much ruining their prom trip, not able to get them there at all. He abandons them on the side of the road. Guess who this man is? Yeah, that's Dan Schneider, the guy who created all of this stuff. I don't really want to talk about him because I feel like he doesn't deserve a lot of attention compared to the work he's done, but it is crazy to note that he's put himself in this. Literally, the finale of Zoey 101. And I don't think I knew this growing up. I definitely don't remember him being here. This is quite the surprise. But you know what? That's him. You could tell his voice. Finally, we've come to the final prom. We get a moment with every character dancing with one another. Oof, Mark Del Figolo's in it. That's a nice callback. And Dustin is way too short for Quinn, so it's just plain embarrassing. You guessed it, Logan is dancing with Stacy, and it's embarrassing. Lola and Vince are on this big escapade to get to the prom, and they even run into the robot nerds who convince them that it is the end of the world. Well, not convince them, they say it's the end of the world and just appear crazy, because it's not, you know? And we get a really big surprise. Zoey gets a call from an unknown number on her pair phone. Who is it? None other than Chase Matthews. So Zoey and him have a really intimate conversation while she's alone at PCA, and it's kind of romantic. They're flirting a little bit, and Zoey does a really good job
job at dodging the fact that she just had an entire relationship. Chase realizes that it's PCA's prom night, so why isn't she going? He falls off the cliff one last time, the same way he did when he approached Zoey in pretty much every season thus far. And the two have a moment on the staircase where they're just catching up for a bit and eventually kiss. Oh my gosh, I forgot about all of this. I don't know why I didn't remember them finally reconnecting. Maybe because it was like within a couple minutes of the episode, not really about it that much. But like, this is such a big deal. Like, I'd like to see that it's finally getting its resolution. It has to do with Chase. I feel like Zoey kind of played him a little bit because she got in a whole new relationship right before she kissed him and didn't really talk to him about the relationship. It's really weird. Then we finally get the moment I've been waiting for, where Quinn and Logan are outed at the prom. It's really sweet because it's Logan's thing to say. He tells everybody that he's in love with Quinn, and it's very romantic. Like, all this stuff that was like low-key building up in this season definitely paid off in a really fulfilling way. I can't believe how exciting it is to see Chase again. Like, it definitely reminded me of that 70s Show's finale where Eric Foreman wasn't in the entire 8th season but came in for the last couple minutes just to reconnect with Donna, the main character. I don't know, it just seems like it's a really romantic trope, especially in sitcoms, and having every character be here for this, maybe chasing everybody one last time, it feels full circle. It kind of makes me feel disrespected again for James, because it's like, where is he? Michael's obviously super excited because he's been having traumatic repercussions of not having Chase around, and he has one last moment with the guy who taught him the stick shift, and he's really suspicious before he walks off on a goat or bull. I can't even tell what animal it is. All I know is that Michael is seen as crazy because Lisa does not believe he was taught to stick shift.
Would you please come tell my girlfriend that you really work here at PCA and that you taught me to drive a stick shift?
Oh, I can't do that.
Why not?
Because I do not exist.
But yeah, it seems like everybody that needed to get together got together, and it turned out okay for every character. Having them all reunite in the last couple of minutes is really wholesome. I feel like they did a good job at wrapping things up, especially considering how rocky of a ride the entire 4th season of Zoey 101 is. Like, we start out with Zoey and Chase having a long-distance relationship, then she gets in a relationship with somebody else. We stall for 10 episodes, they break up, they get together, and obviously there's some interesting things that go on in between it with Logan and Quinn, but this overall, like, such a good final way to end the series. Did I say end the series? Oh wait, PCA Confidential. After the finale of this show, there was one more episode that aired, and it was filmed actually like a year prior. It's called PCA Confidential, and it's more to the tune of iBloop or Blooptorious, the blooper clip show of the series. And surprisingly enough, this is the best one out of all those clip shows. Maybe because they were doing it the first time, they wanted it to be really good, but like, there's actual plot going on while we're seeing these clips, and I really do appreciate that. It's cool that Zoey and Chase are the only main characters to appear in this episode, with everybody coming back in the flashback, which I really appreciated. They use the intro without Austin Butler in this, which is kind of ridiculous to me, and this was actually aired as a part of season 3 internationally, and they even apparently made more than one ending about Zoey and Chase answering about being a couple, which I find so funny. It's like all these freshmen are about to come to PCA and they have to talk about their experiences there. A really cool gateway into the movie, which eventually happens. Oh, and I forgot that Drake and Josh did this with the Dr. Phyllis show. I feel like that is closer in quality than the iBloop or the Blooptorious. Like, I feel like those were all on the wacky side, just trying to emptily combine these clips, while these shows actually have a little bit of a narrow plot. Apparently the finale was under the original working title The Dance, which would have been kind of a lame finale name, I feel like. Despite the fact that Stacy loses her lisp in this episode, she actually gets it again in the 2010 episode of iCarly, I Start a Fan War, which is funny.
Say something else.
My name is Stacy Dilson and I'm from Swampscott, Massachusetts. Oh my god, my S's sound perfect!
And it's so crazy that Zoey, Chase, Michael, and Lola were not present when Quinn and Logan's relationship were mentioned. Apparently, Dustin was the only main character aware of their announcement, as he was the only one present. Apparently, Sean Flynn wore a wig for this because he had short hair at the time. Isn't that so funny? Apparently, this episode exists in 2 different versions. There's a 1-hour version and a 2-part version with 2 23-minute episodes. And I wonder which ones we have access to, because that, I think, is crazy. Overall, good episode, good show, good times.